Holy fucking, pretty much on time. Wanted to go for 10 o'clock. And I'm 1 minute early. Look at that. Holy snapping Lord Thunder. Anyhow, let's get her going. Let's crank her up. Yeah, it's a new year. Probably due for a new intro. But I'm thinking maybe once I get going on Rumble, which should be happening here soon, I'll figure out a new intro for that. Maybe incorporate it with YouTube if I go on YouTube anymore. I'll probably do both until I get kicked off YouTube. I want to ride YouTube till they fucking yeet me. May as well. They've been pretty friggin' lenient with me, man. I'm surprised that they just took that stream down and didn't give me a strike again. Like I don't know. I swear that YouTube just lets me go in the hopes that they can get you a moment or something. Like fucking, for our laws here in Canada and shit. Like have a knock at the door kind of thing. I don't know. I don't care. Don't come knocking on my fucking door for mouth words. Not a good idea. It wouldn't end well for me, that's for damn sure. Anyhow, happy hump day, everybody. I didn't send any invites out. I probably should. Fuck. I always say the same fucking thing every time because I should send the invites out before I go live, but I wanted to be on time, 10 o'clock. Fuck's sakes. So I'll do it now. Right now. Al's probably working, but I'll give it a shot anyways. And how come he's not coming up, man? Every time I type in A, boom, Stern comes right up. Now he's not. It's fucked. What the fuck's going on there? That is fucked. Weird. I can't even get Al through Messenger here unless he fucking got rid of friggin' Facebook. I don't think he did. Different, anyways. Fuck that shit. Fuck the invites. Johnny might show up. I did send him an invite. If he's up and about. Maybe, hopefully he's got his coffee in him already. Maybe not. I don't know. I was watching the news this morning. Usually when the wife leaves, she's gone about 8:30ish, and then I'll just go check out all the news and the latest stuff that's going on in Ukraine and all the latest bullshit that's going on in the world. And there's a lot of it. And I'm just not in the mood. I'm not in the mood for it. It's all the same bullshit everywhere, man. It's like I just can't with the news anymore. I just don't fucking care. You know what I mean? It's not that I don't care. I care. It's just the same stupid fucking bullshit every fuck day in, day out. Like I can't with the internet much anymore, man. It's fucking. I find a lot of times if I'm not busy doing shit, I'll just go watch a fucking movie or something, man. Or I'll watch something that has absolutely nothing to do with Israel, Palestine, or politics, or religion, and fuck it. It's nice to give that shit a break. Because the world's just going to get crazier and crazier. It doesn't matter. It's not getting saner. It's not like more people are fucking going, hey, wait a minute. Something's wrong. No, actually a lot more people are waking up to the bullshit, but it's slow in the coming there. Fucking be a minute or two. Yeah, no problem, man. In the meantime, I can always play something. Why not? Something that has I've been watching a lot of, what's that? Rough and Ready channel there in Portnoy. Watch a lot of that. Holy fuck, here we go. Oh, man. Wintertime. Yay. Air's so friggin' dry. Morning, AMC. Just wreaks havoc. Dry skin, itchy nose. Morning, whiskey girl. I forgot to clean. I got my AC in upstairs, and I have that running all year round mostly. Like, obviously cool in the summer, and I just have it on fan in the winter. I fucking forgot to clean the filter. I forgot. Those things got a filter in them. Yeah. Fucking thing was clogged. I was wondering why I was starting to get warm upstairs. Like, hey, wait a minute. I got a fan on blowing cold air in from outside. Why is it not cold up here? Yeah, it looked like a carpet. Jesus, man. Clean that off. Huge difference, man. I slept like a baby last night. Nice cool air blowing in. Fresh sheets. Yeah, baby. That's a good night's sleep. Had tons of fucking dreams. It's nice, cool, crisp air, man, when I'm sleeping. Fresh, clean sheets, baby. Fucking right, man. That is always a good night's sleep. Always. So yeah, Chrissy had a good sleep last night. Wide the fuck awake today. And I'm not in the mood for bullshit news today. Fuck. Like, I don't care. I always catch a bit of salty cracker. He's got shorts there. Talking about, how the celebrities are all pissed off about looters, and they got signs out front saying looters will be shot. Oh, you're all against guns before, and you're all about letting fucking criminals go until it affects you. Yeah, surprise, surprise. That was one of the clips I saw. I was like, I can't with these fucking idiots anymore, man. Fuck off. Of course they're whining and pissing and moaning about, because they're all about, you can't have guns, and there's not a whole lot of calories in a fucking TV or a pair of Nikes when they're looting and shit. Like, but they're all for them, helping pay their bails and shit, BLM and stuff. It's like, but now what's happening to you? Now they're looting your shit. Oh, when it affects you, now it's like, oh, now we'll shoot you. 12 degrees Celsius works for me at night. Yeah, it's about that. Minus 12. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not really minus 12 there. If I put a thermometer upstairs, it'd probably be closer to like maybe, I don't know, minus 3 something. I don't know. Like, I don't really want to see my breath. That's a bit. Yeah, when you can see your breath, that's a little bit. I mean, I don't mind that if I got the blankets for it. But yeah, that'll get you going. Hopping out of bed, man. You can see I've done that when I was a kid. Many, many times. I grew up that way. It was so fucking cold. You could see your breath, man. You didn't really want to get out of bed because you knew it's like, ooh, fuck. I'd rush to get dressed right away and then just go sit by the heater vent if it was on before I went downstairs, fucking just to warm the fuck up. And then Mom would usually have the oven on when it's really, really cold. She'd have the oven fucking cranked up. Then she'd open up the door in the kitchen to the oven, and we'd just go fucking huddle in the fucking kitchen and warm up. Yeah, I was used to the cold growing up, man, when I was sleeping. It helps because I smoke, man. So the cool air helps me breathe better when I'm sleeping. I'm not a huge fan of fucking freezing cold. Because I hated that when I was a kid, man. Fucking and Slip has a similar fucking upbringing that I do down in New Brunswick. And as we swore when we got older, we would never fucking live like that, right? Fuck. Yeah. Being poor sucks. But when you're a kid and you're poor, guarantee it lights the fire into your ass so that when you get older, man, you never want to fucking, you don't want to fucking, that's like, no. It does teach you a lot, though. It teaches you, how to be frugal, how not to waste shit. You don't waste food, you don't waste this, and tend to hang on to shit that you shouldn't hang on to. Like, you can fucking get rid of stuff. You never know when you'll use it. No, get rid of it. If you haven't used it in 3 or 4 years, you're not going to use it. Fuck it. Chuck it away. Be a pack rat. Good times in the house. Good times. Fuck we're talking about. Oh yeah, city news. Yeah, maybe we'll get into some of that. Yeah, maybe I'll find it. Give me a second. This is the kind of shit I was watching this morning before I went live. It's just, it's enough to fucking don't know. Put you off the news for a week. Where the hell was it? Oh, there was an interesting thing. I'll go to history. I watched this guy go to a gym. Got kicked out for. He had a membership, but he got kicked out for a T-shirt that he was wearing. He was a member there for like 3 years. What are they gonna? What the fuck? What? Where is it? What's going on? I just watched it. Ah, here it is. I mean, the way this guy went about it, like, well, we'll talk about it here in a second. We'll talk about it here in a second, but I'll show this one little clip that Steven, I'm just fucking great, man. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, like, okay, I get this guy's point. Like, okay, so for context, this guy has a 3-year gym membership. Obviously, he's pro-Palestine, and I guess the gym's pro-Israel. Doesn't matter. Your politics shouldn't matter, man. Just go to the fucking gym, work out. Shut the fuck up. However, he wore a T-shirt. They didn't like his T-shirt. Now that in itself that's against the First Amendment, because I'm assuming this is a state, so I'm pretty sure it was. And but like, dude keeps on going on about like politics and stuff. Okay, like that's, you can leave that at the door too, but you can wear your shirt. You can wear whatever shirt you want, man. But spewing politics while you're there is different. But that's my opinion, anyways. So yeah, check this shit out.
Can you not record? You don't have an active membership, so we gotta ask you to leave.
I don't have an I just paid for my membership. What are you talking about?
No, somebody from corporate. Can you not put that in my face?
Yeah, he's got a 3 year.
So what's the issue? You don't have an active membership.
I paid for my membership. I've been here for 3 years.
Membership's not active.
What's the issue? Is there an issue?
Can you not record
Can
me?
you tell me what's the issue?
Can you not record me?
What's the issue?
I already told you what the issue was. Your membership's not active.
My membership's not active. Why isn't it active? Clarify for me. I'm not sure.
Did you scan into the club?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Your team let me in.
No. What I'm telling you is that your membership is not active. So we call the police because you're trespassing. You're in the club because the membership's not active.
Is the problem the shirt?
Probably.
What's the skin color?
You just don't have an active membership. So
play the race
now
card,
you're
too.
trespassing. You're in the club without an active membership.
You know where there's no more gyms left? In Palestine. Because you guys bombed them all. So I thought, maybe I'd come here and get a good workout in, I've been a member here for 3 years. Payment goes through every month.
Your money, but
Are you offended by the shirt or by the fact that you guys kill all of the Palestinians in the gyms over there?
Your membership isn't active. We got to ask you to leave.
Is the problem the shirt?
Your membership's not active. We got to ask you to leave at this point.
All right. I'm going to have you hang out here while I do my workout.
please stop filming. Everybody films in there. You're even filming. What are you talking about?
Hey, officers, that was quick.
Gonna sit down for me?
Sure. All right. How you guys doing?
You hate to be there.
No. So what's going on today, Ryan?
So there's a Holocaust in Palestine.
Well, you can leave that
Israel
out.
has killed.
I'm asking.
Do the price of cheese. We got the
What
top.
happened with staff today? Did they ask you to leave?
So one person checked me in. Another lady told me you have to take off that shirt. I said, well, I don't really think I have to take off the shirt.
Hey, Purple Rain.
So I came up here, and the manager said, either you leave or we're going to call the police. And I said, you're angry about that, but there's no more gyms left in Palestine.
That's got nothing to do with the T-shirt, bud. It's all about the
But they asked
T-shirt.
you to leave,
Focus,
correct?
Yeah, he told me he's going to call the police.
All right. Did they talk to you before about this?
No, they've always said that, like, oh, that shirt is offensive, or, it's typical Gilbert White
You have the right to
supremacy
do
stuff,
it.
Okay. All right. So at this point, obviously, you're trespassing.
So if the gym had signs up saying no offensive T-shirts, well, then they have a right to kick you out and trespass you. But if they don't have any, like, nobody wants to bring politics into a gym or any place, man, like work or like that. Like, leave that shit at home. But he has a right. You're in the States. You have a First Amendment right to wear whatever shirt you want to wear, man. Like, you wear a mega hat into the gym. You know what I mean? But people get so butthurt. The guy's been paying for 3 years. Whatever. Fuck.
Trespassing. You know that, right? All right. So you are going to be arrested for trespassing. Okay. Place your hand on your drive.
Sound good? So I put the phone down here?
Now you want to hit stop on that really quick?
You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, he can sue them. But you don't have to go on about, yeah, well, they're killing all these Palestinians. Like, they don't know. They don't care, obviously. Fuck. It's, we know. I know. You guys know. Just wear the shirt and be quiet. The shirt speaks for itself. You don't have to talk about anything. You don't have to say, yeah, you're blowing up all the gyms in Palestine. They're killing kids. The shirt is self-explanatory. Just wear the shirt and ferme la bouche. Right? Go do your workout. Just wear the shirt. When they confront you, just, what, man? I'm just here to work out. What, you don't like the shirt? Sorry for your luck, you know? That's a you problem, not a me problem, right? If you're that distracted by my T-shirt, well, then you have issues. Charlie, what are you saying?
I'm back, baby.
Yeah. You've been practicing those buttons, eh?
What's going on?
Oh, nothing much.
I knew you were going to go live, though. I hustled and did some vacuuming and shit. I'm like, he's going to go live.
I did all that shit yesterday. Did all my tidying up and errands and blah, blah, blah. All I can do today is go hit the beer store. I might fuck around and do a couple more things later.
You would fuck around, wouldn't you?
I do. I'm a fuck around and find out kind of guy.
Something like that.
Cat wants out.
What's going on, Purple Rain? Let's go. What the fuck is going on?
I just couldn't do the news today. I started watching a bit of stuff this morning. I was like, oh, fuck, I can't. It's just, fuck. I don't have the patience for this shit anymore.
I love the news. The news is fun. That's where I get all my jokes.
Yeah, it's mostly the same shit, though. Just the same.
Of course it is.
I did sub to about 3 new people today because, well, that clip I just played, you probably didn't see it. I subbed to that guy or that news.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it, yeah.
Mm. But, I mean, the buddy had a point, but he's just running his mouth about, you know, like, you don't have to say anything, especially to the cops. Never talk to cops. Just say, it's my shirt. They have an issue with my shirt. I have a First Amendment. There's no signs here saying no bad shirts, no offensive shirts allowed. No. And they went on about, and the owner confronted them about, I don't want to be filmed. Like, everybody in the gym has fucking cameras and phones recording themselves. There's cameras in the gym. You know, like, fuck, man.
Yeah, well, you're allowed to film in the common area.
Yeah.
It's just, it's like if you get into the locker room, you're not allowed to film there. But if you're out with all the machines and stuff, that's
where it was,
the area you're allowed to film.
That's it, man.
The thing with trespassing is, though, is in a private establishment like that, it actually doesn't even matter the reason. They can trespass all they want.
But he was paid up. He was there. He was a member. Paid his
right. But if you as the owner want to trespass somebody, you can do it. You don't even need a reason.
Well, yeah.
It's your establishment. You can trespass whoever the fuck you want.
He can also contest it in court, and he may win. He can probably win a civil lawsuit.
I don't know that you can, though, because again, with a private business,
I'm paying you for a service. But if I'm paying you for a service, I've paid you for a service, and you're denying me that service. Well, then you'll at least get a refund. Right?
Well, yeah, or I can see if maybe they didn't give a refund. Sure.
Well, the customer's always right.
Because with a private business, you don't have the right to go there. Like that's not a right. Like it's a private business.
If I'm charging you money to come to my house and work out at my house, and then you wear a shirt that I don't like, and I fucking eat you, okay, that's fine. But I got to pay you back the money that you paid me to work out there, right?
Or at least the prorated amount for what would be left anyway. Yes, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Because like that's the thing, right? Like if you own the establishment, then I do believe that yes, for any particular reason that you even feel like, you can trespass anybody you want. Now whether or not,
so they're saying you pay for the privilege to work out there, you can be revoked anytime.
Exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, well, he was pushing buttons for sure. He was probably trying to get clickbait there too, and he's also trying to draw attention to what's going on in Palestine, which a lot of people don't know about, right?
Well, they know, they just don't care.
Either don't care or they don't know because people still watch TV to get their news, right?
Yeah. No,
Also, good morning, fucker, she says.
people are dumb. People are dumb.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Drew,
Oh, I was gonna do it, but maybe it's crossing a line.
don't do it. Don't do it. Don't
Maybe.
do it.
I'm not sure. Maybe I'll do it anyway.
Fuck, I figured you would.
Well, fuck, if I do it, she's probably gonna come on. But I was gonna say she sent me a message earlier.
How the fuck am I racist and the only dicks I suck are black?
He did it, Sarah. He did it.
Anyway,
Are you saying Sarah sucks black dick?
I'm not saying anything.
Jesus, I can't say
Saying
that.
anything.
I don't think that she's that. I don't think she swings that way.
I'm not saying a word. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think Sarah is like that. I don't know.
Oh, I can't help it.
I'm just gonna shut up now.
Yeah, right.
Right?
That's
Holy fuck, cat! Fuck off, man.
I'm in danger. That's
I'm
funny.
in danger.
Yeah, right.
Danger, Will Robinson.
It's good times.
Wasn't me, Sarah. It's fucking Johnny. You know Johnny.
You know, it was totally Chris. He put me up to it.
Well, you said. I didn't know. And now I know.
It was totally Chris.
If I had known, I would have said no. But whatever. What are you gonna do? Fuck, here we go. Stop, man. Like he wasn't doing this before, and then I go live, and he's like, "Hey, let me in,
Yeah.
let me out, let me out, let me in."
Yeah, right. That's the way it goes, though.
Yeah. Holy fuck! What the fuck was that? Hey, what? Am I not paying attention to you there, mister? Is it all about you, eh?
Yeah, right. I got one sneaking around me right now. Probably like, "Where's my treats, bitch?"
Yeah, he doesn't. Don't say that loud enough because you'll hear it and you'll want some. He knows that word.
Yeah, I
Cats
think
hear-
mine does too.
Yeah, they clue into that shit. What else do they have here? This is just some of the shit I was watching this morning, and
Oh my god.
yeah, I know.
I'm gonna close these curtains. It's kind of bugging me, that sunlight.
That wasn't bothering
What
me.
the fuck did I do here?
The vampire?
No, I just fuck. It's too bright behind me. I don't like the backlight.
Oh, it was some of the stupid stuff I watched today. And what was that guy? Oh, Sean Ryan is a CIA psyop guy, I guess, apparently.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what this guy's saying.
Yeah, Bad Hat was saying that actually. He did work for the CIA at one point, so I don't know. Yeah, shut up, Sarah. Okay. Just
And this guy here, fucking. I'll go back to the beginning and I'll just play the beginning part of it. That's all we need to see. But like, you want to be a white knight, you want to, do street justice and shit. But this guy could have died, right? There's some people you can punch them once and they're down and they're out, but this guy just didn't just fucking get hit once, even though he might have been a pest to this woman. For context, for about the show. But I'll show you, man. Like, fuck, I'll just show it. Fuck. Like, this is why you have to be careful, man. When you get when you're fighting strangers or getting in a street fight or whatever. Yeah, I like Sean Ryan's podcast too, Sarah. But everybody's a critic, right? Yeah, this guy here, fucking.
You good? Yo, why you bothering her?
It's been bothering me for some time.
No,
Then walk away from him.
leave her alone. No,
If you knock it down, I will.
no.
If you don't, I'll knock you out.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'll knock you out one punch. Go
Let's
ahead.
do it. Let's
This
do
guy's
it.
drunk,
Go ahead.
clearly, right?
Do it.
Gonna punch at
Leave
an
her
old drunk
alone.
guy. Now, boom, right
Leave
there.
the fucking lady alone, man.
Do you see that fucking shit? That's
Fuck around and find out.
okay. But here's the deal, in my opinion.
Leave her alone.
Boom! That's exactly right there. That could have been a manslaughter charge right there.
Mhm.
I'm just saying.
I
Like,
still say
you
fuck
want,
around.
you want to be a
back.
white knight. The guy wasn't laying any hands on that woman. This is why you mind your fucking business, man. Because this shit could have went fucking way, way
I
worse.
strongly
That guy would have
disagree.
died.
Strongly disagree. You
Why
don't
not?
know. The problem
Why
is
not?
that everybody thinks it's none of their business and they allow it to happen. So I strongly disagree.
He wasn't laying hands on the
I
broad.
don't care. He got what he deserved.
She could have crossed the street. She could have walked away from him.
And I bet you any money that he's been following her because she said that he's been doing it for quite some time. So again, to just leave that's a pussy mentality.
They were standing there. They were standing there.
You're a pussy if you're going to sit there and watch that happen and not do anything.
Well, no, but you don't listen. What that guy? Okay, so you punched the guy. You could have told him to fuck off, go that way. There's lots of ways that could have went, but
he did. And the guy told him he was going to knock him out, so he punched him. He fucking got what he deserved.
Right, so you're punching at an old fucking drunk guy.
Oh, well,
my point is,
find out.
I got you, Johnny. I hear what you're saying, man, but you're not getting my point. My point is, with my luck, if I did this and that guy hit his head like that and he was fucking dead, I'd be in jail for a long time. Not only that, I'd be up on hate crime charges and shit, man. Like I don't recommend anybody fucking do this.
Oh,
I don't recommend you walk away either. I mean, let's go back to the beginning because there's a longer clip somewhere this guy's got.
Yo, miss, you good?
Are you good? Are you good? Yeah, you can keep walking or go the other direction. Walk this way. He's walking behind you. You turn around, go the other way.
You good?
I'm not.
He's 6 feet away from her. He's
Why you bothering her?
It's been bothering me for.
I just see this as some education.
No.
Tell me anything.
Leave her alone. No.
If you knock it down, I will.
No.
If you don't, I'll knock you out.
Yeah, right there.
Go ahead.
He deserves
Go
it.
ahead. I'll knock you out one punch. Go ahead.
Let's do it.
Right.
Go ahead.
Let's do it.
Leave her alone.
And if that's the moment right there that could end your fucking career, your life, and you're going to jail, that could fucking kill somebody. That hat probably saved his ass because he hit the side of his head on that corner of that stone. That can kill you. That's all I'm saying.
Leave the fucking lady alone, man.
Yeah. And now you're in jail. There's some old
Leave
truck
fucking
guy.
ladies alone. Women gonna be protected out here, you dumbass.
One punch, one moment. But what you're really seeing is years of mounting tension in New York City streets finally reaching its breaking point. I was fortunate enough to sit down with the man in that video. Can you walk us through what the initial situation was that prompted you to get involved?
Okay, so, I had a free day, so I was just like, let me go to the art supply store and grab some supplies up because, I do clothing, I do art and stuff like that. So I'm walking down the street. I got my Ray-Ban glasses where I can record on them right now. So I happen to just be vlogging and I was like, I need to turn them on. So I'm walking down the street and the glasses doesn't pick up all the audio, but I'm hearing like the lady saying, don't touch me, get away from me.
She's good.
Oh, so he was up on her.
I have a longer version of the video in 3 minutes where you can kind of see the guy kind of like following her around the area and like kind of like harassing her a little bit more. This is New York, so initially I'm thinking like, is this like a drug addict couple, going through some type of domestic situation? So I'm like, what's going on here? So I'm processing, trying to figure out what's the situation. And I get to the corner and that's why I asked myself in the video, like, is she good? And I pretty much answered it because I'm like, nah, she's not good. So I turned back around and initially, I didn't go straight to them, but I kind of go off to like the right and I listen out a little bit more. Then I hear what's going on a little bit more. So that's when I approached the lady. I was like, yo, are you all right? Are you good? She's like, no, I'm actually not. He's been bothering me for quite some time. And, I calmly stepped in. That's all I pretty much needed to hear.
This is actually a follow-up question. Have you witnessed similar incidents like this in New York City? And if so, how is this different?
I've actually happened to catch this on camera. I've been stepping in for women for all this year. And it's like, that's what I've been noticing as a man. Like they target women. I can be standing right there on the same street and they'll go straight to a group of girls or a single lady and ask them for $1 or harass them for whatever reason. They usually target women. I was walking, I saw the situation, I stepped in, and the first thing he did was he tapped his pocket and went inside his pocket. So as New Yorkers, what is he doing?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Going for a knife, right?
Yep.
So that's the first thought. I was ready to punch him right then and there because I wasn't about to get stabbed or cut. You feel me? So soon I saw his hand come out and it was nothing. So he reached out. You can kind of see like a disappointed look on his face, like, damn, I'll have my knife or whatever. And he kind of like reached out, like, knock it down or I will.
If you knock it down, I will.
No.
If you don't, I'll knock you out.
And that's when he started kind of proceeding to throw his stuff off. I was like, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just waiting for him, like, you know, for self-defense reasons, like, go ahead, swing first. He started wrapping up like he's about to punch me. So that's why I just kind of socked him. I hit him. I was like, I'm not about to. My uncle always told me sometimes you can knock the fight out of somebody. So
very true. In that case, you definitely did.
Yeah. So in that case, I was just like, you know what? Let me just knock the fight out of him and not worry about it. Because I know I can handle myself when it comes to like endurance and stamina, like in the long run. Like, but it's just like I don't even feel like I don't got time for that.
While social media debated whether this response was excessive, New Yorkers know a darker truth. On these streets, in these subway cars, a simple harassment can spiral into tragedy in seconds.
At least once a week, I'll see some sort of violence or some sort of outburst.
Just days ago on a subway car like any other, a woman's daily commute turned into a nightmare when she was deliberately set on fire. No warning, no provocation, just another random act of violence in a city that's becoming numb to headlines like these.
The woman who was set on fire and who was killed in that Brooklyn subway car has now been tentatively identified. That's how police are describing it. They say the victim appears to be 61-year-old Debrina Kawam. They believe that she was homeless, sleeping on the subway cars when she was killed.
What do you think prevents people from getting involved and intervening in these sorts of situations? What is it?
The danger of self-preservation, and that's pretty much it. Self-preservation. People care a lot more about themselves than others.
What advice would you give to other people that might encounter something like this? If someone's in the position you were in?
Assess yourself, know your skill set, know what you're capable of to be capable to jump into any situation. If you can't fight, you don't have any type of skills, I would suggest keep it moving. Or not keep it moving, but try to get the police or try to get somebody that's more qualified to subdue this person. But the main thing is assessing yourself and knowing what you're capable of and knowing what other people are capable of and going forward that way. Like anticipating what can happen, you know?
The cruel reality is that none of these situations are isolated. Watch any local news broadcast, scroll through any neighborhood forum, and you'll find the same pattern emerging. 3 people stabbed in broad daylight.
The woman who died tonight is 36 years old. 2 men also died from their injuries from the attacks. The suspect tonight is facing 3 counts of murder.
Another camera captures him walking along the sidewalk right before police say he stabbed a 36-year-old construction worker, killing him.
Random attacks that shattered not just lives, but our collective sense of security.
Again, another tourist minding his business slashed in an unprovoked attack. The 42-year-old man was visiting from Italy and was simply walking on Madison Avenue when a woman swung a knife at him and cut his right hand.
This is the New York that doesn't make the tourism brochures. This is the New York that our leaders seem determined to ignore. Now, what have you noticed in New York City? Have you noticed?
Here's the thing, right? This is almost all major cities now, not just in the States, in Canada too. Here in Hamilton, you have a lot of people that are fucked up on drugs and shit. They don't care. They're not going to jail. They just let these people out, man. So when you confront these people, it doesn't matter if they're swinging a knife at you or whatever, and you punch them out or you fucking shove their knife up their ass or kill them with their own knife. You're going to jail here in Canada and probably the States too.
It depends. It definitely depends. Because if they have a knife, odds are you're not.
Yeah, well, this is
because, well, technically no, because we do have technically the right to use equal or lesser force. So if they have a knife, yeah, absolutely, you can haul off on them.
Yeah, we don't really have the right to defend ourselves here.
Like the way it'll work is you'll get charged, sure.
If you're white.
You'll definitely get charged, but convicted is that's the part where you won't.
Yeah,
like you can prove that they had a knife and they were coming at you. You're not going to get convicted. You'll get charged initially, and they'll
you're going to lose money taking time off of work to go to courts and spend money on lawyers to try to defend yourself, and then you might.
Half the time you don't even need to go. You can just send your lawyer.
Yeah.
Right. So I wouldn't be too worried. Like it really, really depends on how you defend yourself, I think, right? Like if he's got a knife and you pull a gun, I think you're fucked.
Yeah.
Right? But if you just punch the fucking guy.
New York City is a shithole.
Yeah, New York, yeah. I mean, most big cities are, though, really.
Yeah, I would say almost, most big cities.
Yeah, like if you get down to it and you go downtown to any major city, there's going to be fucking problems.
Yeah, and it's only getting worse, man. It's just every year is more.
Like Toronto, Detroit. Actually, I remember I was in Detroit once. I fucking wanted to smack my fucking buddy. Yeah. We just got done watching a Tragically Hip concert, so it's around fucking midnight or so, downtown Detroit. This fucking homeless black guy comes up and asks us for change. Yeah. So we tell him we don't have any.
Yeah.
You know what my buddy's next question was? Which way to Greektown? Which is the casino.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
I'm like, you fucking, like, I'm thinking in my head, you retard. We just told this guy we got no fucking money.
And now you're asking for
Now
directions?
you want to know where the fucking casino is. Like, are you trying to get us robbed? This is Detroit.
Exactly, man. Fucking femme la bouche. Shut your fucking mouth. Oh, fuck. What's the picture saying? You ever say they require 2 separate concealed carry permits just to carry a piece? No doubt. Yeah, they're pretty strict on guns. All the bad guys have the guns, but you're not allowed to have one. You're law
Well, and that's the dumbest part about any of the fucking gun control like, you know, I'll agree that some gun control is certainly good. Like, I would definitely suggest, I don't know, like a psychiatric evaluation for those who want to buy a gun. That's probably not a bad idea.
Background checks, all that stuff. Yeah.
But this whole, like, going after legal, like, I'm sorry, if you are willing to purchase a gun that you are registering, I trust you with that gun.
Well, as long as you have some training to go with it, that'd be nice.
I mean, obviously, and I think that training should also be part of it as well, right? Like,
I think so too. I think you should have to have at least a certain amount, like so many months of training with it, because you know, that's people shoot themselves with their own guns, trying to clean them and shit. It's like,
you know, gun control is completely just weaponized and political, right? Like,
for Patriot Center,
it's basically a way for these people to convince liberals that they're trying to do something about crime, but the stupidity of it all is that you're just going after the people that are not committing the crime.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
they don't tell you about what they won't tell you. They won't show you the statistics on good guys saving people, good people from bad guys with good guys.
You know, they also don't show the stats on
what.
How many times is an AR-15 actually used? Because that makes up about 1% of gun crime.
Oh yeah.
But the AR-15 is talked about like it's some badass weapon that just mows people down.
Yeah, it's like it's just a rifle, man. It's
yeah, exactly.
It's good for deer. I don't think even guys don't even use it for deer hunting.
Yeah, how many retards think an AR is fully automatic?
Yeah, a lot of people do because it looks scary, right? It looks
like they're fucking morons. That's why.
Yeah. Oh, that's the thing. Too many people chiming in about guns and gun control and don't know a goddamn thing about guns.
All they know is guns can kill people.
Yeah, people kill people. Never mind the guns. It's the people that you need to worry about, right? And we have a lot of people that are just not all the way upstairs, man.
And let's face it, the only people that are really having a gun with the intention to shoot someone are those who don't register them, because those are the only people that will shoot somebody with their gun, because then it can't be traced back to them, right? And this is why I say, like, if you're going to register your weapons, then absolutely you should more than likely be able to have them. I mean, yeah, there should be some checks and balances there to make sure that you're not fucking, you know, off your rocker and you're not, you know, whatever. But aside from that, I look at it as if you are willing to register your shit, then odds are, at best, you're only looking for self-defense, right? You're not looking to fucking take that and.
Yeah, and registering firearms doesn't always work either, right, Patriot?
I mean, yeah, like I think there's a few things that need to be done to make sure everything's on the up and up. But I mean, I certainly trust somebody looking to do it the legal way a lot fucking more, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, criminals do steal registered firearms, sure. But I mean, the fact of the matter is, though, I mean, you're not going to buy a gun, register it, and shave the serial numbers off, right?
They can still put the acid to it and retrieve it most of the time.
And if it's stolen, like a registered gun owner, like, I don't know, I guess in some ways that's kind of slightly on you. Make sure that your guns are somewhere that they can't be stolen, but.
I mean, once they're stolen and you report them stolen, I mean, it doesn't matter. They're already out there doing crimes with it anyway. So it's
I certainly trust legal gun owners way fucking more. Right? It makes no sense going after them because they ain't doing shit.
No. But I've heard a lot of good stories of good guys coming to the rescue. Yeah. Like that one guy at the church there. Fucking, there's a whole bunch of people in the church that would have been dead. Well, actually, this guy did kill a bunch of people in the church, and he was on his way to another church that was fucking fully packed. And Buddy went out with his AR and fucking and did his business, and the guy down he went, right?
Absolutely, though, right?
Fucking
Like
right.
it's, I don't know. I think gun laws as they sit now are getting pretty fucking stupid.
Yeah, well, they don't want us to have. They don't want good guys to have guns. They don't. They want. It seems like they want the bad guys to have the guns. That's what it seems like.
What is the shift in violent crimes or things just from your anecdotal perspective? Like, what have you seen in the streets? Has it gotten worse, or is it pretty much what it has been the last few decades?
I'm almost 40 years old, so I grew up in the 80s. So I've seen all the chain snatching and all other stuff. So it's not that same New York City. I would say it's safer in the sense of overall grand scheme, but it's like the little things. Like it's like the preventative measures. Like I think society is having a hard problem with trying to prevent things. We have to become more preventative, and that's the problem. It's like we wait till things happen after the fact.
You know what's interesting? A lot of the comments I received in the video that I posted, the short, they were saying some viewers felt the punch wasn't called for, that the person was unwell or intoxicated. Now, having been there in person, what were you picking up about the situation that might not be visible in the video? And I think you alluded to it previously, but what was the energy from him? You felt like you said he was probably going to make a move.
My grandmother was a nurse, so she had patients with mental health issues, like real serious things. So it's like I know how to assess if somebody is well, and you know, like I'm from the hood, so you don't get points for doing certain things against somebody that can't defend themselves, or you know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't look right in a sense. Like he just looked like a drug user to me. Somebody just like on crack or K2. Like, well, I come to find out, I got information on the guy after the fact, but I think he lives in a Bowery shelter. He's one of K2 smokers that just bums asking for change to get weed in K2. You know, to me, whatever questions as far as mental health goes, it's self-induced. We have to stop bailing people out when their whole life has been bad decisions and they can just get a bailout at some point. So it's like, nah, it's a new day. There's no more bailouts. If you need to get right, if there's something wrong with your internal, that's a personal problem. You got to deal with that.
While New Yorkers dodge violence on subway platforms, Governor Hochul's administration has spent $555 million on congestion pricing infrastructure. You heard that right. $555 million that we pay for. Think about that. Hundreds of millions of dollars on cameras and sensors to charge people for driving into Manhattan while emergency response times climb and subway violence continues unabated. Just the other day, a man was pushed onto the train tracks.
We had horror inside this station. With no apparent warning, he pushes the man just as the train pulls in.
First responders would go between the stopped subway cars to rescue the 45-year-old victim. Less than an hour after the attack, a suspect was in custody.
Tomorrow there will be another headline, and through it all, our leaders offer the same rehearsed responses, the same empty promises of change.
This is non-response to a specific crime. We're not seeing a trend that's alarming, but it's about continuing a strategy that has proven its success and expanding it to protect even more people.
I stated at the beginning of the video, I said, you know, this man just saved a woman's life, something to that effect. And a lot of the commenters thought that it was hyperbolic, but I want to ask you, can you share your thoughts on how quickly these situations can escalate based on your experience? Because, you know,
0 to 60 real fast. I was not expecting the man to be like, all right, I'll knock you out. I was like, yeah.
He put up his hands like on some Bruce Lee, like, 1975, with the open fingers.
I don't know if he just took a hit of some K2 or or something. He wasn't in his right mind at that current moment. But my whole thing was this: he was doing the same exact thing to the lady, trying to get her to dap his hand up, right? So as quickly as he went to violence with me, you don't think he would have went to violence quicker with that woman?
Facts, yes.
That's what people have to realize. The fact that, like us as men, we know that the way we interact and how we speak to each other is our code and how we move forward. So if I disrespect you, somebody might have to pass away after that. The fact that he went so quickly to that with me, I know he would have did that even faster with that lady.
Yeah, he was looking for an easy victim, no doubt about it.
It didn't matter.
He was out to do some shit.
The congestion pricing plan will force thousands more people into the already strained system. The same system where that woman was set on fire. The same platforms where people are pushed onto tracks. The same trains where harassment turns deadly. That viral punch you saw, that wasn't about one man protecting a stranger. It was about all of us. Every New Yorker who's ever held their breath when someone unstable enters the train car. Every parent who's grabbed their child a little bit tighter on a subway platform. Every person that has to worry about getting stabbed while they go to the ATM. What would you say to viewers who think intervention wasn't necessary? What would you say to those commenters?
I would say think about your mother, think about your grandmother before you open your mouth, before you think that thought. Think about your female cousins, the little girl, daughters in your family. Like, think about those people first. Like, they not worth it. They not worth protecting. Is this the message that we sending? Women aren't worth protecting. You feel me?
Crazy.
Men became weak and women became bitter through men's weakness, and that's how the world works.
That's
and
a bomb.
nobody can tell me different. I think the world's messed up because
not
men
wrong.
aren't stepping up. We're not standing up anymore. They want to be led by stand-up dudes. They don't want to be led off the cliff.
Listen, this isn't purely about politics, and it's not just about statistics. This is about a city at war with itself, where the people on the ground live one reality while the people in power sell another. Yeah, man, I appreciate you taking the time and reaching out, and also respect for stepping up, because a lot of people aren't doing it, man. And you put yourself at risk doing it, so it's admirable, man.
Yeah,
and I want a pair of those shades now too.
You know, I put it up there. Everybody's like, why would you put it up? Because the
It
guy
actually
got
would
up
be
and said,
handy, really.
Right.
He got up and said, he had the birdies over his head and said, I'm good.
So he got up after that, because the last frame is
He
actually
was breakdancing down the street. He was breakdancing down the street.
damn crazy K2 head.
Man. He was breakdancing down the street, and I was like, oh my God, this is a manslaughter charge. He got up, he gave me a thumbs up, and that's why I said, that's what you get for messing with old ladies, and walked off. So I was just like, all right, he ain't died. Thank God.
Every morning, millions of New Yorkers step onto trains and into streets, hoping today won't be the day they become another headline. They deserve more than hope. They deserve leaders who will acknowledge the crisis we're living through, not hide behind press release.
And this is one of the problems why a lot of men don't want to step up and help and do things, and people keep on walking because they're worried about the repercussions of what would happen if they do.
Yeah, but here's the big problem, though. The only reason it does happen is because of that.
Yeah, I mean, I know you and I are different. If you and I saw some shit go down, I wouldn't I couldn't live with myself, man. I wouldn't bring my phone out and fucking take shaky fucking video of it.
Yeah.
No, I would just I don't have a cell phone anyway.
Well,
I would be in there, man.
Here's the thing, right? Like I've looked at it this way. So take just like a drug house in a neighborhood. The reason these things happen is because what happens when that drug house moves into the neighborhood? All people do is complain about it. They don't do anything about it.
Right.
They'll complain about it, but they will not do a fucking thing. Whereas if you were going and harassing them daily, they wouldn't be there anymore.
No, there's more creative ways you can.
No, but I mean, like, if you're harassing them in a way that is calling absolute attention to the fact that they are a drug house,
they're
not going to want to stay.
No, they'll move on. Yeah.
Right. If we actually did something about the things that we saw, people would stop doing them, because the only reason they're doing them right now is because they figure, well, nobody's going to stop me.
No one's going to say shit. And, and they know that if they get arrested, they're going to be let back out again, too. So,
well, and it's also the fact that they're only worried about the cops, right? They're not worried about bystanders, because they believe that, I mean, all of us will look at it like, oh, it's not our problem, and just keep moving.
Yeah.
But if, as a community, people actually fucking stood up to this shit, then it would happen a lot less.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of, man, there's more and more of it now. Like 20, 30 years ago, none of this shit would have.
Well, that's what I mean. 20, 30 years ago, I think people would have stopped it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Like, if they saw something, they would say something and they would do something about it. Whereas now it's like, well, I don't.
Well, I know they would, because I used to be that shithead, fucking being a shithead.
Yeah, right.
It's a buzz and fucking in the pub. I leave the pub and I'm all mouthy, and I've been put in my fucking place. I fucked around and found out many times.
I remember being in high school, and we had a buddy. He was like a smaller guy, so like we were all just like pretending to beat him up and giving him like wrestling moves and shit. Like, we were just having fun.
Yeah.
And somebody actually stopped and threatened to call the cops because they thought we were actually kicking the shit out of this kid.
Yeah.
And I don't think that stuff happens anymore, right? Like, if it's seen, then they just keep driving.
Yeah, they put their blinders on, man. Everybody's got their blinders on now. Like,
yeah.
Salty.
What's going on?
Not
but
just
it's one of those things where we allow it to happen, so it happens. That's the way it is.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I can't. That's why I hate going out, and I hate going out. Period, man. Like, fucking, The only reason why I'm not dead or in jail yet is because I don't go out as much as I used to. I used to love going downtown and just on my days off, sometimes sit in the park and have a couple beers, smoke a doob, just watch a shit show, watch the circus, watch the parade, right?
Yeah, right.
Girl watch too, you know, whatever. Fucking, you're just people watching. I'm a people watcher, you know. And then bump into people that I know, especially in St. John and King Square or down in Gore Park and Hamilton. You know, you bump into somebody that you know, like, hey, I haven't seen you in years, buddy. How you been? Shit like that. I love that stuff. I miss that stuff. It's not like that anymore. Now it's all fucking brown people and fucking Muslims and Indians and people wearing hijabs and shit. And unfortunately, all the shit disturbers downtown Hamilton are all white crackheads, mostly homeless fucking drug addicts and shit. And they don't go to jail, man. I watched crackheads. I watched one crackhead throw another crackhead through a fucking big plate glass window.
And
nothing happened.
They're always out in a couple hours.
No, they didn't even get arrested. They let them go. Honestly, they gave them a ticket and told them to go. That was it. They didn't arrest them. They didn't put them in cuffs. They didn't fucking nothing happened.
Oh, here they get arrested.
I stood there and watched, man. The cop told me to fucking nothing to see here, move along. Fucking spiel. I'm like, no, I'm not hindering your shit. I'm standing over here watching you guys.
That's probably more the cop realizing that arresting him does nothing, actually, because I know that there's a lot of cops that are actually pretty pissed off about that because obviously they don't have any say in that. But I mean, I would have to think as a cop that it has to be frustrating that every time you've arrested the same guy 4 times this year,
right?
And he keeps getting let back out, right?
Well, they don't enforce the law on the crackheads and the thieves who are the crackheads thieving for their fucking crack. I know it's not crack anymore. We've stepped up a notch to fucking even worse drugs now. I get it. Crack's passe. That's so
that's fentanyl,
right? Yeah, now it's meth and fentanyl and whatever, heroin and shit. But the cops don't bother these guys. They're not getting it at the source, so these guys don't get this shit. Oh, wait, the government's giving it to them now, too. Oh, whatever. The cops will arrest you and I for fucking, like, jaywalking, man. Like, they'll arrest you and I for, like, you and I can be out in front of a bar after, and like you said, just fucking around, like, haha, just sparring and whatever. And they'll arrest us for fucking disorderly conduct or mischief and shit. And well, now we're looking at fucking serious fucking shit, man. Like, they'll arrest working class people because there's no money. There's no money for the courts to gain off of these people. Us, we have things, and they can take.
No, actually, that is incorrect. There's actually lots of money. There's lots of money that the court can make off of the crackheads and stuff, which is exactly why they keep giving them bail, because the money that they're making is every single fucking day that they have to come in and they have a full docket.
And the cops are getting fed up and tired of it,
and if you let that crackhead on bail, what's he going to do? He's going to incur more charges. What's that going to do? That's going to ensure another court date. What does another court date do? That ensures, well, your job continues.
Fuck.
Right? Like here's the fact.
What's 2C2? Is that a new fucking drug? Jesus, that wouldn't surprise me, Patriot.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it either.
2CB.
Yeah. But here's the actual facts: is the fact that governments don't want to actually solve problems, because if governments were to solve problems, we would have no use for the government.
Yeah, they create it and they come in and pretend to fucking solve it, but they're not.
Yeah. Well, and that's why they create them, though, is because, again, if a government came in, solved every single fucking problem, then what would we need them from then on out from, right? Like, what do we really need them to do?
Oh, U.S. overland power wires instead of underground. Yeah. Well,
No. Super salty. No. They don't cost the system at all. They cost us. They don't cost the system. The system's making bank because of the crackheads.
Yeah, they're costing
it's
taxpayers.
Costing us.
Yeah.
Right? We're the ones.
Why are my taxes going up again this year? What the fuck? Oh, because crackheads. Yeah.
Right? Like we're the ones supplying all that money. Right? So it never costs the system has never costed anything because they don't have any money to begin with that isn't ours.
Ketamine, fentanyl, LSD, and crack cocaine. That's quite the fucking cocktail of fucking shit that'll fuck your shit up.
Ketamine.
I'm pretty sure either one of those by itself is pretty fucked up. LSD.
It is. I tried ketamine once. And
I've done LSD, I've done coke, I've done crack, I've done that stuff. I won't touch fucking ketamine, fentanyl, or
it's
E,
fucked.
you know?
Ketamine
Yeah,
is like, it's fucked. Like I tried it once. Now, granted, I also took more than I think I was supposed to. This was another one of those, like, this was the moment he knew he fucked up moments. Because a buddy of mine got it, right? Like, I think I was like probably 18, maybe 19 at the time.
Yeah.
And my buddy fucking grabbed a gram of it, made 4 lines out of it all, right?
Yeah.
I do mine. I give him the bill. He does his. He hands me the bill back. I didn't realize he was giving me the bill back because it was mine. And I took another one. And then I went to give it to him. And he's like, nope. And that's when I knew I fucked up.
You fucked up.
And that was enough to make sure that I was never going to touch that again. Because I'm one of those ones, like, I don't mind partying. I don't mind getting a little, but I have to be in control.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? Like,
right? Like there has to be some level of being in control and understanding everything that's going on around me. And if I can't do that, then I don't fucking want it.
And you kind of want to be with friends too, not by yourself amongst strangers when you're on that kind of shit. But Patriot says it's a drug coming from Latin America. Is it though? Because there's massive fucking drug busts happening up here now in Canada. But a
lot of drugs are made in Latin America, though.
Yeah, the Indians, the Jeets, the fucking Indians from those kind of Indians are Patriot. He doesn't know because down there it's
but that doesn't mean that the drugs aren't coming from Latin America. All that means is it's the Jeets are the ones that fucking bring it here and sell it.
Well, they get the different ingredients from down there and they bring it up here and then they manufacture their own little fucking. Yeah,
no. The Jeets don't make it.
A big fucking lab out in Surrey, man. It fucking makes all this shit, man. Fucking right, they do. Those are the ones we know about. Never mind the ones we don't know about. These fuckers got fucking AK-47s.
Rogue over here. The best high has good health and lots of love. I don't know, man. A good weed high is pretty nice.
Yeah, that's what's wrong with fucking smoking weed, man.
Right.
Yeah, good
health.
Well,
I mean, honestly, I think that anything that is naturally available is fine. I think that if it was naturally available, it's because we were meant to.
Mushrooms, marijuana.
Yeah, exactly. Mushrooms, marijuana. Anything that just fucking grows and you don't have to do anything to it.
Yeah.
Then I think that, we were supposed to use it one way or another.
Yeah, once you start adding chemical to it, then there's some fucking.
Yeah, that's where like when you're talking cocaine as an example, it's like there's a process to fucking create that. So a little less.
But the coca leaf itself, like they used to chew that to help with their altitude when they're up high in the mountains and they're running and shit.
Well, and not to mention the fact that there's still there's that numbing agent with it as well, right? So that's useful. But I think that anything that is naturally
producing it in Canada now, yeah, no doubt, Anthony, because MS-13s we know they're up here in Canada.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. The Mexican cartels are huge, and especially because I believe that they have agreements with governments.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I don't think that the cartel is just operating completely outside the lines, right? Like, I think that somewhere along the line, there's some corruption that is allowing them to do the things that they are doing. I mean, we know that's a fact in Mexico. And I think that that's with some of the others as well.
Well, not my beer, bud. Don't listen. My Alpine is clean. It's the cleanest fucking beer you can get. There's no arsenic in Alpine. I'll tell you that right now. I tell you.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you. You'll never actually really know, unless you're actually going to work there and fucking see it.
I say hi to Avery back.
Hey, what's going on? But
say hi.
Yeah, typically I think if it's a natural substance, then there's absolutely nothing wrong with taking it. Nothing wrong at all.
No, Moosehead Breweries has been around for a long, long time, man. It's they stick to the basic ingredients. It's like if it ain't broke, don't fix it, kind of shit. There's no arsenic in my fucking beer, man, or estrogen for fuck's sake. People like to fucking say that shit to fuck with your heads. Oh, stop drinking.
Bad Hat saying impossible to live without chemicals. Now, here's the thing. I mean, it's not that chemicals are necessarily bad, right? Because they do technically just like they already exist, and we're just taking them and doing things with them. It's just how they're used, right? Like that's the depending factor. And like that's what I mean by saying like certain like especially in drugs, right? Like the chemicals used for drugs, like that this is not a natural process that happens. That's, you know, we're taking things and mixing them with other things and fucking with shit.
I remember my teens and early 20s. Oh, I think it was my teens mostly when I was doing my acid days. I used to always go on whilst on acid, laughing my ass off, and I always joke around. I'm a firm believer in chemicals.
Well, I mean, and on the LSD thing too, like they are doing some research right now on the effects of LSD on anxiety and shit like that. They're finding that it's actually helpful. And the other thing is too, actually, one of the things
depends on the fucking beer you're drinking. If you're drinking beer that's not real beer, you might get fucking man.
Yeah, well, they say they put estrogen in the beer. That's why.
Yeah.
But yeah, like with the LSD and like anxiety and stuff, like they've been doing some research there, and they were saying that one of the big things about LSD is the ego dissolution.
Yeah.
Right? Like it dissolves your ego.
Oh fuck yeah, you definitely get some introspection, man. Fucking like, and I noticed that, man. The first time I did acid, well, first few times I did acid, I noticed all my stupid little mannerisms that were just annoying. Like I was annoying myself. I'm like, wow, do I sound like this? Wow, do I actually do that? You know, am I actually? You know, I should get my shit together. I was like, I'm fucked up.
Well, that's the interesting thing about like all of the psychedelics, really, whether it's mushrooms, LSD, peyote, any of those things, is that introspective journey that you can take with it. That's like super fucking interesting.
Yeah,
and that it does that, and that's like one of those things where it makes me think like things like peyote and mushrooms are something that we are supposed to be using.
But one of the first things I noticed, man, talking about the introspectiveness or whatever, is I said the word "like" too much when I was talking, like, you know, like, and it was annoying. I was annoying myself. I was getting annoyed at myself. Like, I was trying to get a point across, and we were talking and joking around, and shut the fuck up, Chris. Like in my head, I was like, what the fuck? Why do I have to keep saying like? Stop saying like. And I kept saying like, and I was laughing my ass off at the fact that I was catching myself saying like too much. Every time I said like, I started laughing.
Yeah.
Like,
See, that's one of those things that I got through working radio, right? That's one of the things we're taught is to watch for our verbal crutches.
Right.
Watch the ums and the ahs and the, you know, just leaning on, because all that is like that's you just trying to get to your next thought. Right. And so you just toss that word in just so that there's no silence in that moment, and then you can get to your next thought, right?
I say right a lot too. You do it too. I say it. I say right.
Yeah.
I guess I think that's a Canadian thing though, really.
Yeah. I'd say it could be. It definitely could be. I mean, there are words that I'll use as crutches a lot, really, and it's when I'm really using them that I can notice it.
When I say it's a Canadian thing, it's like, because when you say right, it's kind of like, like you're reaffirming what you just said. It's like, you know, like blah, 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 right? Or blah, 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 You know, like there's a question mark on the end of it. Or right? You know, like, you know, right? Do you agree? Right? I said, pardon?
What?
Huey.
Oh, no.
You know, man, even with Germany having a freaking mandatory law in our constitution about what is in the beer. We have the clearest beer in the fucking world. But we would not even trust that beer anymore. You can't trust anybody anymore, man. Nobody.
No, not really. Well, I trust Moosehead.
I don't. I trust nobody. Stone Cold taught me that back in the 90s. DTA, motherfucker. Don't trust anybody.
Well, one thing I do notice is if I drink any other, if I deviate from Moosehead Breweries, it's my hometown beer, family owned and operated, the oldest independent brewery in Canada, the only independent brewery in Canada, unless you're fucking, microbrewery, and even then you're not independent. But yeah, it's a clean fucking beer. And if I drink any other beer, just one other beer, I feel it, man. I feel it right away because they're using rice and ingredients. They're using whatever the fuck. They're using inferior ingredients and they're just tweaking the flavor so it stays the same flavor. But it's that they're using whatever the fucking cheap ingredients they can get. They're using GMO shit. Like fuck, man. No, I'll stick to my Moosehead. Thank you very much. I haven't had any problems with it. I can drink a 2-4. I don't want to get into how much I can drink, but that's not neither here nor there. But I don't have man boobs. Still got pecs, kind of. I'm not fucking ripped, but I'm not fucking out of shape either. Like I'm not a blob from drinking. For the amount of beer I drink, you'd think I'd have like a honking fucking beer gut, but I don't. Right?
Something like that.
But if I drank Budweiser, if I drank Molson's, or if I drank Blue the way I drink this, fuck, man, I'd be like 300 fucking pounds, man. Fuck. I know that because it doesn't sit good. It doesn't sit well at all. Whatever the fuck's in that fucking beer, I can't even drink it at all. If I go to a bar and they don't have my beer, I might drink Heineken. I might drink a Stella.
Oh man, Heineken, you should let your fucking fingers off because fucking Billy Boy has.
I'm not a fan.
Billy Boy has invested into Heineken, so.
But
that's definitely one beer.
No, Grolsch.
Definitely one beer I would never ever fucking touch again.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I'm just gonna say this, but
Grolsch is good and Stella are 12.
Right? I just wouldn't drink a beer that's named after ass.
Which one's that?
Heineken.
Oh fuck!
Right, get your hands off my Heine.
You're akin to the Heine.
I mean that in itself already told you.
Yeah, it's they have like too many preservatives. Like the old the Beer Act of what was it? The Bavarian Beer Act of 1556, Beer Purity Act of 1556.
Sure.
That was like because the Beer Purity Act was because families were drinking beer, like children were drinking beer. Everybody was drinking beer because they realized a lot of people were getting sick from the water sources and stuff. So people started drinking more beer. That's why they came out with the Beer Purity Act. And it used to be very strictly upheld, but they don't uphold it anymore, man. People get bought and paid for it.
You know what is really funny? Bavaria has Bavaria and Saxony and Thuringia. They have some special, let's say they are a little bit different from all the other states we have. And in Bavaria, it's still that beer is an essential food.
Yeah.
And you are still allowed at work. You are still allowed in Bavaria to drink 2 bottles of beer while you are working. So it's the only state in Germany where it's allowed.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
I've been thinking about, since the schools let kids identify as things, I've been thinking about just sending Connor to school with like a beer in his lunch every day. I mean, like he identifies as an alcoholic.
You can identify as a Bavarian. I'm Bavarian, don't you know?
Yeah, right. Can't help it, man. Kid tells me he's an alcoholic and he fucking smokes back a day. What am I gonna do about it?
Try life. My German Oma was pouring me a Stein every time we ate supper. Nice. I got a couple nice Steins upstairs. One was my uncle's. He brought it back from
There's some special Steins here, man. Fuck, Some of them are really, really freaking expensive, man. I mean, the old ones from 200-300 years ago. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, they're with the real pewter tops and stuff, and they have a lot of touristy ones and stuff. Mine's pretty old, the one I got from my uncle, but yeah, that's probably the only really good Stein. I used to have a collection of Steins. I got rid of them. I sold them. They weren't expensive. They were like the touristy ones, and yeah, they weren't that fancy. Well, let's look up some Steins. Let's check that out. Why not? Since we're on the topic of fucking Steins and shit.
Fucking Steins.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, now I'll play him after. Jesus.
Oh my God. Now what? Get it together.
No, they fucking type this in properly.
What kind of show is this?
It's all of that, man. You know
that. Oh, can't help it.
Oh, here we go.
What the hell is that all about? Threat Life can only see her own comments? What the fuck is that?
That's different.
You're the only one.
Get out of get out of there and come back in. Maybe
I
that
mean,
helps.
as it sits, the last like 6 comments are her. I don't know. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, but it should show more.
You're all doing fine. Today, I would like to answer some frequently
That's
asked
what
questions
you got there.
about a beer stein.
Holy fuck, man! Look at that stein. Holy
I know.
A beer stein.
That's a lot of money there in this show.
Well, here I picked a beer stein.
That's a lot of money, man. Holy moly!
Friedrich from Stolben to show you how to use it. If you hold the handle like this, the stein really gets heavy after a while, especially with a half a liter or a liter, and it's difficult to open. Yeah. So what you always should do, the fingers actually go like a pistol, fingers through, thumb up here. Then the stein is very easy to open and close.
I'm learning.
Now the important part, the lid always to the side. Yeah, if you start doing like this, you either should stop drinking or you will have a headache the next day and it won't be from the beer. So this much for the first part. And is a beer stein safe to use? Is another question what a lot of you folks always ask. Of course, a beer stein is safe to use. You just have to watch out for a couple of things. It's important that the stein has an authentic pewter lid. It should be at least 95% pure pewter, which means there's a stamp in it, so there's no lead in the pewter. The steins, which are now made, they're all approved from the FDA. Yeah, so from the Fruit Association, so they're all safe. They have a special liquid inside, a special coating, which is
the government.
no problem to use at all. So of course they can be used from.
So there's the government jumping in because it's all about your safety, right? So we're gonna fucking.
We're here to help.
The other question would be why to use a beer stein.
I can't remember that they get fucking
reasons. The main reason is it will keep your drinks, of course, also especially your beer, fresh and cold much longer. The stein works like a thermos cane, so actually it will keep drinks cold as well as hot, and also your foam will stay there much longer from the beer. The reason for the lid actually was invented because in the early days they had a lot of insects flying around and they flew into the drinks.
Yeah, you don't want.
And people drank them and they were carrying around a lot of sicknesses, so a lot of people got ill. And then they invented a law that all drinks had to be covered with a lid. So actually, this was the main reason why the lid was invented. Nowadays, the lids also has different functions as well. I mean, of course, it still keeps the insects out, or if you sit in the garden, and leaves, or whatever flies around.
Bill
outside.
Cosby never
But
owned this
also,
stein.
when you go to beer halls or guest houses where people are still using steins, you also will sometimes see people sitting there with an open lid. Now, this actually means this person needs another refill.
That's it.
You know? So similar, especially for the American people, when you put your red flag up on your mailbox, the postman knows you have some post what he can take with you. It's the same with the beer stein. If the lid is open, the waiter or the waitress noticed this gentleman or this lady would like to have another beer. So I hope you learned a little bit. If you like the channel, ring the bell up here somewhere, left, right, I don't. Give us a like.
Yeah.
So
what I would do, if I'm at a pub or a bar and I order a couple of beers, whatever, if I'm waiting, like I learned this from a buddy of mine. He's like, what are you doing? That's rude. He would take his empty bottle, put it up on top of the bar, and let it sit there. Or his empty glass. He would take his empty glass and tip it upside down. Yeah, it'll dribble and leave a little puddle. Who cares? Like, if it's up to the waitress, like, you're not that fucking busy. You're walking around talking and shooting the shit, blah, 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 your girlfriends. Like, it lets them know, like, hey, fucking keep them fucking coming, man. If you want to make tips, keep those fuckers coming. But then again, there's guys like me and my buddies. We go to a bar, man. Like, we can drink 20 fucking beers and get up and walk out, no problem. Not a lot of guys can do that. Like, they've seen a lot of guys go into a bar and have like 2 or 3 beers and get gooned and googly eyed and fucking rah, 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 rah. So I understand their apprehension, but it's like when I'm empty, I don't want to have to sit there with a $20 bill in my hand going, hello.
I never had to worry about it because the bars I went to, the bartenders loved me. So I got
Well, you're lucky, yeah. But when you go to a fucking don't even get me started on Hess Village. Fuck's sakes.
Like there was one place.
They got 5 fucking girls working there. There's maybe 10 people in the fucking pub. Maybe 12 people in the pub. Even if you had 20 people, but you got 5 girls working and doing the rounds. It's like I'm sitting there waiting. The time I'm waiting, if I gotta wait more than 10 minutes, I'm fucking leaving. So that's why we just take our bottles and our glasses upside down. Like, now you gotta come clean the counter. That's what you get for fucking around, man.
See, I wouldn't be dumb enough to do that because I know they'd spit in my drinks.
Yeah, that's why I want a can and I want to watch you open it in front of me, right?
I loved it. Like, I had one place I didn't even have to say anything. All they would ask is if I wanted a fucking single or a double.
Yeah,
that was the only question. Right, and I would always, and they'd just give it to me immediately. But they all loved me. Like, I was allowed. There was times they probably should have cut me off, but they knew me well enough to know that even in that drunken state, I'm not gonna start nothing in there. So they just kept on serving me.
Oh man, I've opened bars and closed bars, man. Like, I've been there since the opening, and I was there after they closed. I'd still sit there and have a couple beers with the owner and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I missed it. It was good.
Out. It's just a couple seconds, man. Check it out.
Yeah, I know. I am gonna play right now.
That blows your mind, man.
Strümpfe hat einen neuen Weltrekord
That's
im
skill.
Tierkrugtragen aufgestellt.
That's some fucking
Der
skill there, boys.
Berufskellner überwand eine Strecke von
18 fucking glasses, man. 18 glasses.
Tisch. Zusammen wiegen die in etwa 60 Kilogramm.
Easy.
Entsprechend erleichtert zeigen sich Strümpfe im Ziel.
That was good. Take that out.
Und ich habe halt jetzt 27 gemacht, weil ich einfach sichern wollte. Und am Schluss habe ich gesagt, jetzt setzen wir einen drauf, jetzt machen wir über 30. Leider hat es nicht ganz geklappt, aber 29 abgestiegen, obwohl ich mit 31 gekommen bin, ist, glaube ich, echt hammergeil.
Den Regeln des Weltrekords zufolge dürfen auf dem Weg nicht mehr als
So what does he win?
10% des Bieres
What does he win?
verloren gehen. Strümpfel sagt, seit Februar
No,
3 bis 4 Mal pro Woche.
He didn't win anything. It's
trainiert.
just a fucking, just a paper. That's it.
I love that competition where, like, you got to carry your wife, and if you win, you get her weight in beer.
It was 29 fucking glasses.
I forget what it's called, but it, like, legit, you just got to pick your wife up, and it's this like race. And if you win, then whatever your wife weighs is how much beer you get.
No, Purple Rain saying something here, but I remember the 90s, man. Like I said, I spent way too many hours in pubs growing up. My youth was wasted, probably not wasted, but I spent many hours in pubs and bars, and I know a good waitress when I see one, man. Whether it's a restaurant or a pub or whatever, I know a really good one when I see one, man. And you treat them like gold. When you get a waitress like that, you pay them well, then they'll trust me, they'll get tips. They'll get really good tips, and they know that. Once they know, like, they get to know their customers, they know the dickheads. We self-sort, like the patrons, like the regular patrons in a pub. If you got some asshole that's getting on the nerve of your favorite waitress who keeps the beers coming, yeah, we'll sort that fucker out. You gotta go.
This is why I just made sure I was a regular. I wasn't much into going to fucking new bars. I didn't give a fuck. I had a bar that I went to, and that was my fucking joint. Let's go.
I like to pub hop a little once in a while. Every once in a while, drop into a different pub and try it out. But every time you're the new guy, they will make you wait for your next beer. It's like
fucking right.
Like, hi, hello, can I have another one? Like, don't make me fucking wait, man. Like, never get between a thirsty man and his fucking beer. Like, when a guy's thirsty, give him his fucking beer.
Yeah. Plus, here we had a bunch of fucking stupid bars too. Like, I remember one day there was a place. It's no longer open now, but it was called Fat Mo's, and this fucking stupid cunt bouncer. So I had to piss.
Yeah, same here, Steven.
I was drinking, and I had to fucking piss like a motherfucker. Like I'm to the point where I got to do the fucking pee dance.
Do the dance.
Because if I don't, I'm going to piss myself. And I get to the door and he looks at me and goes, "No, you're drunk." I'm like, "No, I just really have to fucking pee."
Go.
And he's like, "No, you're too drunk. You're not coming in." I was like, "Yeah, watch this." And I fucking go around the corner, threw a piss, and I come back. I'm like, "I fucking told you, I just had to piss." And he still wouldn't let me in. So I was like, "Fuck you." I never went back. I just went across the bar. They let me in, or across the road. They let me in there. But that's why I pretty much would always just go to the same place, though, because that way I knew the bartenders. They knew me. They knew what I wanted. They knew, it was just comfortable, and it worked out very, very well.
Yeah, once you get to know you, like, they don't like strangers. A lot of places that have patrons, like regular patrons, they don't like strangers. Like, who are you? Who's this strange guy? It's like you're the new guy in school. You know what I mean? It's like, fucking settle down.
Yeah,
man. I'm here. You're open to the public. You're willing to serve beer to the people in the public. Why do you have to treat the new guy like he's some kind of fucking?
You gotta get initiated.
Who is this guy?
You gotta be initiated. That's why. You're the
No,
new
you
guy.
gotta
Fucking right, you wait.
You gotta have a sense.
We don't know that you're coming back, so fuck you. You hold on. You prove yourself first, and then you can get good service.
And as far as the tipping goes, I used to have that firm belief too that if you tip the waitress well, she'll keep them coming. That doesn't always work, man. And when it doesn't work, I stop tipping. I'm just like, fuck off then. I'll just leave, go to a different bar, man. If the service sucks, and the attitude sucks, like if they treat you like you're a piece of shit, a waitress should make you feel welcome and keep you topped up. And then when they think you had enough, yes, they'll politely tell you, like, okay, this is your last one. After this one, you have to go, right? So we think you've had enough. Don't argue with them. Say, okay, and just go down to the next pub and you'll get served and you have another 5 beers. And they'll, we think you've had enough. Okay. Then you leave, go down to the next pub, drink 5 more beers until they say, well, we think you've had enough. Because a lot of places, like they think that after 5 beers, you should be gooned. That's not this guy. Okay. Some people can fucking drink that shit like they have a hollow leg, man. Not everybody though, but some people can. Holy fuck! This cat wants treats. Fuck sakes! I gotta do this.
Holy fuck!
Yeah, you gotta earn your tip, Purple Rain. You gotta earn that shit, man. And like I said,
I've never had a problem. And again, that's also because I'm smart and I go back to the same place over and over and over and over. And
but if the waitress doesn't like you for whatever reason, they're going to give you service and
loves me, and if they don't, it's because they're retarded.
Yeah, well, there you go.
So I've never had, but then again, I don't get that issue either because I'm also not a dick, right? Like I do tip, and I'm not a fucking douche about fucking yelling at them to serve me either.
Fucking the amount of money I spent in pubs, man, over the years. Fuck, man.
Yeah, definitely. Like that, I can remember a time where what was I think I was like 19. I was like living with my uncle at the time. I only had to pay him $200 in rent, and the rest of it got spent just fucking partying. It was brutal.
Yeah, that's it. Like oh fuck, a lot of money I spent, man.
Oh fuck yeah, definitely.
But it was fun. I had good times. A lot of good games of pool. A lot of good dart games. A lot of good laughs. A lot of good conversations. Which is why I'm doing this, man. Because I miss the conversations. I miss like we'd be talking about whatever the fuck, man. Like whatever. Like the conversations got pretty. There was a lot of people that were very intelligent. A lot of people from different walks of life, different trades, different careers. A lot of smart fuckers. Like you had engineers, you had doctors, you had lawyers. You were drinking with. You're drinking with everybody from every walks of life. And in the pub, you're all equal, right? Everyone was equal. And if you wanted to beak off, well, you settled it outside the pub, right? Or in the back alley. It didn't matter if you're a doctor, lawyer, cop, fucking whatever, painter, carpenter, bricklayer. Everyone's equal at the pub, man. That's what I noticed anyways. That's kind of what I missed about it. You'd all mind your P's and Q's because you want to go back. You want to be invited back there again. You're having such a good time there, then why be a dick, right? You know? Don't go out of your way to be a dick. No one likes a dick. Unless your name's Dick. Then you're a dick.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I heard about this. I got to play this. And I got to use the washroom real quick. I heard about this morning on a different feed, but yeah, this is too funny. And it's like, it kind of explains like your country too, in a way, right? Like our countries. Fuck, this cat scratching at my fucking door.
A left-wing theatre in Paris staged a conference promoting open borders before quickly having the consequences of that very policy visited on them. The historic La Gaîté Lyrique, a renowned cultural venue in Paris's 3rd arrondissement, which prides itself on progressive virtues, hosted an event called Reinventing the Welcome for Refugees in France, following the conclusion of which the theatre was taken over and occupied by refugees. Looks like they got precisely what they asked for. Organised by a far-left activist group, over 300 migrants are now treating the theatre as home. As reported by Le Figaro, previous events at the leftist venue have included debates such as migration, what about them? Migration, an opportunity for France, and collective and fun workshops. Well, they do appear to be having quite a lot of fun. Not so much fun for the theatre, which is now in the process of going bust. The establishment was forced to cancel all upcoming shows, can no longer pay its 60 employees, and faces losses running into the hundreds of thousands of euros. A nearby cafe manager revealed how she's lost 30,000 euros in revenue thanks to the chaos. They're ruining my business. They hang around outside my terrace smoking joints and fighting among themselves. Not only do we no longer get theatre goers because the theatre is shut, but we don't get passers-by either. They're being frightened away by all these young men. That is some world-class milling around. The migrants are claiming to be minors so they can get given government-sponsored accommodation, even though most of them are clearly not, and they refuse to take age tests, which the activist group has denounced as, you guessed it, racist. The activist group describes the occupation as part of the broader struggle against the anti-racist and anti-colonial struggle. And despite facing financial wipeout, the theatre itself refuses to take any action. Calling it unthinkable to evict them in the middle of winter, it's often overused as a cliche. But I think we've found the ultimate and quickest example of get woke, go broke ever.
Pretty much.
Yeah. That's what's happening everywhere now.
Yeah, come on in. They'll never leave.
Of course they won't. Why would they? There's a reason they want to come here.
Yeah. Take your shit. And take a shit. Take a shit and take your shit.
Well, they just don't want to live where they are.
Yeah.
Who can blame them?
Yeah, well, go fix where you live, right? They come here and fucking things up.
Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, if you live in those countries, you would do the same. And, you know, it wouldn't be any
I think if
issue
we lived in those countries, we'd fix
it. They're chasing us out of our own countries. People are moving out of Canada, and Trudeau wants to charge you $25,000 to leave. There's a leaving fee. You can't even leave your own country to go anywhere else. They want to charge you money to leave here. So this is a fucking prison, man.
It's the same here. It's the same here. If you have a business, whatever, and you want to fucking immigrate to Switzerland or wherever, you have to pay. You have to pay the government that you get out of here.
No, we need to make it as most uncomfortable for these people as much as we can. I do anyways. I'm not nice to them ever. I'm not nice to any of them at all. Fuck off. Fuck you. The fuck out of Canada. This is my fuck.
I'm just indifferent. I ignore basically.
Yeah, I can't anymore. I can't.
I just I pretty much act as if they're not even there.
Oh, I gun them off because they're gunning me off. I'm standing in line at the beer store and they're standing there looking at me. I'll feel their eyes burning in the back of my head. I'll turn around and they're fucking gawking at me. And I'll just stand there and fucking go, what the fuck? Don't I fuck me, motherfucker. I'll eyeball fuck you. You don't eyeball fuck me, mister. I will eye fuck you.
I have no intention of
We'll play the eyeball fuck game. Let's see who can have the longest staring fucking competition.
Yeah, no.
And if they want to fucking mince words or get up in my fucking face, well then make my fucking day, guys. Seriously.
That's why I said in chat, I would arrest Chris too if I see him on the street. You know, you have to protect everybody from him. You know.
Yeah, look at the guy.
I don't put up with their fucking shit because they come here and they try to bully you. They do. They act like they're fucking. They act like fucking. Fucking teenagers, man.
I don't know about that because a lot, especially on the Indians, because most of them won't even fucking look me in the eye. So a lot of them are just little bitches.
No, I find a lot of
them and fucking do all that other shit because they got no balls.
They get pretty ballsy. Once they get the ballsy, then they fucking then their ego goes way up, and then now they're eyeball fucking you. It's not so much the Indians; a lot of Pakistanis. Pakistanis will eye fuck you.
Oh yeah, but that's because they're stupid.
Well,
I mean, they've got a 30% fucking inbreeding rate, right? Like
a lot of them do, yeah. But I mean, don't eye fuck me, man. I don't fucking like that shit. And that's not just fucking foreigners. It even goes with Canadians too, or anybody. Don't eyeball fuck me. I don't fucking know you. You don't know me. What the fuck are you doing? I got no candy for you.
No.
Fuck off.
You know what's the most popular fucking boy's name is in Berlin by the newborns? You know it? Mohammed. Yeah.
Yeah, same as London. London's the same thing. Number one boy's name is Mohammed. Like I think Europe is pretty much fucked, and now they're trying to make Canada fuck because Britain was a canary in the coal mine, so was Germany. That was 4 or 5 years ago, and now we're facing that here, and now it's just Jeets instead of fucking. Well, it's a little bit of everybody now, actually, but
here it's mostly Jeets.
Yeah, well,
like there's a fucking obscene amount that are just being flooded in and filling the school, like the college systems.
Yeah,
right?
There's a lot of us that ain't gonna put up with that shit, man. I ain't gonna put up with it. I'm glad I don't have kids, because if I had kids, I'd probably be in jail right now for punching out principals.
And I mean, according to CBC, they estimate 500,000 illegals. So probably double that.
No, Muslims hide behind religion. It's not even a religion. Fucking Islam is not a religion. It's a fucking ideology. It's not like a religion like
exactly
or Buddhism.
Muslim isn't a religion, but not Islam.
Muslim's not a race either. Muslim isn't a race. Well, you're racist. No, Muslim's not a fucking race.
Hold on.
Ideology is not a fucking race.
Yeah,
Same with Jews. Jews an ideology too, man. Judaism. That's an ideology. It's not a fucking race.
I'm going to address it because her comment is actually false. Because some of them are Muslim, right? They're like some of them are Muslim, some of them are not. So it depends. Depends which Jeets.
No, you know.
Fuck, I need a joint.
What is wrong? What is wrong on Harriet's comment is that I don't know if they are smart, but the thing is, the Muslims, the Islamic Muslims,
they're smart
are fucking violent, and they're violent and they have no fucking mercy. They kill you for a fucking piece of paper, you know?
Because they hide behind their ideology. They treat because we treat their ideology like it's a religion, so they know how to use that. We have freedom of religion here. Okay, that was meant for Christianity. That was meant for Protestants, Catholics, even Jews, and fucking. It was meant for like you have the freedom of religion, but Islam is not a religion, man. It's a fucking ideology. It's a political ideology. The Prophet Muhammad was a fucking pedophile. I don't give a fuck.
Sure.
Right.
However, what makes this what truly makes them dangerous? It's not the no mercy. It's not any of that. What really makes them dangerous is that they're playing the long game, right? Those who are acting right now don't even believe they're going to see the fruits of their labor, but they're still doing it. That's what makes them dangerous, right? They've understood. Well, hold on. They've understood how to use our own system against us and how to slowly be able to take over. Hamtramck, Michigan is a perfect example of that, in which case that used to be a Ukrainian-Polish city. It is now majority Muslim, has a majority Muslim council. Actually, sorry, it's an all Muslim city council. And they've already started to make their, presence felt. And that's the thing, is that they understand that if they can infiltrate areas of government, so on and so forth, that they can eventually take over. Right.
But it's all done by design, Johnny. The thing is,
100%.
This would not happen if they would not be supported by the NGOs and the government. And that is the thing. And at the end of the day, 70% of all these guys, and they are all young guys, and 70% of them are ticking fucking bombs. They need just one snip, and they turn around, and they give a fuck about their life. They take a fucking bomb, and killing themselves, taking 20, 30 with them, They give a fuck.
This is what I mean by saying, though, that the thing that is the most dangerous about them is that they understand that despite all the work they're doing, they are not going to see the fruits of their labor, and they're okay with that. Yeah. That's what's the scary part, because they don't need to see progress to keep doing what they're doing, because they just believe that down the road and in the future, like in future generations, we'll have all the power. And it's like, that's an insane mentality when you really think about it. It's really tough to fight that.
The thing is here, we have, if you go by our laws, it's not allowed to have more than one wife. But on the other hand, they let these fuckers in here, and these people coming from whatever, Iraq, Iran, wherever they come from, having 4 wives with 20, 22, 24, 25 children.
Oh, on welfare.
It's not allowed.
Oh, on welfare. We're paying for that. You're paying for it. You're paying for it. We're all paying for it.
As it's not allowed for them to live together, they live in 4 different houses. So every wife lives with their children in one house. And the fucker is going around all the time. And there's cases, they get 30,000 euros in 1 month.
Oh, yeah.
For the whole family.
They'd get a shit ton here. They'd get a shit ton here because... So I'm just trying to think, like with CCTB, which is the child tax benefit, that comes every month. You're looking at probably anywhere near, depending on age, you're looking at like between $600 to $1,000 a kid. I would hazard a guess of. And then on top of that, like with having say four wives that each have 3 kids. That's a massive amount of money that is coming in that they can just collect up and pool together, and there you go, right? Because obviously they're not recognized as being married here. But they're all together, right? Like it is so fucked up the way that
because they know how to manipulate. They know exactly how to fucking manipulate our systems, man. Because our system is way.
Well, it's really not hard. I'll be honest. It's
hard for us.
Easy.
So if you and I we worked fucking 20 fucking years at a plant, and that plant fucking kicked you out, well, you can't find work anywhere else. Say you needed a support net, you needed welfare, you needed whatever. Good fucking luck, man. As a Canadian, good luck trying to get welfare, bud. Especially if
you get it. No. That's
all bullshit. I had a hard time in the 90s trying to get welfare, man.
Yeah, no, that's wrong. They give it to anybody who wants it.
You have to be okay. You have to not own anything.
Yeah,
you can't have anything. So you can't have a car because why don't you sell your car? If you need money so bad from the government, why don't you sell your car? I need my car to try to find work. They want you to try to find work, but you're not allowed to have a car.
Well, no, you are allowed to have a car.
You can't own a house.
They absolutely
can't own anything. They want you to be broke in order to give you welfare.
That's also the way it should be.
That's how I fucking dealt with that.
Yeah, but if you own a home, I mean, I would think that you should probably have to sell that before you're allowed to just fucking go and get welfare.
What if you just needed welfare just to get you on your feet, man, just for a couple months, and promised even to pay it back, and they still wouldn't fucking give it to you?
I mean, maybe, But I'm definitely not going to argue the rules that you are not allowed to have assets, because I think that that's
You're not.
kind of true. Because if you have assets, well, you don't need welfare. You have assets that you can sell.
Right, but there's people that own homes
you know,
and have got
here,
vehicles, they're going to food banks, man. There's people that are so fucking into that.
That's a whole other issue of government fucking bullshit. But I think if you're going to welfare and you have assets, like I don't know. That's kind of that's a tough one for me on that, because it's like if you have assets, well, you can offload those assets before needing the safety net, right?
And there you go on our side here, you know.
Yeah, they bend over backwards to
it's allowed
help out.
But they get more.
For a single.
Yeah.
Like this is the thing. Like
they shit on Native Canadians, especially if you're white or even Native. They'll shit on you and they'll fucking bend over backwards and give 3 times the amount to somebody who just got here yesterday.
Yeah, like that is true. They give more to the foreigners for fucking sure, because I was seeing somewhere like some of them can get upwards of like 80 grand in a year. Which is
here,
insane.
it's even allowed if you go on welfare.
Once
the
a
first year here,
actually,
it's allowed to have 60K in cash. 60K in cash, it's allowed to have. And if you have a house or apartment, whatever, what is yours, it's allowed to, I think, about 70 square meters for a couple. So you don't have to sell anything. You can have 60K cash on your fucking bank account or whatever. A car with an amount of 15,000, a value, and you can have a freaking house or apartment, and you still get welfare. That's the rules in Germany. You know.
But you're only allowed to have welfare for so long. There should be a time limit on welfare. I know Austria used to have that.
Like, well, what I think is that there should be more. Like, I remember at one time being on it, and one of the first things I asked them is like, okay, so is there any like, some sort of certifications or training or apprenticeship kind of stuff that you can like kind of send me through? Right. And the answer is no. And that's where I'm like, okay, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Right? Because like to me, I think that if we're going to have a welfare system, I would much rather have a system that is like, okay, you know what? Here, we're going to do something to help you become more employable so that you can get the fuck off of this.
Yeah.
Right.
Like I remember when I was on it, you had to prove to them, you had to come up with at least 20 fucking companies that you went and applied. You had to show that you were looking for work.
It's fun.
We used to go through the phone book, man. That's all we did. We go through the phone book, and
they're not allowed to check.
Call them and say, "Hey, you're hiring?" No, okay. Well, these are the numbers of the companies I called, and they're not looking.
Well,
we just write that whole list down. But they should be teaching you. And some places, I know unemployment does unemployment insurance. You can fucking learn skills, but welfare doesn't. Welfare should, instead of just sending you out, "Are you looking for work?" They should fucking teach trades, man. They should have bring back trade school.
But that's what I mean. Like there's no program for them to fucking send you through for some certification or some shit. By the way, Sarah wants a link.
Oh shit.
And like that's where I find it really fucking stupid, because it's like, well, okay, like you want these people, or at least I would like to think that you want these people to be able to get off of this system and be able to produce
right. And instead of going from welfare to McDonald's, why don't you teach them while they're collecting welfare? Send them to a trade school where they can learn how to do carpentry or learn how to paint. You can make money painting, man. Everybody wants their kitchen painted. You can always it's something you'll always make money doing, right?
Just anything, like whatever. Like even if it's something stupid, like pay for their smart serve. Right? Like get them a smart serve certificate so they can go fucking work a bar or whatever, right? Like just any kind of thing like that actually
whatever they have available, man. Fucking right, man. They should have like a community college just for people who are on welfare. Okay, you're on welfare because you're down and out.
School, and in that way,
now you can go here and learn something, and you'll never need welfare.
Here's the other thing, because after you've done this and given them that skill, now you have no fucking excuse to remain Right. Like unless there's just no jobs, and then that's a whole other problem.
Yeah.
There is no excuse for you to remain on the.
Unless you're going through the bad divorce or your house burnt down or something like that. You know what I mean? But I do believe that we should have a safety net for people.
Yeah.
No, but we'd have to have a safety net, man, because we're that way, man. Like Canadians are we're way too fucking nice, to be honest with you. Way too fucking nice.
The thing is, 80% of all these fucking illegals that come in here, they don't even speak the language and they don't even want to learn the language. So you can't even send them.
They don't have to. Same. There's Italians and Croatians and all kinds of foreigners, Germans. Not so much Germans. Germans always seem to know English for some weird reason, but Croatians and Italians, they know English too, but they never speak it because they don't have to. They've been here 60 fucking years and still don't fucking speak a word unless they're in court in front of a judge. Well, they can speak perfect fucking English, but then they'll still get a translator because why not? Fucking suck more money out of the fucking system. But they can speak the language, but they just don't have to. And there are some guys that have been here for years and don't know English because they never bothered. They don't have to. They have their own little enclaves, man. That's not diversity. That's not multiculturalism. Like fucking ghettos and Woodbridge is all fucking WAPs. We call it WAP Bridge. Stony Creek, we used to call it Tony Creek because it's all WAPs. You know, everybody has their own.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't even care about that if they have the same.
When you live in a fucking bubble, you don't need to learn the language. If I go move to fucking Germany and there's a Canadian town, population 500, I don't need to learn fucking German.
Yeah, what do you think? What we had here, man? We had Canadian towns, American towns, English towns.
Well, because you got NATO, because of NATO and shit. But I'm just saying, Russia is going to start having towns like that now too, because now you got Americans and Canadians and English speaking.
That's exactly what happened. Now, right? It wasn't any different with the Irish. It's not any different with the Scottish.
The Irish can fuck the Irish fit in, man. They fit in with everybody, man. What are you talking about?
So did the Italians. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you know,
the Irish never fucking. The Irish never had a whole fucking town like Woodbridge or fucking Stony Creek.
No. It is a big difference between
the Irish consider themselves fucking
Italy,
English, all that stuff.
Italy, Greece, or Spain, or whatever.
They blend the fuck in.
And Muslims from the Middle East. It's a big difference, you know, a big difference in culture, in integration, in everything. You know, it's completely different.
Yeah, Italians kick ass. Fucking love eating.
You know, we have Italians here since the early 60s. We got Italians, Greek,
Spanish wouldn't be a
Spanish,
no.
You know, and there was never a problem, never ever. And in the 70s, we got a lot of Vietnamese here and Libyan because of the wars, and there was no problem as well. You know, they integrated, and it was no problem at all. It all started, let's say, in the late 90s, and the refugees came here from Iraq, Iran, and whatever. Then the fucking problem started, you know?
I'm not knocking. All I'm saying is I'm not knocking fucking Italians. When I say WAPs and I call fucking Irish people mix and shit, that's a term of endearment, man. I worked side by side with these guys all my life, man. Sure, there's assholes in every fucking group. Let me tell you, but some of these guys are fucking. They're awesome, man. I love them. To this day, I still love some of those guys, man. Fucking, when you work side by side with people, man, you get to know each other. You know, you tell stories and fucking, you know their kids. You see pictures of their kids, and you get to meet their kids sometimes at the picnics and shit. Like, I love that. Who I don't like? Indians and Muslims. I don't get along with them, man. I don't.
Well, to Yui's point, it was funny because I heard Ferry mention it last night on his stream that somebody asked Grok.
Everybody's saying he's on last night. I didn't.
Hold on.
See him on Rumble.
Let me finish.
What? Go ahead.
So again, as I was saying,
what were you saying?
Last night when watching Ferry, he was talking about somebody asked Grok when Canada became less than 90% white. That year, conveniently enough, is the year 2000. Now, go to a graph for violent crimes in Canada and notice the trend starts kind of in 2000, where from 2000 on, it just kind of grows.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right?
because crime was actually going down. The 90s were record low for crime.
Yeah. And then
suddenly, well, we can't have that. We better change that shit.
And suddenly we dip below 90%, and things start going down.
Jesus, Patriot, are you sure you're in the right fucking bar or what? Talking about bars and pubs.
Where is it?
Fucking Jew.
Had to.
I know. I had to fucking bring that up too.
I mean, 2002 was after the war they started in Iraq. You know, they went into Iraq in 2001 in the whatever was it in October, November? I can't remember.
I thought that was madness. That was madness. Why would you fucking stop poking? Like, never mind Russia. That's poking the bear. That's an old saying. That's Russia. Russia's the bear. The Middle East is a hornet's nest. Why fuck with a hornet's nest, man? I'd rather poke the bear than fucking fuck with a hornet's, multiple hornet's nests, because you're gonna bring those hornets home. They're gonna keep stinging you again. They're fucking hornets, man.
Well, here's the other thing that I am struggling to understand as well is why would you start going in and bombing a place and then going, oh, okay, we're going to take your refugees in. Yeah. That is retarded to me. Yeah. Because do you think that those people are grateful that you took them in, or are they pissed off because you bombed the fuck out of their homeland?
Right?
But you know what? You know what is the most fucking bullshit out of that, Johnny? That the Americans, the English, and all these fuckers were bombing the countries, but we got the most refugees, not the Americans, not the Canadians, not the English. We got them here, you know. We got 15 million coming here in the last 12 years. 15 million coming in.
Well, I mean, let's be honest, it was cheaper and easier to get them to you than it is us.
Yeah, it is, you know. But we have our birth rate has been going down for the last 12 years. We are now on a level of 1.28. And our population gained by about 4 million
Generation
in the last
X.
20 years.
My generation, I'm 50 years old. Generation X, a lot of us didn't have children, right? Like our parents are baby boomers. Our parents were in the Second World War, and they're the spoiled ones. And then a lot of us, we witnessed our baby boomer parents getting divorces and just being fucking idiots. And we're like, fuck no. We're just gonna do our own thing, right? Generation X grew up different, man. We're a different fucking breed of Canadian for sure, and I think generationally wise, anyways. Hey, Jen Saul.
Going on, Jen?
No, Gen X is fucking. Our parents were spoiled, right? They were spoiled because they survived the war. Every fucking kid, when they come back from the war and times are good. It's good times, right? Because you went through the bad times. Now it's good times, and now we're starting to go to bad times again, man. It's fucking sucks, man. The good times, bad time, fucking analogy. We're there. Yeah. I'm watching it real time.
All right, Yui's all hot for Russian women.
They have really good-looking women. I tell you, man.
Yeah, they hide them away pretty good though. All you see is babushka ladies all the time when you go.
Yui sees a Russian lady, he's all like,
we don't have too many Russians here, you know. But
oh no, there's some hot.
Back to the point of Russia, you know. I watched a guy, German guy. He's like an independent journalist and having a YouTube channel, and he is in Russia for 15 days because you can get an Easter visa for 15 days, and he was traveling around. And he was showing what's going on, and he was talking to locals, and he was invited by locals. The thing is that with the sanctions, everybody thinks that they can punish Russia and whatever. Yes, they have a few things they can't get anymore. They can't get Western cars from Germany or Czech Republic, whatever. But on the other hand, they get cars from China, and they are not worse than the European cars anymore. That's something that they had to let's say get their own industries and businesses getting started and getting, you know, they learned a lot from Western engineers. They have been working there for fucking decades, and now they're building the stuff on their own. So the home businesses.
Stole a lot of
if it's trades or whatever.
ideas and a lot of
Everything's
technology.
gaining.
Yeah.
That's why the economy is going so fucking high. You know, I think they have 6.5, 6.7 gaining economy. And all the other countries here in the West are fucking suffering, you know?
Yeah, Russia's definitely benefited from the sanctions big time. Like health-wise too. No, but they just rebranded shit and now it lit the fire under their ass. Now they're booming. Of course they're booming. Like Russia wanted, I don't, in the fucking 90s, man, this is what I can't understand. This is where I think shit went fucking south, was in the 90s. Big time for everything. Everything was good and fucking great up until about the mid 90s. And then things happened, man. And shit just started getting fucking weird because we should have been a lot closer to Russia. Canada should have had better relations. We should have been training together. I think we did train together a few times, our military and shit. Like, we should have been more allies, not necessarily allies, but just closer in trade. Like, I know Russia really doesn't have much that we don't already have and blah, 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 but you can have, you can set up plants. Like, maybe it'd be cheaper. Like, they won't let LATA fucking build a plant here because bullshit like that, right? Because Canada's like that. Only our guys, like Labatt's, Molson's, and fucking, it's the monopolies, right? They won't let any other competition in. That's got to stop. And both sides. Like, we should be able to build a fucking, build Ford small cars, like, bring back the old Escort and build it in Russia, right? Why can't we do shit like that, man? Like, why can't we start building shit again and having trade? That's free trade to me, man. But we should have been a lot closer to Russia by now, but we went the opposite way. It's all my point was. It's fucked. This Russia bullshit. It's fuck. Make hockey great again, man. Canada-Russian hockey was the best fucking hockey you'll ever see in your life, man. Ever. The Red Army against the NHL. That was the best fucking hockey you'll ever see, man. They don't play hockey like that. They don't make guys like that anymore. They don't build them like that. They broke the fucking mold with those guys.
But they also don't threaten the players as much anymore, at least on the Russian angle.
They don't smoke on the bench anymore either, too. I get that, but still. Fuck.
The Sponaya in the 80s, for me, that was the best hockey team ever. In the 80s, they were fucking insane, man. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, that was probably the best hockey. I grew up during the 80s, man.
The speed they had, the techniques they had.
Not as fast. They're bigger and faster now, but back then I think they were just tougher. Fucking, and they took a lot more, right? And they kept on going. They weren't as
I mean, physically, if it's coming to
except for the record one, but whatever.
If it comes to checks and fights, they were not better than the Canadians or the Americans. But
training-wise, absolutely.
The technical advantage they had, the technical advantage they had was just incredible, man. Hey,
hello.
Sarah.
Hi, guys.
What are you saying?
Oh, how's it going?
Oh, I've got one just for Sarah.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
Another fact, join the chat. Another fact, join the chat. And another fact, join, and another fact, another fact, join the chat.
Yeah.
I could just do that, sir.
You're retarded. Such a retard.
I like the new toy, man. It's pretty cool.
It is fun.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I'm just not ready for any of this. Sorry.
You get the Jeep? How's the Jeep going? You get it started or what?
Yeah. The Jeep is Jeeping. It turns out that when I took it to get it fixed, to get the blinkers fixed.
You didn't put blinker fluid in it. Oh,
right. My favorite thing about when you take your car in to get fixed, this is one of my favorite things, when you're like, so this is what I want done. And especially when you take in a Jeep.
Yeah.
I know that there's a million things wrong with it. But legitimately, on the way there, probably 5 things fell off. So let's be clear that I'm aware that there's problems with the Jeep. I don't want you to touch anything except for legitimately what I told you to fix. Just fix what I fucking said to fix.
Yeah.
But every time you take a Jeep into a mechanic, they're like, well, we did just solid. We were in there. We just, you did this or whatever.
Yeah.
Super. Fucking super. So I get my Jeep home after getting the blinkers fixed because, again, I needed blinkers.
Yeah.
And they, bless their hearts, they fixed all of the interior lighting as well, which is fine. But I didn't want that fixed.
Right, but it might have been easier for them to fix that too, because it's there. It's like it would have been more awkward to not fix it because it's right in front of it. You know what I mean? Like it's like.
But it was disconnected for a reason, because when the interior lights are connected and functioning, it draws all the power off the battery.
Oh right, yeah, because it just shut off for a while or something. Yeah,
because it's a Jeep and it just does whatever it wants. So again, it was just like they thought they were doing me a solid, but I disconnected those things and didn't replace the fuses or the bulbs because I didn't want them, because I have a super duper truck battery on that stupid Jeep, so it always starts, and a good starter, like a truck starter. But again, y'all, so I get my Jeep home and then the next day it doesn't work, and I'm like, well,
people don't listen.
I know what the problem is, because I have all kinds of interior lights now.
You can give people instructions, man. I'll give people the most simplest instructions. Just get me a gallon of white flat paint and a 3 or 2.5 inch sash brush. Two simple things. Go to the paint store, get me this.
Simple.
They'll come back with like nothing. No, it'll be an oil brush, 3 inch, and fucking something. They just come back with like a fucking mini roller and a fucking gallon of oil based. It's like, how do you fuck that up, man? Can you go to the corner store and get me a loaf of bread and a box of cereal, Cheerios? They'll come back with like fruit and fucking whole wheat, or you know what I mean? Or fucking buns.
Yeah.
People are fucked, man. They don't listen. I don't understand that. It's fucked up.
No.
It's weird.
So I knew what the problem was. That I charged the battery and it didn't work. So then I went looking for a used battery, and because the cables are so short on my Jeep, because they've been shortened so many times, because just whatever. So now the cords are so that it has to be a specific poles, and trying to find that. Anyway, so I took my battery down, got it charged somewhere, and tested, and it was still well over 80%. So brought her back, popped her back in the Jeep, and sure enough, she fucking started up like a goddamn fucking dream. Just yeah.
Nice. Back in business.
So she be Jeeping, but I don't have anywhere to go now. So
that's the way, right?
there's that. And I'm down a car.
Why would I have a car?
So I have a little bit more time on my hands, so to speak, right now. I'm a little
What in the fucking hell is signal fluid? What is that fucking thing?
Blinker fluid.
Yeah, blinker fluid.
For people,
that's guys trying to pretend that women don't know what they're talking about.
I know. I was just fucking with you. I knew you knew that. You knew, right?
It's like when you work in a restaurant and they tell you to go get their ice mix.
All right.
Yeah, they're like, "Hey, can you go get the recipe for ice?"
That's all right. We were at a car dealership once when we were doing asphalt, and we had the roller. Okay, now I assume people are familiar with the fact that a roller doesn't have tires. It has 2 metal drums.
Yeah, the roller.
Right?
Yeah.
So we got the fucking guy working in the shop. Somebody went in there and was like, yeah, we need you to check the tire pressure on the roller.
You told me this one.
And this fucking guy came out and looked all over this roller for a place to fucking plug the thing in to test the tire. And we're all laughing our ass off. How are you looking at it?
Roller.
How are you looking at 2 metal drums for wheels and believing that you still need to check the tire pressure?
Yeah. He was trying.
And you work in the shop, right? Like you work with what the fuck?
That's this, man. That's what that is, man.
Something.
Fucking big.
I'll tell you that.
Booster pack would be definitely something I would have if I would live in cold areas like yours. Definitely. If there would definitely a booster pack always be in my fucking house.
They are handy. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, 2 things. I drive a Jeep. And if anybody drives a Jeep, they know. If you're stuck on the side of the road, I've never waited longer than 5 minutes. There's literally somebody that stops within 5 minutes of you being broken down on the road. They either own a Jeep, they used to have a Jeep, they work on Jeeps. Like, there's always a Jeep person. So I've never actually worried about breaking down on the side of the road since I've had my Jeep, because it happens all the time. But I also have roadside, and I'm not dumb, because I have like a pack in the back of my car. So I have a blanket, I have snacks, I have brake fluid, I have antifreeze, I have oil, I have
the basic tools you might need,
hot packs for my hands. Oh, I have a hammer and a mallet. Those are pretty much. Oh, and duct tape. Those are the only things you need with a Jeep. A wrench.
Vice grips.
Vice grips. Oh, listen. I have never had a vehicle that didn't have a pair of fucking vice grips in the glove box. If you drive and you don't have vice grips in your glove box, you suck shit.
All right.
And darts. Am I the only person that carries around a set of darts?
Oh, I did. My glove box, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Darts.
Is it like darts?
What else? Flashlight.
Yes.
A couple of flashlights. I always had flashlights.
I found a really good flashlight at Giant Tiger. $10, and it is fucking. It is a USB one. It's waterproof. It's really bright, like as bright as like the $60 one from fucking Canadian Tire.
Yeah.
And it has a strobe on it as well for $10. It's
That's
good to
one
have
of
in your
the
car.
flashlights, man. Flashlights have gotten lighter and brighter. Like even the work lights. I used to have those work lights. Used to burn your fucking arm on all the time. Those big yellow ones with the screen on the front. It had a little glass tube that was a light bulb, and they were like you could cook a fucking pizza or whatever the fuck, man. They were hot as fuck, man. But now they're skinny and they're way brighter, and you can pick them up and move around, and they're light as fuck. You can even hold it in your hand while you're doing your work, right?
Yeah, you used to be able to do hot knives on them, and now you can.
Fuck yes, pretty much.
Okay. No, definitely, because I've done it.
Yeah, you just drop a little fucking pancake on there with a straw.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Or a piece of pipe fitting.
Yeah. If you just touch the back of your arm, man, or any part of your arm on those things.
Yeah,
right?
it's like working in a kitchen. Those things are hot as fuck.
Yeah, like a grease
funny.
fire burn. Yeah, not good.
Yeah.
But technology is like it's just in my lifetime since I started working, man. The technology and shit, the cordless, the battery technology, everything's cordless now. We used to have to deal with extension cords, and everything was heavy. Like the saws were heavy. You had to use saws and doing this shit, and they weighed like 50 fucking pounds.
I remember when you actually had to read like real like book or something when you shit.
Yeah, I still do. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I still have poop books in my bathroom. Well, you know that.
I play games on my phone now. Or I take to Twitter in what I like to call twooping.
Yeah, you do that. That's weird. I don't understand the twoop.
Well, it's a tweet while you're shitting.
Yeah.
Twooping.
Can you guys hear the fan on my computer?
No.
Okay.
What are you doing, Kat?
She wants to say hello.
Apparently.
Vice coming in
You guys and your kids.
Whatever. This is the good kitty. The bitch kitty's over here on the couch. She's a fucking
Staring
princess.
at you?
Yeah, basically.
That's what she does.
Yeah, she
Stares
judges.
and yells at you.
Yeah.
Someone's teeth. Terrible. Halogen, James says that's the lights, the halogen lights. Yeah, they're pretty bright. I like them for flashlights. I like them on my drills and stuff. I like them for work lights. I don't like them shining my fucking eyeballs on a 2-lane highway in the middle of nowhere, and I'm already worried about deer and moose. Now I can't fucking see because I'm fucking blinded by your goddamn
Yeah,
light.
well, the worst is when you fucking flash them because you think it's their fucking brights, and then
they hit their brights like holy fuck now.
Yeah.
You end up in another fucking time zone.
Fucking Jesus, man.
LED flashlights these days, they are fucking way brighter than the halogen back in the days. I tell you that much.
Yeah, the LED lights are brutal.
It's freaking insane what light comes out of them. It's freaking crazy.
Yeah, there's been a couple of times on the road where I've just been blinded because I'm like, I thought he already had his brights on, and I give it the old flash to say fuck off, and then he really tells me to fuck off. Shit.
It's crazy. It's absolute crazy.
Used to be a time, man, back in the 80s, 90s. I could tell, like, if we're on an old back road, whatever, I could tell from the headlights coming way up ahead if it was a cop car or not, and what kind of cop car. It was a Crown Vic or a Ford LTD. And same with other cars. I could tell makes and models of car headlights and taillights.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know because it's a game and it's a competition.
It's
when we were
best
driving,
game.
right? You know, so we were really good at it. Was a game, yeah. We used to make a game of it, but then we got to know like cop headlights from a distance, like so we'd slow down because you see that set of headlights way up there, like it's a fucking cop car. So we'd slow down. Sure enough, fucking yep. Was it Crown Vic or LTD? See, it was a Crown Vic. See, I was right. You know, that was a game we used to play, man. Like
you could tell the Mitsubishis from the Hondas, from the Fords. So much fun.
Yeah.
Have you seen this? Apparently, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has officially banned the use of red dye number 3.
Yeah. Oh, they're right. They were talking about that for a while. Right?
Well, I mean,
but you can still get it here.
Well, maybe here. Yeah, I just know that
red dye number 3 is in all kinds of things here.
Yeah,
I think they put it in
just
half
says
of the
here that
cost for children.
It just says here they've decided to ban it.
Yeah, because it's the number 1 cause of like autism and cancer or something.
Yeah,
or all of the childhood things.
Yeah, they're giving companies a compliance deadline for food manufacturers set for 2027. So by 2027, red dye number 3 has to be eliminated from products in the U.S.
They're probably adding.
There's a lot. There's a lot of diet sugar.
Hopefully, it's not the red dye they're adding the fucking meat.
Scary.
So there's a great business opportunity.
What?
Well, like everything in this country that is geared to children has red dye number 3 in it, yellow FCF, and Allure Red or something else. Like there's a number of them that they put in a lot of like candy, like a lot of things.
Imagine the shit when we were growing up. We have no idea.
We could do like a cross-border, like, you know how they do like the candy stuff, like where people buy candy, like international candy and stuff like that. We could start a website where you buy all the kids stuff from Canada where it has the red dye in it still.
Yeah, it says red dye is still used in thousands of foods, including candy, cereals, cherries and fruit cocktails, and strawberry-flavored milkshakes.
Yeah, and cough syrups and cough medicine and anything cold and flu.
And they did directly cite cancer concerns.
See, we need a couple fast boats. We had a couple fast boats, man. A couple cube vans, right? You got a cube van,
I can guarantee you
van on
guys.
either side, right? No, but we need speedboats. We need 2 speedboats, good ones.
We can guarantee you guys. Once RFK gets into his freaking minister office, he will change a lot in the United States, and I guarantee you that goes fucking everywhere. When he gets in charge as the healthcare minister in the United States, I tell you, he will take off a lot of bullshit from the food and beverage. I guarantee you that.
Sarah's got a point though, man. When they start prohibiting things, it opens up the black market, man. Fucking
huge. It's not even the black market because we can buy food from the States. You can buy food from Europe. Like you can. There's websites where you can get lobster pools from Maine that are shipped to you.
Yeah.
Like in crazy. It's crazy what you can do.
The guy's making a lot of money off of our guns that we just had to fucking give up.
Well, right, exactly. It's not illegal to ship food if you've got if there's especially when it comes to the snacking and things like that. Like I laws against like medication across the border, but
it's a lot of money, man. A lot of money in all the fire. I was looking at old mint condition fucking First World War Lugers and stuff in the holsters that were Canadians who were served over there and brought that back as a souvenir because they fought there. They were there. And it was in their family for generations, and now we have to get rid of them. So now there's some Yankees showing up on YouTube going, "Look what I got, and it's worth this." And it's like they're making a killing off of our fucking our war trophies and shit, right? And it's our birthright too. Like if my great great grandfather handed down a rifle, it should stay in the family. It's probably a flintlock if it's that fucking old, right? But it doesn't matter, man. I know flintlocks are legal in Canada, but I just fucking went off the rails there. Sorry. But yeah, open black market. Yeah, a couple fast boats. We go over there and fill it full of candy and Tylenol for kids and shit, and bring it back and poison Canadians and make a killing. Literally.
No, we're gonna send it over there because that's the thing. The amount of We're fine with poisoning people here. Canada doesn't care about their citizens. They're like, we're going to kill you from the time that you're little, and then if you don't die in time, we're just going to offer you MAID anyway. So we're going to give you all the things to get sick, and then we're going to be like, we'll also give you the ability to die. Like, we'll just help you die too. Sorry, you're sick. Kill yourself.
You don't feel very well? I'll come here. We assist you to fucking die. No problem.
That's right. Sorry, it's not kill yourself. It's we will kill you.
Yeah. Are you depressed? Are you having a hard time? Are you financially struggling and you're depressed? Come on in and we'll fucking fix you up.
Have you heard about that the UK has the same system now as Canada? Have you heard about that?
No.
Yeah, it's just got to stop, man.
They started it about 2 months ago. Yeah.
Well, and you're also saying something about how white people weren't having kids and stuff. No, white people, kids were having abortions. Like, I remember the Morgan Collar thing was a big thing, man. That went on until the 90s and shit.
That's kind of slightly a misnomer because really it's the blacks using the abortion more so. For us, what it is that A, we've been convinced that we don't need big families. B, everything has been made so fucking expensive that having a big family just doesn't even make sense. And you know what I mean? Like that, there's a lot of things that have contributed to it. Not to mention the fact that hookup culture is a thing, and how long does a marriage last anymore?
Don't think for a second. I never put a lot of thought into why I don't want to have kids. Like there was that me not having kids outweighed the fucking benefits of having a kid. Well, you'll never understand, Chris, the beauty and the love and the joy. No, I won't, man. It's a choice I made. Okay, I'm cool with it. I have no regrets. Fuck, I don't think I would have been anywhere. I would have been single, probably would on my second or third wife by now, for fuck's sakes. You know, my kids would have been growing up without me, and I've been paying my ass, working my ass out to pay for kids I don't get to see. Like, if you grew up in a divorce high school, if you've seen good couples with kids, if you've ever seen what happens with divorce and all the fucking negative that comes with it, and if you've ever babysat kids too, that's also a birth control fucking form there, right?
Johnny is right.
90% of except for his.
What?
90% of the normal working families can't afford more than one child anymore. You know.
And yes, and things are costing a lot, man. Fuck, like you gotta have. Like, there was no jobs. If there's no fucking living wage jobs you can go to, like, there's no factory. If I had a decent factory job, like, say the Bricklin plant was still going in St. John, it was thriving, it was like 4 or equal, right? And I could make a fucking actual decent wage. Man. No, but if I could make a decent wage and my wife could stay home and raise my kid, that would be awesome. Like, she could do a part-time thing on the computer, which wasn't really a thing back then, but she could do like something to make extra money. I'd be doing extra things to make extra money, but I'd be working fucking at least 40 hours a week, right? But there's no fucking jobs that pay that kind of money. You can't fucking raise a kid working at McDonald's. You can't raise a kid being an apprentice fucking somewhere even back then, right? By yourself, like both parents have to work. So now who's going to raise your kid? You're like the city,
that's all by design as well. That started in the 70s when the feminism started, you know.
Yeah, I know.
That the women had to go to work because
there's a lot of factors though in why I never had children.
They have to have the independence, you know. They have to go to work on their own, have their own money and whatever, you know.
Why Sarah muted? What do you need it for?
Was absolutely normal that the wife was at home and raising the children. That was absolutely normal, you know.
Yeah, unions are.
Maybe I was farting. Like I don't want to fart so everybody can hear it. Why can't I mute it?
Fucking let her rip, sir. Come on, man. Put the mic right to it. That'd be hilarious. You're this is Hobie Bar, man. All things fucking happen here, man.
Do any of you think I'm actually scared to fart? Like, I'm not. I mean, if anybody thought I was going to be afraid to fart, anyway.
We used to have competitions in grade 9. The girls used to fucking let the best ones rip.
Blow the guys out of the water.
Yeah,
for sure. It's just like
we used to have competitions, man.
Yeah. There's a time to be a lady, and I know my place. I just want to make a comment to Koala Mama just about, she's just mentioning that there's natural alternatives for children's medicines and stuff. And I'm not saying that there isn't alternatives available. What I'm saying is that for the vast majority of the people, for affordability or what's within their what's the word I'm looking for here? Johnny, help me out. For their
budget
that they can afford. Yeah, like not everybody can afford the alternative. The alternatives that are without the food dyes, like natural alternatives, are not within everybody's demographic, right?
Yeah.
It's also not readily
Definitely,
available to a lot of people. It's not like there's health food stores or natural alternatives available in like Food Basics or, you know, a No Frills when you're getting cough syrup for your kid. It's also 2 or 3 times the price. And I know that because I don't use those. Like, I know that because I've gone and looked and been appalled that people would pay like $50 for fucking adult cough and cold medicine. Like, do you not realize that you're buying drugs at that point? If you're paying $50 for something that is like to fix a cough or a cold, do you not realize what you're doing? Like, you're literally taking a drug, like you're taking meth or whatever it is at that point. But use your common sense, right? Like, I'm not saying that things aren't available, but I'm just saying like the availability might be that you can't, like, those things are the healthy alternatives to everything are not within everyone's grasp, which is why they're not so, which is why the other things are so readily what's the word, like, proliferated, right? You've got 15 different options for low budget fruit snacks for kids that are within most people's budget range, but then you look at the fruit snacks that are healthy because they have, you know, beet juice extract and carrot and whatever else to make them colored, but those ones are, you know, 6 times the price. And again, I know this because I buy the ones that don't have the weird coloring in them. So it sucks, but there's always an alternative. But when you go to Canada, you can get the things here that you can't get in other places. You can't, like, I have friends who come here to buy the things with the dyes in them. Like, we used to go to the States to buy cereals when we were kids and groceries and stuff. And now people come here to buy groceries because there's chemicals in our food. Sorry, that's all.
In the days, there was way more fresh cooked food at home. They didn't feed the babies out of glasses like they do these days and all that shit, you know.
I remember
if you got a cold when I was little, I was very, very rarely at any doctor's office for having a cold or whatever. If it's not high fever, it was all freaking home medical stuff.
Yeah. If your arm wasn't hanging off or you weren't bleeding to death, you didn't go to the fucking doctor. Like, if your fever wasn't peaking 104.8, you weren't going to the doctor. Like, now people go to the doctor because they're like, my nose just is itchy.
Yeah. I have a slight
Absolutely.
fever.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's retarded. And they're so quick to take again.
Yeah, but that has to do with the fact that they made us sick over the last 50 years with all the bullshit food we eat and all that stuff, you know. The people getting so radical sick that the home medical treatment would not help you anymore, you know. That is the thing. With all the fucking poison shit we eat and get over the environment, every freaking body is so poisoned and toxic, it's not even funny anymore.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter what they do. Because it's generationally been happening for the last 50 years, where it's just been more and more toxic environments and everything like that. We talked about this on our stream the other day, Johnny and I. It starts at development, right? And it's these people. It's a generational thing that if you've got, you know, if it starts with, you know, the grandparents, and if the grandparents lead an unhealthy lifestyle, and then they have kids, and it's, you know, so it just keeps going. And it doesn't matter, like the kids at this point now that are, you know, 5 or 6 generations in of these unhealthy patterns and things like that, they have no chance. Like, they have no chance.
They get born allergic and sick already, you know. When they get born, they have so many allergic, you know.
Exactly.
That's absolutely crazy. When I was growing up,
your immune system starts off in the womb, right? If the mama has a good immune system,
not any of my neighbor kids had any allergics. I can't remember that anybody was allergic when I was growing up.
And then there's genetics too.
Not any kid, you know.
No, growing when I was in the 80s in school, there might have been one handicapped kid out of like 100, right? Like who was, and he wasn't even that bad, right? Like I'm talking about the kid with the helmet on his head, shit. There might have been one person with asthma. This is in the 80s, early 80s. One kid that had asthma that had an inhaler. Out of all the whole
smoked
school,
in the house.
right? There was no such thing as anybody who had a peanut allergy. There was none of that. Everybody ate peanut butter. Everybody ate peanut butter.
Everybody.
Yeah. Like for the longest time until the early 90s. And then all of a sudden that was a thing. And chicks never had big boobs up until the 90s either. I watched that shit. Like there was never a big breasted chick in fucking junior high school. And up until about the late 80s and early 90s and mostly early 90s. Now you had, then I started seeing 12-year-old girls with fucking
teenage women.
What's that?
When they started pushing birth control in teenage women and pumping the dairy full of hormones.
Well, that's what. I come to know later one of the reasons why the 12-year-old girl that I knew and later dated when she was like 17, I was 18, she was 17. But I learned a lot about her because I remember her when she was a kid and she had double D's and everybody made fun of her and shit. And so I remember that because she was 12 with double D's. And then I found out later on, yeah, sure enough, there was old guys hitting on her, and sure enough, there was old guys doing things with her.
She was
that's
on birth control.
why her and I were fucking. That's how we met, and how we fucking were boyfriend and girlfriend for a little bit, short period of time. But she told me a whole bunch of crazy shit. Her old man did time for murder and shit too, right? Like
Lord
she came from a rough background. This is South End St. John, man. It's no joke down there, man. Shit's fucked up. Anyways, I fucking went off the side fucking reels again. Sorry.
We need to do a little bit more work. We're almost there, but we need to do some more work. According to CBC, 1/3 of Ontario newcomers feel safer in their home country. So
We're almost
we need
there.
to up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers.
Yes, let's bring them up.
Okay, I want 3 out of 3. All right, that's what I want.
More banners over fucking overpasses. We can do that.
3 out of 3.
All right.
Okay.
They have to go back.
They have to go back and be a good banner. You know.
Yeah, I don't even care how.
Mass deportations now.
People would say, well, hey, I take offense to your sign. They have to go back. What does that mean? That means kids should be putting their toys back in the toy box. They have to go back.
Yeah.
Don't put your toys out.
I'm not offensive. You're offended. That's okay.
I have the right to be offensive. You do not have the right to be offensive.
There's one single word you just need to say. That's remigration. That's the only fucking thing that works.
Right.
Is Tom still in here?
No, he probably went back to work.
Fucking guy. Apparently they're about to get fucked with snow. Enjoy that one.
Again? Jesus, man.
Are we getting fucked with snow? Oh, wait. Am I getting fucked with snow?
Well, it says up to 40 centimeters of snow forecasted in areas north of Toronto.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, that's what we
Sucker.
I'm in the armpit, man. The armpit of the Lake Ontario.
Let's see. Where's it calling for exactly? Areas including Barrie, and Collingwood.
Barrie always gets nailed, man. Every fucking
time. It's Georgian, that Georgian Bay area there between Lake Huron and Georgian Bay.
Yeah.
It always gets fucked up there. I mean, that's why the ski hills are all there.
Yeah, Lake Huron and
There's
Georgian
like
Bay.
8 different private ski clubs in Blue Mountain.
Yeah, from Huron County to the south and Perry Sound to the north.
Yeah.
20 to 40 centimeters of snow is what they can expect.
That's normal for there, though. Like a normal snowfall is 15 to 30 centimeters there.
Good.
Now we're on to something here. So look up.
I used to drive a snowmobile when I lived there.
Look at snowmobile clubs and see who has the best fucking snowmobile per year, right? Like there's hardly any in Hamilton or Southern Ontario, man. It's fuck all. It's all up around like from Toronto.
It's snowing here. Is it snowing at your house, Chris?
A little bit, and it's gone now.
Yeah.
I never ride a snowmobile. I would love to do that one day. That must be a lot of fun, man.
Fuck so.
It's
I
so
hate
fucking
snowmobiles.
fun.
It's fucking. Trust me, Yui. You don't. Well, if you do drive a snowmobile, drive it snowmobile, but make sure you're out on a wide field. And there's no wires gonna fucking take your head off.
Listen, going up north and going on the snowmobile trails, so fun. Hours and hours.
They're not designed for someone sitting on the back. Let me fucking tell you, man. I'll never sit in the back of one again, ever.
Oh, yeah, I think that could be scary, man. Sitting on the back, yeah, that could be scary, man.
No, you'll fucking bounce the fuck off. It's not comfortable. It's bad in your back. It's fucking stupid. If you fall off, they'll never even know. They'll just keep on going. Fuck.
Did you have a bad experience riding bitch, Chris?
Yes, I don't every fucking time. Every fucking time. That's why I said never again. I won't fucking do it again, man. Fuck off. It's not even funny. And they'll laugh. They'll fucking keep on going. And they come back. Oh, fuck, we forgot about you. Yeah, fuck you. I'm sitting there having a bite or smoking a joint, like fucking cursing. Nah, snowmobiles suck. Fuck snowmobiles.
Oh, fuck. I'm sorry you've had a bad experience. I love snowmobiling.
I hate them.
I'm a huge fan. I have had so much fun. So we used to go on like 5-day like snowmobile, like a bunch, like 50 of us would go. And there's like snowmobile camps, like you're out 8 hours snowmobiling on trails, going places, and then
Oh, I get it. I get it.
There's like
50 people.
Oh, you do ice fishing and no, but you set Airbnbs along the way. You can, you can rent places along the way, and you can
cabins in the middle of nowhere that are literally designed for just that. Like and
there's always little shelters too that always have like a small little propane candle going to just keep it warm enough. Yeah. There's those. Yeah. It's no, I get it. There's a whole culture there, man. And if you're traveling with groups, that's fine. But
they're policed and everything. Like you like.
Oh, there's OPP now. All the fuckers up there, man.
Oh, yeah.
RCMP.
I bet it's a lot of fun, man.
No, they're well patrolled by all. No, that's a big fucking moneymakers. They want to see if you're drinking and skidooing and there ain't drugs and fucking they make a lot of money off fucking ticketing people, man.
Hey, Chris.
What?
Can you say skadoosh?
Skadoosh? What? Skadoosh is when you fucking skadoosh somebody, right?
Skadoosh.
Something like that.
Skadoosh, elbow, fucking headbutt.
You fucking skadoosh right up.
You strap the collar, go, hi, skadoosh.
Skadoosh.
I see. Apparently, there's no more skadooshing in Gaza.
What happened?
Oh, did they disappear it? Is it gone?
They've reached a ceasefire deal.
Didn't they do that
Because
already?
everybody's dead. That's why. Fuck, man. Fucking, there's nothing left. It's rubble. It's like Stalingrad, for fuck's sake.
Agreement comes after more than 46,000 killed in Israeli bombardments in Gaza.
Yeah, job's over now. Now we gotta clean it up.
Oh, well, hold on. It's just a pause, apparently. Just a pause.
What does that mean?
T.O. boys. T.O.
It's always been only a pause. That's it,
I was going to say, is Yui trying to show us his dick? But, all right.
No, I'm not.
Looked like it for a minute there. I was like, what's going on here? It's not that type of show, Yui.
Well, it has been before, but if we're gonna do that, I'm gonna go. I'll bow out of this one.
Oh, Mad Dog's got a good point here. Here we go. Mad Dog Steve. He's got a good idea. Hey, little Ruffy boy, that's a good idea. Hey, boo boo. We should try it. How about picnic? You got a picnic in the basket? I can't even say it. Let's bring in a picnic basket.
Oh my God. Spit it out. You know?
Hey, boo boo, bring in a picnic basket.
Tell you what.
No, that's a good idea. No, because there are people out there there's auditors doing it too. Like a lot of auditors out there, man. Because you have the right to stand on a sidewalk, public sidewalk, and film. You can film whatever the fuck you want, man. You can walk down a sidewalk and film shit.
Okay.
And people get all pissed off and get in your face and will assault you and blah, blah, blah. And boom, lawsuit. So a lot of these guys not only make money, but they make money on lawsuits too, right? It depends on they're an asshole. If you're a fucking asshole, gee, I'm damn right I'm fucking suing your ass.
There's a great channel on YouTube called Auditing Britain. You should watch that, man. That guy is going all over UK and filming whatever prisons or whatever police stations, and he's not even there for less than 30 seconds, and somebody's showing up and wants to what are you doing here? Who are you? And he knows his rights exactly. He's not saying a fucking single word who he is and whatever. He's arguing with the cops.
Your fucking bullying can work on other people, but not on me, bud. Like, you can take your bully attitude and your fucking ego and fucking shove it up your arse, bud. fucking in my fucking face.
The guy is fucking great, and he's always relaxed. He never gets upset, whatever. He's always cool,
I couldn't do it.
That guy is absolutely. That guy is amazing, man. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, well, Here's the Deal guy is pretty good too, man. Like, I love his channel. Fucking, and this is why I'm subscribed to so many auditors. I'm probably subscribed to the guy you're talking about, Dewey, because I think I've seen his stuff. But this guy, Brian, I think his name is, from Here's the Deal. Anytime he plays somebody else's shit, he puts the link in his thing, or he'll bring the link up. So he doesn't care. He's like, here's another auditor. Here's another auditor. Check this guy out. Check this guy out. It's good content. So fuck yeah, man. I found so many other links through him, right? But to me, he's like he's the best.
There's so much great content out there, man. You can't even watch that all. There's so much great stuff on there.
Yeah, this guy here is, and he has 2 channels too, right? It's the fuck is he? I'll type it in. It's a lot faster. Fuck's sakes.
Yeah, most of them have a backup channel because when they get freaking striked or whatever, they always have a backup channel.
But this guy has 2 channels. He does the auditing channel, but he also has another channel which is more political, which I like, because he tries to keep the politics out of his auditing shit. Here, I'll just. Yeah, it's yeah, I love this guy, man. He's awesome. And it teaches people how to behave. Like, when you are, like, it's one thing for me to sit here and say this shit and show this shit, but how I behave when I'm confronted with police, man, after being fucked up by them for so long, my wrist still, it's been hurting for the last fucking week, man. I can hardly even use this cocksucker right now because it's in pain, thanks to fucking handcuffs, right? Anyways, long story short, I don't like cops, and I behave differently when I do encounter them, so I don't get all fucking up in their face and blah, 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 blah. I don't like them, and I'll let them know I don't like them, but I'll keep my mouth shut.
To submit to that, bro. Do you know what interference is? Speech alone does not constitute interference by the Texas Penal Code. So don't fucking talk to me. That's the First Amendment. You know what the First Amendment is? You took an oath to uphold the Constitution.
I don't have that.
Get out of my face and stop talking to me.
God damn.
Hello, small friend. I talk with you.
Stop talking to me.
We pretty much all know that knowledge is power. Now, a lot of people in America will try to convince us that one of the most important things that we need in society is an ever-present force of protectors keeping us safe from the evils of the world. But what if the protectors become the very evil we all try to escape from? Who's going to protect us from the protectors?
Ad Lab's good.
How about
Those
people
are
armed with
transparency,
cameras,
right?
knowledge, and the balls to
Yeah,
step into the fray and impart some of that knowledge on the rest of us? In this video right here, SA Ecstasy Prez is filming in New Braunfels, Texas, when he happens upon this scene, where apparently there was a domestic dispute that culminated at a gas station.
For domestic.
The local police are about to conduct a field sobriety test on this guy, and our man, the Prez, infuses him with on-the-spot knowledge.
Call from the vehicle.
Don't talk to them, bud.
Hey, sir. So I'm going to check your eyes.
Grab the boosh. Grab that boosh. Yeah, just comply. Fucking do their thing. They're assholes.
Fuck, he did he wrong, man. What's going on
Don't do
there?
it, bro. You don't have to submit to that, bro. Don't do it.
No.
I have a lawyer too. That's okay. Hey, contact John Robbins Everett.
No, everybody's so used to stepping in line and doing what they tell you. You don't have to.
Yeah.
I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, fuck that.
Are you? No, but are you arresting me? Arrest me then. Or fuck
Yeah,
off.
you don't do what they ask. Fuck off.
Don't talk to them. Don't play their fucking game. Cops on me and take me to jail. Then.
Interference
Deal
by
with
the
it
Texas
before.
Penal Code.
Fuck it.
Okay, so just
Under the
know what you're
Penal
talking
Code.
about. I do. Okay, but I'm not interfering. Right now, you're talking to me. I haven't said a word to you. So don't fucking talk to me. That's the First Amendment. You know what the First Amendment is? You took an oath to uphold the Constitution. Get out of my face and stop talking to me. Do your job. Do your job.
Yeah.
This cop didn't know what he was talking about, and he found out real quick. When you've got knowledge about the law, you've got confidence. You combine that confidence with knowledge, and you got an unstoppable force that puts sappy tyrants under your control instead of the other way around.
All right. Don't talk to these guys, man. Hey, exercise your Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, bro. Do not talk to these guys.
This one right here, his best friend was banging my fiance. He got me arrested.
Beyonce.
He lied in the police report. Or his conscience lied in the police report.
Don't talk to him, bro.
Dang, it's Beyonce, and they got him arrested. So
Hey, you're just talking
of course
yourself
they're
to
abusing
yourself,
their
bro.
power. Cocksucker,
He wants to wait till he over 36 says.
Dang, it's Beyonce.
Yeah, go talk to him again. You got a phone number last time.
These your kids?
Yeah. She made us stay in Bucky's parking lot for about 3-4 nights.
Are you being? Ask him if you've been detained.
Am I being
Get you up for investigation
Okay.
purposes.
Right. Don't ID, bro. You don't have to
That's
ID.
when you
In the state of Texas, you don't have to ID unless you've been lawfully arrested. Penal code 3802.
First off, right now who he is, so that's not an issue.
It doesn't matter.
People are catching on to what they're all
He doesn't have
about.
to ID. He doesn't even have to talk to you.
And not only that, I think how the cops behaved towards the protesters in Canada showed people and opened up their eyes about how much the government can send in the fucking people to stop you, freeze your bank accounts, take your money, beat the shit out of you, and put you in jail for fucking freedom of thought and freedom of speech, man. So no, they don't work for us. They work for the government. They don't work for us. They're not here to help us, man. Anyways, I'm gonna keep playing it. Fucking. Hey, social lady. Always good.
No, don't talk.
Never talk to them. No.
Don't talk to him.
They'll just use whatever you say. They'll use it.
You should be recording, bro. You really should.
Not in your way. Favor.
Recording, he can do start a.
Hey, don't get your body cam, bro. You guys hide them from the public all the time. I know. I do public records requests all the time. You guys redact your videos all the time. You only release the shit you want to release.
I don't have that access, so.
So don't say that they're available to the public because they're not.
Let's go.
Parts of them are.
SA Ecstasy Prez has these cops so on their heels, this badged clown is twiddling his thumbs.
Yeah, you can tell them fuck off.
Hey, keep asking him if you're being detained or if you're free to go. Keep asking that question, bro.
Yeah,
keep asking him if you're detained or if you're free to go. Keep asking that question over and over. That's all you need to say to him.
Yes. And
tell him to let you know when you're free to go. Don't say anything else.
I didn't bring a Florida lawyer.
He's free to go? He can keep asking.
The thing is, this would not work in Germany because we don't have the rights they have
Don't
over
talk to him,
there.
bro. Don't talk to him.
Got 4 cops standing there. What are you doing? Isn't there somebody fucking robbing a place right now? Isn't there isn't there some missing people right now that need to be found? Is there not fucking some crime more serious than whatever the fuck this is going on? You got 1, 2, 3, 4 cop cars, 4 cops. So they all got their own fucking car idling, but don't you dare idle. Holy fuck. Now they have idling laws in Canada. Not for them.
The thing is, here they would arrest both of them. Nobody would freaking argue with the guys. They would arrest both. You know.
Hey, Gary. They'll never know.
You probably need a parent's consent to be talking to them.
You absolutely do not want a cop talking to your children. And besides that, it's pretty creepy that this guy would want to have a conversation with these kids while their father is distracted with the other cops.
Yeah. Buddy. And, kids along, but fuck away from them.
Hey, don't talk to that. Don't talk to that police officer. He's a bad guy. Hey,
Yeah, he's not the
get
good
away
guy.
from my fucking kids, dude.
Get away from my fucking kids, dude. Right on, buddy. Right on. Good for him. For him. Yeah. He's not your friend.
He's in his family. Fuck away.
Teach the children.
Listen, move on, dude. You're just escalating the situation, bro.
Yeah.
He's best friends with the cop and thing. Yeah, he just by him being here, he's just escalating the situation.
Hey, mother's in that. Oh, that's fucking glad I heard the chat. See that gray car over there in the parking lot over in the corner? Because Gary was saying something about how somebody could be carjacking someone right now, and these idiots wouldn't even fucking know. Like, there was about this many cops up the street down back in St. John back in the day, 80s. And I was watching the whole time. My buddy was in a house just down the road fucking timing me. And it was the fastest I ever stole a car stereo. He says 5 seconds. I think 6. And I broke in, stole a car stereo, closed the door, and walked back to my buddy's house while all these idiots were standing around, basically. Not proud of it. I was a teenager at the time. But, yeah, I did do something like that, what Gary was saying, right under their fucking nose because they're preoccupied. They're preoccupied. They're not paying attention to what's over there. Mind you, I did it at nighttime, but they weren't even looking. It's like, so that does happen. Yes, Gary, you're right. These guys are just too stupid. Real crime going on, you know what I mean? If that guy found out that I took it, no, if he's even still alive, I'd be dead. Even to this day, I'd be dead. Fuck that. No. Come on, 5 cops, 3 kids sitting there, Dad. Like, why don't you just fucking be on your way and go solve some fucking crime there, stupid? Fuck, man.
So she's still telling me everything's working, man. Like you said, right? And basically,
ECC. Oh shit! I didn't even see that.
She told me that her concern was getting him up that early to take the south side.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, man. You know it.
Well, it's not that she was going to. She was
bad body cancer for a while.
That's what she told me. Okay, so I asked her again if anything else happened, if contact, anything like that. She told me no.
Exactly, Scotian lady. Fucking, you know it. You know it. I used to say that to myself. I can survive in St. John, man. So whatever I can do. Stop me from going anywhere. I got a tree. Fucking St. John, man.
Hey, bro. Good name and badge numbers from everybody here.
Yeah.
Ask for a card
They
if they have
accused
one.
him for anyways. I didn't got that. What they accused him of?
It's supposed to be a domestic, I believe.
See, Buddy doesn't know. Like, and this is your typical Canadian. I know this is in the States, but this is your typical average guy. He works all fucking day, man. Works his ass off all day. He's trying to provide for 3 kids. Shit's hectic. You don't have time to go online and fucking learn shit and learn the law and fucking. Like, this guy probably comes home, watches some MMA, or he goes to the gym, eats dinner, and sits down with a fam, whatever, and then that's it. And then rinse and repeat. Like, they're not like me sitting around all day on the internet, fucking looking at all the fucking nonsense and learning shit. Because who has time to learn shit when you're out earning shit? Fucking, you can't, you know. These guys, people work, man. Plus, his old lady's probably working too. That's why they're probably having a domestic. Because shit's stressful, man, for everybody. Anyhow, I'm gonna fucking bugger off out of that. It's enough. It's pissing me off. And we lost Sarah.
It's really, really fucking sad.
I'm right
All right.
here.
All right.
Nope. I'm just
I was
taking
actually
phone
happy
calls.
there for a minute.
Oh, fuck off.
Jesus.
Listen,
Fucking
you
hell.
wish that we were closer to each other
This
so
show-
that
this
you
show
could hang
suddenly
out
got
with
better.
me. Listen, I know you would like to hang out with me as much as Chris hangs out with me. I know you're jealous. See?
And her Jeep's working now too, so she can down hang out even more. Right?
That's right.
That's it.
No.
Hey, give your balls a tug, you tit fucker. Shorzy.
Give your balls a tug, you tit fucker.
That's what I'm talking about. Anyway.
The best part about that show is that it's like reliving high school, because everything that comes out of their mouth, it's like, that was literally my high school experience.
Yeah, right. It is true, though.
If you grew up in Southern Ontario, that was your life. Right? It's pretty good. Fucking Shorzy.
Pisses me off though, man, because when I look at knowing what I know now, I wish I had known then, like when I got arrested and stuff for a lot of stupid shit, I would have walked on most of it had I known, right? But you're young, you're stupid, and plus you'd already know you're being an idiot, so you kind of, it's like, oh hey, you got me. Instead of just keeping your fucking mouth shut, you know what I mean? Like, just knowing your rights, like why are you detaining me? Are you detaining me? Am I detained?
There's something that
Yeah,
there's
like,
something said for that though.
So what?
Like there's something to be said for that. Don't you think that that's something that you would think that we would be like taught? Like
No.
I feel like I was taught that. Like I was
I
taught
learned.
what my rights were when I was an adult. Like when I turned 18, someone taught me what my rights were as an adult.
I had to learn the
And
hard
like
way.
this is, like I'm serious. Like I think that everybody should understand what happens if you're going to travel internationally. You need to know like how to I don't know what your rights are basically. And again, like the same thing. Like you need to know what your rights are if you're going to be an adult and living and being part of an adult world where police are involved and things like that. Know what your autonomy is. Like, and there's a lot of people that just don't care.
Yeah.
And to me, that's shocking.
Yeah, well, yeah, that seems to be the majority of most population. People just don't give a fuck. They go along and get along and don't make waves. And is tit fucker much of an insult, though? Social media says, no, that sounds like a promise, not like a threat or anything. Or,
Sounds like a promise.
is tit fucker? No, that sounds like a good time, not fucking an insult.
I just find it interesting that more people aren't aware of the rights as a human.
Yeah.
If you're going to live in this country, don't you want to know what your rights are?
Or no, but Canadians seem to think that we have the same rights because we'll watch shit like that I just played and think, oh no, you can't be acting like that in front of Canadian cops, man. I think if we don't, most of us Canadians should know by now. Again, going back to the convoy and even before that, people should know, man. The cops are not on your side. They're not your friend. Don't talk to them. They're not your buddy. There's no thin blue line flag hanging outside my fucking house, man. It almost did there quite a few years back. But man, nope, not now. No. It's not happening, man. They're not your friends. They're not your friends.
Two things. I'm not discussing my day. Lawyer. Those are the only things you should say to a cop. I'm not discussing my day. And lawyer.
Yeah.
Those solve your problem like any other questions right there. That's it. You don't have to provide them with anything. If you get, again, like if people don't know how to know where you are and how to operate. That's all I'm saying. Like just educate yourself if you're going to be,
Just like the fucking star that's, what's the star that's beside?
Star of David?
No, I know, but there's
6-pointed
1,
star.
2, 3, 4. Oh, this is only a 5-pointed star.
The Jewish star is 6-pointed, right? It goes like this and then it goes like that.
Yeah, it's pentagram shit. Yeah. The up and down fucking nonsense.
Star of David is 6.
I don't know.
It's the Star of David. It's the Jewish.
Spooky old shit.
Here we go. Imagine, right?
Somewhere.
There's all kinds of symbolism in all kinds of books and things like that about the sheriff's badge, right? You can go you can go back in all kinds of different religions and histories and see where that symbol, so to speak, is something of power or whatever, if you want to say it, I guess.
Yeah. My favorite is probably the yin yang symbol's my favorite because it just like before Jordan Peterson fucking touched on it. That's what I always took away from the yin yang symbol. Like there's evil, there's good, but there's a little bit in each. Blah blah blah. It's kind of self-explanatory. You know what I mean? I thought it was, anyways. Yeah, you have a foot in each, right? Because you can't have a really. There's no one really that evil that doesn't have a little bit of good in them.
Wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
I disagree, right? I think that's a pretty black and white view, but
there's always good people that have a bit of evil in them, though. Like I've seen that, right? Like there's lots of people.
Everyone is evil.
Claim to be good and fucking. I think everybody has that fucking mean streak in them somewhere. Yeah. Or bad habits or something. Like as long as it's not fucking pedophilia, it's not a habit. That's fucking that's wood chipper. Don't kick puppies and don't use cats for fucking Chinese food and shit. I don't know, man. Like, but good people fucking who claim to be good tend to do evil shit, man. And you always find out after a while down the road, it's like, oh, that guy was the greatest guy. But then you find out, no,
yeah, but sometimes we misstep. Like I know from experience, like sometimes we make mistakes. It doesn't make us a bad person. It just makes us. It just makes us aware that we do have. What's the word? Like when you do something and you recognize it and you know that it's not good, acknowledge that something wrong and something bad.
And there's the people who know what they're doing bad, but they like doing bad and they keep doing bad. So yeah,
but those are bad people. That's what I'm saying. Like if you're a good person.
Yeah, so the yin yang thing's probably bullshit because
totally
where we're at now, though, I think there's fucking people out there who just fucking evil, right?
Yeah,
they pretend to be good.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They want you to society wants you to think that people are good. I don't think they are. I think people have the propensity to be good rather than having the propensity to be evil. I think that we're taught to be good. We're taught to follow the rules. We're taught to be docile and placated and not cause.
I think it's warning though, because we talked about the golden rule thing before, man. We touched on that shit. Like, I think we're born with it to a degree. We are, man. Like it's like doing to others as you would want to have done to yourself. Like if you've had the shit kicked out of you and people stomp on your fucking head, would you feel later on like that's a good idea to do somebody else? Like no, because you'll think twice because, hey, wait a minute, I've had that happen to me before. It sucks.
But I can tell you that when somebody hurts you the way that felt, you want to kick them in the fucking face.
Well, the person that did that,
know what that feels like,
right? Yeah, eye for an eye, shit. That's
100%. That's what I'm saying.
But that's religion. But still,
I'm like head for an eye.
But if you want to go all primitive, like look at fucking jails. Like when you go to a jail and you're the new guy in the jail, your best odds of surviving is to go to the biggest fucking guy and punch him right in the fucking head.
Yeah, but Chris, that's relevant in every situation. Look at a kid that gets put into the new kid in the class. Even at 5 years old, that's what happens.
Yeah, I know. I've been there.
Right? So that happens everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's always happened.
But it's like, that's, again, I think we can compare humans to a lot of different
we're taught
types of animals and shit. Like, I won't go monkeys because monkeys are fucking weird, but you can compare how human behavior, you know all about this. You can compare human behavior to wolves and other species and the hierarchies. Yes. Right? I don't know what the fuck I'm pointing.
You guys are grown in a different society, man. You know, it was never a case here. It was all peaceful, man, until I don't know, maybe the mid or late 90s.
This is why
this violence at school and all that bullshit we didn't fucking had.
We can't sort things out. We can't. Our police can't do their job anymore because there's two. We had, like I said, back in the 90s, crime was going way the fuck down. Domestics going way the fuck down. And what happened in the mid 90s? Everything went And now cops can't handle it. Our system can't handle it.
Listen, in places where those things were prevalent, like in places where that was part of what they saw, that did happen. But what people sometimes fail to recognize is that these things, violence in schools, violence among young people, all of those things didn't become so prevalent everywhere until internet, until access to this. You didn't know. Like, people didn't just walk up to people in the schoolyard and beat the fuck out of them in the middle of rural nowhere at schools until they saw that happening on the internet, because you didn't think to do something like that because it wasn't inside you. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't, people don't just do these things.
I didn't have the internet.
They see them and then they do them. They watch TV with violence and sexuality and all of those things, and then they model that behavior.
That did
So none of these things.
We did.
None of these things were in school when we were in school. None of these things were around when we were children. Like, when we were kids, our parents would hand us a quarter and say, walk to the store. 4 hours later, we would come back with a bag full of 25-cent candy. And we were like 6 or 7 years old. The parents didn't wonder where we were. They didn't think we got accosted off the side of the road, because that only happened in places like Mexico back then.
If you're in a school with like 500 students, and the word got around, like, you and so are going to have a fight at 3:00, or at lunch or whatever. Word got around from class to class. As soon as the bell rang, everybody knew that there was going to be a scrap. Right. And it was you and so, right? And everybody, there's like fucking like 100 people all around you in a circle, and just you and Buddy Boy in the middle. I've been in that situation many times, and that now you got a reputation, like you're that guy. So now you got to fucking. It was fun though. We did that for fun, man. It was fun, and the teacher would come out and break it up, and was like, and you'd be buddies afterwards, anyways. Most of the time, we were buddies afterwards, right?
And it's two people fighting fairly, while other people are just supporting, so to speak.
All yelling,
now, people get jumped, they get killed, they get raped, and they get robbed. And everybody films it rather than helps. Like, you rarely saw fights in school where people got hurt, so to speak. Like,
or stabbed or anything like that, man. Like, fuck, we had nunchucks and shit. I watched one guy. I didn't see him. I saw him there with the nunchucks. I didn't see him get knocked out, but my buddies were telling about it. I saw the after effect where he was laying on the ground. But Bayside would get in a fucking fight with Simon's Junior High, and Bayside would get meet at the top of the hill, and they'd all fight, and they had a couple guys that bring nunchucks, because it's the 80s, man. Nunchucks were in style, man.
Nunchucks.
This one guy was fucking swinging around, knocked himself fucking clean out. Like, doink.
Right. See?
And everybody just started laughing. No, the fight was over. Like, you can't fight after that. That was just too fucking funny.
Cheeky shenanigans, right? Like, when we
and
were
it was all peacocking. It was all peacocking. Right. Nobody really fight. Maybe 2 or 3 guys might have got into a scrap, but that was
now they show up with 9mm and they're like, "What, bitch?" Like, they're gonna shoot you, and you're like, "Oh, I thought we were gonna trade fucking Pokemon cards here."
Because on the weekends, we all fucking went and drank together and hung out together. We all lived next door to each other, but we all, for some weird reason, went to 2 different schools, which is weird. But they had enough of it was in the east end of St. John. ECC would know about Bayside and Simon's Jr.
Christ, Devin grew up in a different fucking world. I tell you, you grew up in a different world. It was not happening. Maybe in Berlin or Frankfurt, whatever, but not here on the countryside.
We used to fight. We used to scrap for fun, man. And then someone would yell "teacher" or they'd yell "cops," and we'd stop and we'd just put our arms around each other. Hey, what's this? Like pretend there's something going on.
Somebody showing up with a 9mm. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hey, what's going on here? What's here now? No, we're not doing anything.
Fucking hell.
Like, there's kids.
Yeah, we're just being kids. Nothing happening here. Why are you bleeding? No, I just fell on the ground over there. I'm okay. Fuck off, right?
Holy fuck.
There's people getting robbed at gunpoint in the middle of the day in the grocery store parking lot for their cars.
It's a good time.
Like, I'm serious, Huey.
It's a good time.
Fuck, man.
Like 10 minutes from me, a woman yesterday or 2 days ago got assaulted in the middle of the day. She got pulled into an alley walking down the main street in the town right next to me, like literally 10 minutes away from me. She got pulled into an alleyway and assaulted and robbed. Like she got sexually assaulted and robbed by 3 migrant men. Just middle of the day.
That happens here. That happens here too. That's what I said. That's what I said. When we got flooded with all these Muslims from the Middle East, this is daily business. The same as all the freaking knife attackings here.
There's lots and lots of stabbings here too.
Fuck.
There's a ton of stabbings here.
Yep.
Nobody hears about it. No one will ever hear about it.
Why is that?
Whether nobody cares, I don't know. Whether nobody cares, they just don't hear about it. If people heard more about it, again, everybody's busy working, and they come home from work, they watch Netflix, they eat supper, they go to bed.
Yeah, but our news is censored, so why bother watching it anyway? Because it's mostly just whatever they want you to hear, right?
Yeah, right.
It doesn't really matter. So I feel like the people who are wanting to get the information can go and get.
That's true, though.
Like, literally.
Fuck it.
Literally.
Get the hepatitis A.
Totally.
I'm only laughing because if they don't laugh, I'll go crazy. Jesus.
But the irony in this is that he's not wrong, and this is where it's like this is the shitty part about all of this is because it's like now when you go out, you're like, okay, so I can't go here, I can't go here, I can't go here, I can't go here, and it's like how fast our country has declined, and so many people were like, nothing's happening, and it's like, really? I can literally go and get listeria at the grocery store, hepatitis at Tim Hortons, and go for a good old-fashioned raping at the fucking Walmart.
Yeah.
Like, really? When it's like before, it was like, hey, you want to go meet at Tim Hortons and then go run some errands at Walmart? Now it's like, hey, so, yeah.
Yeah. E. coli and some fucking spinach at the fucking salad you just ate, whatever.
Yeah. And not one of it has to do with anything that has to do with white people. It has everything to do with the fact that let's just bring in everyone from India and say that there's no problem. Because this isn't a problem, right? No problem.
Yeah, it's like shortcuts. We're in shortcut city. The whole government from the top down is all shortcut. Now. Never mind.
They have to recognize at some point and acknowledge that it's just not. It's just like everything is falling apart.
It's deliberate, man. They're doing it on purpose. It has to be on purpose.
The word mass raping was never, ever in any fucking public conversation here until 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And now it's happening every day, about 2 or 3 times, every fucking day. And 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 guys raping a woman or a girl. It's absolutely insane. And I can tell you that 99% of them are not biologic German guys, And it's a fact.
You can always tell because they won't give a description. Like in Vaughan, where the 5 teen boys took a girl and went and raped her. The only description you get is between 15 and 18 years old.
Yep, the same here. The same here. But then they have to give the information if some journalist or whatever asks. And that's what's happening here. The independent journalists, they go in and they're asking for the names and whatever. Then you see the names, Mohammed, Ahmed, whatever names they are,
That's why they don't want to allow independent journalists. You have to be a certified, have to be an accredited fucking journalist now, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
What the fuck that means?
It's crazy. As a woman here, I would not go outside in the dark on my own at all. But you go to Poland or Hungary or Croatia or nothing happens like that. Nothing. The girls can walk in the street at fucking 2 a.m.
I don't care where I am.
Nothing happens there,
If I was a woman, I'd never leave the house anyway.
Why is that, Dum Dum?
Playing with myself.
That's your solution? If you had a vagina and boobs, you would just stay home all day and play with yourself?
Probably.
Why are we friends? Like, I honestly wonder these things some days.
Right? Why would I have any need to leave the home?
No. I feel like the only thing I would do if I had a penis for like, I don't know, an hour is I would just want to helicopter it. That's it. That's the only thing I would want to
The
do.
two best things about having a penis are, yes, the helicopter, and B, that we can pee anywhere.
Anyways, you man.
Christ,
these
John, if
days
you were a
can-
fucking woman for a day, you'd have an OnlyFans and you'd have a fucking 100 guys running the fucking train on you.
I wouldn't have time. I'd be too busy in the bathroom by myself.
No.
Right?
I mean,
I
you
would-
can
I wouldn't
easily,
even- I
you can
wouldn't
easily
even get out of the
identify
bathroom.
yourself.
You'd be running a cock carousel. It's Johnny's cock carousel. I got a pussy. Look at me. And titties.
No, but I'd be a huge dyke.
Oh, whatever.
Right?
You wouldn't be lonely if you were a woman you wouldn't be home playing with
Right,
yourself.
I'd be
That
scissoring.
novelty would wear off after about 2 days. You'd be like, okay, jerking off. Then you'd want cock.
Oh my God.
Say what?
Johnny and the cock.
Yeah, well.
Johnny.
Oh.
Say what?
Sorry. I was just
Like
listening to you say that. I'm in the washroom going, fuck no, man. Like, I kind of get it. I could suck my dick.
You wouldn't leave the house
If I
either.
could suck my
Chris.
dick, I'd stay home.
You
for
woke up with a
days
pair of
too. That
tits.
would get
The first
old.
thing you'd do is grope yourself all fucking day, and you know it. You know it. You'd be sitting there trying to lick your nipple.
If you could suck your own cock, would you do it?
Absolutely not.
What
Why wouldn't
the
you?
fuck?
Because,
already
because you're gonna have to.
What the fuck
Because
have
you're
you
forcing yourself to
moved
finish.
into now,
'Cause you
man?
know
What
you're
the
gonna
fuck
want
is
to
going
finish.
on?
You're not gonna fucking go and get it without finishing, and I'm not about to finish in my mouth.
Ah!
Okay,
Stop it!
that's why.
Stop
Be
talking
honest
right
here.
now. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop
Zip,
talking.
zip it, zip, zip.
No. This is what you're doing. This is what I want you to do. There will be no more talk about sucking your own dick on this stream until I am gone.
You've
Understood?
reached your limit on talking.
I
Shut
will
the
come. I
fuck
swear
up.
to God, I will fucking come through there. No more.
Sorry, man.
Right?
Fuck.
Enough.
But it's true,
I am not in the mood for your shit.
right?
Don't make me call you.
Nobody
I'll leave
fucking
this
cares.
fucking-
You know what?
It's just true. That's all. I'm just
No.
saying. You know.
That's
See?
usually for FAFO only, though, right? That's a FAFO stream.
We are not reading. All right. Yeah.
No.
See, Johnny requires supervision every once in a while.
Me
Bullshit.
too.
It is, and it's true. It's bullshit. I feel like I might need some.
Listen, listen. Okay, what?
Okay.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, I'm saying.
Oh my goodness.
You win.
I think I call it sick for a couple of days so I can suck my own dick, though.
Boobies.
Yes. That's a good way to change something. Right. Boom. Michelle does that too. She just say boobies. That's like the reset button. Doink.
Except for you can't see boobies today, but please.
Nah, that's
Oh,
fine.
side boob.
I
I,
know.
get,
You're stuck.
I get it.
Uni boob. Sort of.
James, supervision or discipline? Stop. Settle down. No discipline. Discipline.
You don't want to know, Sarah. Don't.
Nope.
You should probably never ask.
Don't ask. We're not. Nope.
Right.
No.
No, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna
Listen.
stick my own dick. I'm gonna suck somebody else's dick.
Oh,
Fuck.
God.
It's my dick. I'll
Oh,
fucking suck what I want to. If I could.
Listen,
If I
shut up
could.
for a second.
Christ, I don't have a fuck. I'm not fucking John Holmes or fucking what's his face there. Fucking.
Holy Jesus. What is
Fake
that?
info.
What the fuck is that?
I said that.
So you'd probably swallow too, wouldn't you?
Jesus, no. Come on.
No, you would.
That's it.
Why would you do that? Would you drink your own piss? Do you taste your own poop? See what it tastes like? Like, why would you do that, man? No.
Well, I can tell you that from experience of having someone else, I'm not into that. Not, you know.
Oh, it's like.
Or are you saying you'd spit?
I wonder how many times we've ever gone down on a chick after she just got fucking some dude just busted a nut in her and she didn't tell you.
I can say never.
I'm hoping.
I can definitely say never.
It's dinner here. Thanks. Hank says we're fucking grossing out a bunch of fucking people. This is fucking super gross stream right now.
My God.
Timeout. We're on a timeout. Sarah says, fuck.
That's, I mean, if I would have known that that's all it takes to get her off the screen, I'd have done that a lot sooner. You know?
Why?
Amazing.
Yeah, Sarah's going to get some ammunition. She'll get us back for that, man. Trust me.
Maybe.
Payback's a bitch. Always is. I'm not calling her a bitch, but Jesus.
I think you were.
I'm
going
going
to
to
bitch there.
God damn it.
Oh, fuck's sakes.
So yeah, where was I? I was talking about the stupid gay news of the day I was playing earlier.
Lots of gay news for the day.
I know, man, but some of the stuff I was checking out earlier is like, fuck.
Right.
So Ukraine knocked out Russia's internet for 5 hours at least. So I hear. Oh, Wycliffe's going to interview Randy Hilliard.
I don't trust any of this fucking propaganda news from each side at all. You know,
No.
If you want to have the real deal, go there and check it out on your own. You know, I've watched so many channels now from Russia, and some of them are even close to that area. And I tell you, I don't trust anything from any freaking news channel at all. It doesn't matter if it's a Russian or Ukraine or CNN or whatever. You know, It's all fucking. You don't know what is true and what not. How much fucking they tell you and how much they fucking hide and all this bullshit. It's all crap. It's all a fucking game. They play a game and killing people every day. I don't know, a couple hundred every day.
Oh, I gotta watch this, man.
Yeah,
just listen.
Yeah.
Hey, gotta pay. I'm not. See, I was looking for something to put on here, and then I'm not paying attention to the chats. But Alexis in here.
My God.
Alexis is off work. Alexis, you just missed all the fun. No. Whatever you do, don't go back and listen to what the fuck we were just talking about. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here anymore. You probably unsubscribed me, actually.
Yeah, right.
I probably lost some subscribers over this one. Yeah, let's play this if you guys are into it. Too bad I'm into it, so whatever. Suck a dick. Suck your own dick.
The Ninja Warrior with a Dragon Ball Z inspired outfit tonight. I believe that is. Oh wow!
Oh, he's fucking ripped.
That's kind of badass. Yeah. One of the most legendary stashes in the game.
Yeah, that's got to be some juice.
Huh? Yeah.
No one gets a back like that.
So this is a rematch.
Yes, it is. Very close fight. Brandon Kelly had food poisoning the first time. He at least alleges. And he's got his Venmo.
Never have seen a fucking boxer that looks gay.
Very slow walk. Super slow. What is this outfit you say it is?
It's Dragon Ball Z.
Okay. Which
Dragon Ball Z.
Anime. As you call it.
Hey, Dave, this is my second application for a small business.
You
got $10,000 worth Ninja Warrior Gym that needs some help.
Okay. Ninja Warrior Gym.
Okay.
I think, Dave, you got to help him if you win.
He just said, take this as my second application to the
Oh.
So I get a lot of people coming, but
he owns a gym.
Got it.
Ninja Warrior gyms are. Have we saved one of those yet?
Hometown hard on.
The heavyweight champion. How long? What do you think? It would be funny if it was like Ninja Warrior Gym, established 1932.
Yeah, right.
So here's our champion.
Wade Woodruff, one of the best fighters we have in the game.
All right, get in there. Fucking scrap. I don't want to
99 for a reason, folks. That nickname is no joke.
Absolutely not. An Army vet.
The what are these? What muscles are these? Obliques are huge on the Ninja Warrior.
Yeah.
They were like popping out.
I mean, his traps too. He looks like he's got like a Ninja Turtle. He's got a shell on the
He
back of
looks
his.
3,000 times bigger than last time we saw him. All right, here we go. Wade Woodruff. Let's see what we got.
Wow.
Big swing right there from the Ninja Warrior. Oh, he looks.
Haymaker when they land, they hurt you.
Shots coming from him.
Only block.
A lot.
No, I'll go with the guy in the black shorts.
Yeah.
Oh, am I crazy or is he way bigger?
I'm into the guy in the black shorts.
Maybe it may have bulked up.
Yeah.
Bulked up.
He knows how to avoid him.
I mean, he's fucking huge.
Maybe parkour.
That's his first rodeo.
He does hold world records.
I think
Fast
Red
smile,
Bull
ran
is
backwards. I think he's got like most.
He seems way more aggressive this fight.
Yeah, and he doesn't really know how to attack this.
He might be trying to let him gas himself out.
You got the black shorts. So
accomplished in the ring. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, again.
These guys are throwing haymakers. Ah, man. The hair is all over the place from the Ninja Warrior. So that was very inviting in any respect because he just kind of took that early storm from the Ninja Warrior. And now Ninja Warrior does look like he's a little more tired than he was 3 seconds ago. And that was actually, he ended the round with a good shot.
Nice straight there.
It's a good strategy in rough and rowdy. Just let them gas themselves out.
So I got to save this guy's gym and then
Ruby,
who is the guy who just lost the championship?
Flying Ryan
asked for a job.
He asked for a job, and then also the ring girl wants to fuck him. You got a big to-do list after
I
this
eat
fight.
ass his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Gave you some.
Yeah.
cookies.
Quite a to-do list, David.
It's the weirdest box of candy I've ever seen. It's like foreign Doritos.
I rocked them a bit.
Like, where are these Doritos from?
Oh,
Japan.
Japan. That's
We need,
yeah.
you need to give that box to Jeff D. Lowe. He'll tell you where everything's from and how much it costs.
Jeff D. Lowe loves snacks.
Yeah.
Like they're all fake.
What do you mean? Fake?
Well, like, what is this?
That's Lay's from a foreign country.
What? Well, why do we have it when we're here? All right, round 2. Round 1, I think, goes to the Ninja Warrior because
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Did you give round 1 to the Ninja Warrior?
I think. Oh,
No.
I disagree.
Really?
I don't think he landed anything
No.
that
Yeah,
was
but he
massive.
threw all the punches.
Woodruff kind of put him on his back feet. I don't know. I think that was close. I don't think it was a sure thing.
Yeah, it's very close. It could go either way. It's just
Black shorts.
but nothing's been done. No, good right.
Both of them landed good shots there. Good exchange.
These are the fights I wish were more than 3 rounds.
I know.
Because they are kind of feeling each other out right now.
And they both have the stamina to go 5.
Right.
Keep your guard up there, Blue.
Brendan Kelly did tell me leading into this fight that he was a little bit concerned about his left hand. I believe he was nursing an injury. We haven't seen him throw it a ton.
Oh, good right. Oh, yeah.
Listen, see how he dances away from
Swinging a miss.
Man, he knows what he's doing, man.
He just Wayne
It takes a lot of energy out of you. When you
Very
swing
good
like that,
fighter.
you
Yes.
fucking miss. Holy
Like,
fuck, you're
slowly just taking control of this fight.
Yeah, very composed, very technical in his strikes.
And we've seen him win in every single way. We've seen him win decisions. We've seen him win knockouts. He just knows what to do.
Well, if this was a decision
That
right
was a
now,
good right there.
Yeah, pro move to let Ninja Warrior gas himself out.
Yeah, if that's your first time in the ring, you try to swing with Ninja Warrior, you get knocked out.
Right.
Ninja Warrior was throwing fucking bombs to start the fight.
I believe the last fight ended via decision too, so it could have been an attempt on the Ninja Warrior's part to just change up the game plan. Come out like a bat out of hell and see if it works.
Yep.
Jesus Christ, show him being a granddaughter. Fuck off.
Final round here. Don't count out the Ninja Warrior either. If one of those massive hooks lands, anything can happen.
I can't get over how much bigger the Ninja Warrior.
Yeah.
Oh, see?
What the
That
fuck
could
was
Fuck
that?
out, man.
Credit
Fucking
to the
haymakers
Ninja
it is,
Warrior.
man.
He's the first guy I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah, but you see them coming, so they're easy to avoid.
Spider-Man is, yeah.
He's
And that's going to gas him, man. You think swings like that and you miss, man. It's not this thing's not good.
In this when
He
he
clearly has
fell
no
down,
idea
he
what he's
actually
doing.
covered his head.
Yeah.
Okay, just wore one
I
there.
think Wade Woodruff is taking control of this fight, though.
It almost seems like the Ninja Warrior has more urgency to get this done.
Yeah, definitely. But he's the one getting caught.
Like he's not even looking. It's just wild swing.
He just puts his head down and swings.
Good left right there.
It's like,
kind of tying up at the right times too. You're seeing the fight IQ and the experience.
Telegraphed every fight.
Fight IQ.
Yeah,
pretty much a perfect fight.
Oh, stop.
Fight
His
IQ,
shoes
yeah.
are slippery.
That was a slip. Maybe a wet spot on the canvas.
Staying after the bell.
Very good fight. Very good fight. Similar to last time, I think. Maybe a little more action in this one.
The ninja's mad.
Yeah, I think he knows.
I wouldn't call it a good fight. I would say one guy knew what he was doing.
The other guy had no
Where's the
clue.
blood coming from?
But that was the
Dragon
guy
Ball
in the
Z
blue
over there
blue
had no
gloves, man.
fucking clue.
His nose, maybe?
The blue guy at least know what the punch is.
Yeah, blue gloves doesn't win when you know something's going on there. Yeah, there you go.
He's mad.
That's the right call, though.
Yeah.
I don't think that the other guy ever hit the other one.
That's the
man.
right call.
He was
Obviously
always
very
hitting the
close
fucking
fight.
air.
Very mad
upset,
with the
yeah.
decision.
We'll get them
I
talking to
think, it was,
both these
I
guys.
think it was the right call, though.
I think it was.
I do. I
We
really
got two fights till
Of course it
Jose Canseco and
I
Billy
honestly
Football
can't
Buck.
believe
We
that
got
somebody
one fight
pays
till
for this.
Jose, the heavyweight champion of the world, Bobby Lang.
We got to see these guys, though. I want Ronan and Caleb to talk to.
It's pretty cool, Belt. I didn't stick around and listen to what they're going to talk about. Oh, well. Who
Thank
cares?
God.
Right? You watch Midges fight again.
It was just bad stuff, man. Fuck no.
A little bit, yeah. Midgets were better.
Yeah. Yeah, they're more
They
entertaining.
were better than this guys. For sure they were
Absolutely.
better.
Yeah, Blue Gloves was all right. He probably did better than I would have done. I don't know. Didn't keep his. You got to keep your guard up, man. But the guy in the blue gloves, black shorts, man, he was way better at fucking doing this and this. Like, I don't. That's my mistake. I never bob and weave. I just like fuck you. It's like, fuck it. I'll see them coming, but I don't fucking feel like ducking. I'll just take it with my fucking forehead or something.
I mean,
right?
he also had at least a clue how to box. The other guy had
Yeah.
no fucking idea what he has to do, you know?
Yeah, the blue gloves had way more probably experience in boxing than I do.
Oh, 100%.
You can tell because he was like he was. I watched him fucking just do the Matrix fucking shit when it comes to a couple shots. Mind you, you can see those haymakers coming a long ways away, right? So you can go, yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. He telegraphed every single fucking punch he threw.
Pretty much, yeah. You can't see that coming in.
No, and add in the fact that he's not even looking when he throws the punch, so I don't know how you expect to win that way.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. It does not surprise me at all, there, Roger.
Fucking Roger.
Freaking Roger, eh?
I know, right?
That's right.
Fucking guy just pops in.
Our Minister of Inner Affairs said she wants to throw out fire everybody from the police forces who are supporters of the AFD.
Right. They want, it's like you're in Canada. If you're either on board with their bullshit or you're gone.
Well, it's like what the PPC's learning right now, right? Did you see what happened there? They went and changed the rules.
Did they know?
Yeah, well, because the rule for getting into the federal debates last time, it was you had to have 4% in the election in order to qualify to be able to do the debates. Well, Maxime got that 4%.
Yeah.
So he's eligible, but now they've just changed the rule. And now that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And he's now eliminated from being qualified.
Like Romania.
It's like that, but that's what happens when you're trying to use and play within the system to change the system. They just make more rules to stop you from doing what you're doing.
They'll just change the goalposts.
The good thing is, Johnny, that the further they go on, the more they expose themselves to the public, what fucking fools and fucking anti-democracy parties they are. And that is maybe takes too long.
That's a yes and no, because a lot of these people are convinced that what they're being told about these parties is correct, so they don't care.
They don't care. They're like, oh, well, they're racist, so fuck them, right?
Like, I agree, some are waking up to that fact, but most are still like, well, good for them.
You see it in Austria now. In Austria, they already had an agreement now. They tried to hold the Austrian AFD out of control, but they couldn't get a minority government going. So now they are building a government with the conservatives and the AfD, and they already have an agreement on the economy that they made, I think, yesterday or the day before. So, and the AfD in Austria has gained since the election up to about 40%. So the people are not stupid. They're not buying all this shit anymore.
So the problem is they are stupid here. I mean, you still have people that think the Conservative Party's conservative.
Yeah, but the problem is that you are almost in the same boat as the Americans. You have the two big parties, and they are always dominating. And the thing is that both these parties are, let's say, left green. You know,
right? But the left wing, right wing bullshit. It's all bullshit. We might be left wing and right wing and the populace as people. Some people might be a little more left leaning than the refugees welcome here. Yeah, you're lefty. They need to go back. That's a righty, right? No, but our government is not like that. Our government doesn't give a fuck about. They use the left and right to keep being in power. They don't give a fuck about you. None of them give a fuck about us, man. And they need to go. They need to go. They're responsible for fucking treason and murder and all kinds of fucking funky shit, man. We need fucking Nuremberg fucking 100.0 on steroids, man. There needs to be lots of Day of the Ropes across the Western world, man. Day of the Ropes it'll be a national holiday for 1,000 years, man.
Yeah, I doubt it happens.
Right, Peppermint? Peppermint's got it right here. He says, suck your own dick. Be a man.
Definitely not.
You don't need no
No,
woman.
I don't. Even.
I already question if masturbation makes one gay because you're playing with a penis. I couldn't going that far. I would have to think does make you gay. Right?
Gay.
Yeah, right. Like I don't care if it's yours or not. If you stick a penis in your mouth, it's pretty gay.
Yeah. But if I could, though. Oh.
Yeah, no. If I could, I still wouldn't. No, that's just too.
I think
weird.
you would. I would. If I could, I probably would.
No, it's too weird.
Do you have the shut up faggot button?
No, not yet. I gotta get that.
Yeah.
That's too bad. That would have been really good there.
Yeah, good timing. But
Shut
I
up,
agree.
faggot.
It's gone. The moment's gone now, okay?
Something like that.
Got to be quicker on the buttons there.
Maybe.
Do it for me.
I mean, I do have. Where's this one? Just gotta wait for it to load.
Oh.
He said load.
Gay.
No.
Right.
No. Shut up, faggot is so much better.
Well, of course it is. It's 100% better, but
that was a big load. Fucking.
I tell you what.
Tell you
That's
what.
it. You got nothing else to say? Nothing smart? Come on.
I'm gay.
I'm gonna throw shit at you.
Whatever.
Oh, I guess
Bring
I have
it.
to.
So when is your election now? In May?
Well, no. Actually, I'm willing to bet it won't be until fall. Everybody thinks it's going to be in April. But the one thing that everybody keeps fucking, because people are stupid, Jagmeet doesn't need to do the non-confidence vote anymore because Trudeau's no longer there.
But who is in charge now?
Nobody right now. Well, technically Trudeau still is because he hasn't actually resigned.
Actually, right. He hasn't actually resigned. He announced his intent.
Yeah. Like, and this is another thing where people are retarded too, because they keep on saying, "Oh, he resigned." No, he didn't. He has not resigned yet. All he did is said he's going to, and then he prorogued Parliament. So he's still in charge, right?
Well, it's exactly the same situation that we had here when they said they're going to resign, and they took about 6 weeks, and now after that, the date they said they resigned, they set up the new election for the February 23rd, you know. So it could be all done by now if they would resign immediately and would set up the point to whatever, the 15th or 18th of January. So we could have the new election already. But it's all fucking game playing. That's what they do. They play a game and fool you.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to end up with an election in the fall. I feel like when Parliament comes back, the only ones that are going to want the non-confidence are the Conservatives, and I think that the NDP will back the new Liberal government in saying that, well, hey, it's not Trudeau anymore, especially because by all accounts, it does look like it's probably going to be Mark Carney.
That's what I
And
said.
that makes me wonder too. Like I feel the Liberals have to have something up their sleeve if they're actually going to run Mark Carney as their leader, because to me, I would think you want a sacrificial lamb, because it looks like you're going to get fucking pounded in the upcoming.
Yeah, but
election.
he's big time banker WEF guy. He's
right.
like,
That's why I feel that there's got to be something up their sleeve here, because why are you running the guy that you actually want right now? Right, because you don't want him. You don't want to run him and lose, right? Not if you actually want him. So I figured they'd fucking toss a sacrificial lamb in there, beat this election, and have Carney come in for the next one. But
yeah,
I feel like there's something up their sleeve.
Usually is, yeah, digital currency. James.
Well, and he also wants the UBI, which of course Jagmeet wants as well. So I can see Jagmeet supporting him.
Well, all parties want that, right?
I actually think Jeremy Smith
For the most part,
will
yeah.
reign forever in this division.
Yeah.
Yes, agreed, Dave. Agreed.
Mitch the Doorman is our first champ. You know, he's experienced in there. He's been in there before. We could throw to the video here, get a little background on this BMFT fight.
Play the video.
December 10th, fighting Casey, the Doorman.
Canada, 5 years ago, when you beat me for strongest dwarf by 2 fucking pounds, I'm coming down there to take back the baddest motherfucking dwarf championship.
Smith, former champion.
So we're even. I gave you a loser. You punk. Now we just need the Suns.
We're defending champions. Give it up to
Smith became champion. I've been fucking starving.
I wish I had a midget friend.
We got all the heavy fights coming up now.
Oh, well, this one's not particularly heavy.
No, I meant big. Yeah, I'm always impressed by Jeremy. And I don't mean big, I mean grand. Yes.
Pete Hornswoggle on our 14.
Keynote.
Yeah.
Did they just say he beat
Okay, so
Hornswoggle?
I just heard there's
Hornswoggle,
real
yeah.
this fight, okay. So
Hornswoggle's
Smidge
awesome.
lost a
I love
bodybuilding competition for world's strongest dwarf.
Came in second,
to
actually.
Jeremy
Yeah.
Smith. Yeah, lost it by 2 pounds.
Now these guys
by
have
2
fought.
pounds.
Oh, he lost
Yes.
there.
No, never. This
No,
is
no,
never
they have
before a
not.
fight.
Yes, they have not.
What'd you
But
do,
this is
Johnny?
Real beef.
Yeah, never
do?
before.
So
I hope it
Here,
was me.
gun.
So if
I
you're
hope
rooting
it was
for a
me.
redemption story, you're rooting for Smidge in the red corner.
I hope I didn't call me.
She's sick of watching this.
Smith 3-1. Jeremy Smith
Claims
3-0.
your laptop,
Like
so
I said, I
fuck you.
think Jeremy Smith is the best at his pound for pound of
Doing a
anybody
hard
in the
reset.
fighting world.
He
Really.
really
Unfortunately, it
These are
probably
the best
means
fights
she'll
to
be
make in the
back.
division, too.
Yeah, there's nobody who can do anything with it. Look
Look again, the Blue Gloves got this one again.
And he's controlling the fight.
It's like a hockey fight.
He
Let's
is.
go.
Yeah, it is, eh? Yeah.
I was just about to say it's like a hockey fight.
Yeah,
Fucking hell.
Just wearing on him.
And he's getting caught in the ropes, you
And
see.
now he's working the
Body shot,
working
body
the
shot.
working the
Boom,
Oh,
boom.
that was a good one.
Now he's taking every. This guy's
Hell.
a tough bastard. This Jeremy Smith.
Yeah, red gloves is fucked.
Backs off, takes the pressure off for a minute. Jeremy Smith undefeated and
Love
really
that the gloves go to their elbows.
in any degree of trouble. Big right. Smidge is holding his own, but still clearly behind on the scorecards. Good right. Nothing really lands there. Back and forth. Good sportsmanship. I think round one has to go to Jeremy Smith, the champ. I agree.
Definitely pushed him into the corner, landed a lot of good shots, but Smidge pushed back like we haven't seen one of Jeremy Smith's opponents do.
Agree.
I hopped on Twitter real quick just to get the sense, and let's just say Big Bad Booty Daddy, he saved the night. Because, we had the technical issue, but that was a moment, that will live on forever.
And we still have.
Oh, yeah, we still have that.
Yeah.
But that moment alone, like I said, there are some moments that happen where it's like, yep.
Oh, this is a
Double
super
Santa.
festive.
Double Santa.
Double
alert.
Santa,
outfit.
little fire and ice. I like it. Salt and pepper. Yes, Big Bad Booty Daddy.
Well, did
Or
we
that could
already
be
tell
fight
the
of the
other
night.
guy?
That could be fight of the night. And KO of the night could go to. No, wait. What did we say? The KO of the night. Yeah. So Trailer's getting his new teeth. We're gonna award Irish Dave Portnoy the knockout of the night, and then Big Bad Booty Daddy the fight of the night. I think that's all fair.
That's good stuff. They both deserve bonuses. Yep.
All right, round 2.
Oh, good shot from the doorman.
Oh, but did that anger now the champ?
Yeah,
He
you
is
got-
getting his gloves caught. But look at Smidge.
I love that he's allowed to just push him into the ropes. and
He's so much bigger.
No.
Look how much bigger.
Trying.
the champ is.
A little buzz
Now
saw.
he's unloading. Lots of punches.
Yeah, he doesn't have a chance, man.
He's unloading on
I
Smidge.
feel bad for the red glove guy. You know, he's trying, but he's
Isn't able to push him out of that corner, push him out of the ropes.
He's so
doesn't have the
strong.
reach, man.
Now he's back.
Circling, that's what he needs to do, I think.
Well, neither of them really have reach.
Get out of the
No,
ropes,
I
get
know.
out
The
of the
blue
ropes.
glove's got better reach.
But he goes
He knows
right
what
back
he's
there. He
doing.
just walks into
Ooh.
it. Walks in a good right.
Well, like, isn't the ref supposed to
Body
get him
shot
off the ropes?
hard by the champ. He opened himself up. He just worked the
His
body.
body shots.
I don't think you want to eat many of those from Jeremy.
Still working the body. Oh, and then comes up top. That round again, a 2-0. It's Jeremy.
Smidge opened with a good punch there, but Jeremy Smith just took over.
It's like it's not he can't crack.
Yeah.
It's just there's something you can't do. He can lift all the weights, he can train all he wants, but it's just Jeremy's just a fucking good ass fighter.
We may be watching the GOAT in this division right here.
He really is. He really is. I want to try to get. We got to get someone. I'm gonna work on getting a comment from Bobby Lang.
A comment from Lang. I'd love to see Jersey Jerry and to do their thoughts as we wind down to their show. So are we rearranging Vito the Torpedo and Slap for Cash? Are they going actually last because of real ring concerns?
Yes.
Okay.
They
They have to go.
I actually love that.
Does
The fact
everyone
that-
know that?
I think, does Chris know that? Well, I'll tell Chris right now.
There's a real chance this ring breaks tonight.
You won't find that on too many telecasts.
No.
You got to rearrange the order of fights because they're afraid the last fight will just snap the ring.
Oh,
by the way,
good shot to open there.
what happens if they just go to Middle Earth? If it just fucking collapses,
Yeah.
they just keep
It's
going.
like Kane and Undertaker.
Yeah.
You know those like memes when people just floating through.
I think how he
space?
swung and he missed. He turned around and went back with it.
Only in Rough Rowdy do you have to move your half a ton fight to the end because the ring might not last.
And by the way, on the heels of a little
Didn't turn his back, right?
Oh, Mitch is eating it now.
It'll be a nice little epilogue to Jersey Jerry and
I love
Finley.
it. I love it. You need a come down. Yeah.
This is all Jeremy right now. 3-0, although he takes some body shots.
And you know what's crazy? It is all Jeremy Smith, but it's still the best fight that he's had yet.
Yes. The only man who did. Oh, another one. Just dominating now. Body.
Yeah, that guy's getting beat down.
Oh my God!
Oh no, Smith!
Oh,
Smith, you're getting your ribbon broke.
wow, that's got to be end still right there. Jeremy Smith may be unbeatable.
He looked like he was in one of those old
He's
school,
gonna
like
be
Babe Ruth was sitting in that machine that would just like trying to get a six pack.
That was a brutal.
Yep.
The BMF3 champion. Give it up for him, Jeremy Smith.
That
You
was
love
a-
to see his trainer going wild. I love to see the camaraderie in Rough and Rowdy.
That was a brutal attack on the gut.
Hey,
Look at the new
It
title,
really
looks
was.
good with the new strap and everything. There's the champ right there, ladies and gentlemen.
And rightfully so. I just don't know that anybody can beat him.
No.
Look at that. He set him up with that right, and then he just went to town. Good fight.
Great fight, Jeremy. Great fight, champ. All right, boys, I got the comment. I have the comment from Bobby Lang directly after that fight. Hank got it. Bobby said, quote, I am going to send this fucking clown to the gulag.
Wow. There it
End
is.
quote.
That's
I
a future
actually
Rough and
think
Rowdy
we
main
try to
event.
get that a 5-round if
Yeah.
we can.
Yes.
This is a good one.
I'm
Come on,
so excited.
We may not need the extra round. Someone may go down
Do they
before that.
know? Do they know we're not
Yes.
doing veto
Yeah,
next?
they know we're not
That
doing
means it's
veto.
Shizette.
People's champ.
All right, you're good, Caleb.
I'm here with the winner, and you might be the winner for a long, long time.
I guess so. I'm just really so blessed. All these kids hopefully looking out
Hopefully, this is something you guys can get into. I'd like to thank my sponsors, Tony Ramos, Westside Barbell.
The kids are not going to be built like you, my dog.
You got to have a dream. Stick to your dreams. I didn't start like this. I started like a puny kid. Stick to your dreams. That's all you got to do, dude. That's all you got to do.
Is there anyone that can take you down? Anyone? Ever? Anyone?
I don't know. If there is, you guys got to find them, bro. I'm too busy working in the gym. That's your guys' job.
You know, we got a tough job in front of us.
Robbie
Good
Foster,
answer.
rough and rowdy commentator and ringside course.
Good answer. You find them. Yes, of course somebody's going to take you down. Am I going to get paid for it? Right? Oh, man. We lost Sarah. I think Sarah didn't like the whole fucking sucking your own dick.
Good. From now on, every time she comes on, that's exactly what I'm going to talk about.
Suck a dick.
Like the second she comes in, I'm going to be like, so.
If you had a dick, would you suck it?
Yeah, right? It's going to be great.
There once was a man from Nantucket.
Yeah.
Whose dick was so long he could suck it.
Said with a grin as he wiped off his chin.
What was the other part?
What was it again?
I don't know.
I think it was if my ear was a cunt.
I'm surprised you knew the second part because all I knew was the first part.
Something like that.
Usually when you say there once was a man from Nantucket, everybody goes, whoa! Right? Pump the fucking brakes. Because they know. I don't know. I can't remember that song. I'm going to fucking look it up now, though.
Holy shit. Canada's $1.3 billion border plan includes Blackhawks to address Trump's demands.
Oh, really?
Be nice if we do it anyway.
Dirty version. Here we go. That's the New Zealand version. 2 versions of the man from Nantucket. Okay, let's fucking check this guy out. Pause. Stop. Settle down.
Oh,
I have to hear this now.
There once was a man from Nantucket who kept his cash in a bucket. But his daughter named Nan ran away with a man. And as for the bucket, Nan took it. But he followed the pair to Pawtucket, the man and the girl with the bucket. And he said to the man, he was welcome to Nan, but as for the bucket, Pa took it. Then the pair followed Pa to Manhasset, where he still had the cash as an asset. But Nan and the man stole the money and ran. And as for the bucket...
Yeah, he's rolling his R's. Fuck off.
Yeah, super
no,
gay.
That's not what I wanted. Stop. That's enough of that.
Gay.
Yeah. Right? What's this one here?
There once was a woman from New Zealand who got put in jail for stealing. So she laid on her back and opened a crack and pissed all over the ceiling. These are a couple of these little jokes, limericks, whatever you want to call them, that my dad used to tell me. Here's the one. What's the other one? Okay, there once was a man from Nantucket whose dick was so long he could suck it, as he thought with a grin as he wiped off his chin. If his ear was a cunt, he would fuck it.
That's what it was. That's the one. That's the one.
Old school, stupid ass jokes.
You did have it right.
What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs floating in the water? Bob. What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs on your front doorstep? Matt. What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs on your wall? Art. What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs sitting in a hole? Phil. What do you call a guy with no arms and no legs in the bushes? Russell.
Jesus.
That's all lame. Super lame.
What? He had the but he said the whole fucking limerick, right?
Yeah.
This is an episode you probably shouldn't play in school, but goddamn if it isn't my favorite. Today we're reading Dirty Limericks. That's the intro. There once was a man from Bonaire who was doing his wife on the stair. When the banister broke, he had doubled his stroke and finished her off in midair. There was a young scoundrel named Dave who kept a dead whore in a cave. He said, I'll admit, I'm a bit of a shit, but think of all the money I save. There once was a man named Raoul who noticed red spots on his tool. He went to the doc who examined his cock and said, wipe off the lipstick, you fool. There was a young plumber from Lee who was plumbing his wife by the sea. She said, stop your plumbing, there's somebody coming. Said the plumber, still plumbing, it's me. There was a young bartender from Vale. On her breasts wrote the price of an ale. And on her behind, for the sake of the blind, was the same information in Braille. There once was a fellow McSweeney who spilled his gin on his weenie. So, just to be couth, he added vermouth and slipped his girlfriend a martini. There once was a fellow from Brighton who thought he'd at last found a tight one. He said, oh my love, it fits like a glove. Said she, but you're not in the right one. That's so bad. There was a young maiden named Alice who used dynamite as a phallus. They found her vagina in North Carolina and bits of her tits down in Dallas. There once was a fellow named Green who invented a fucking machine. Concave or convex, it took either sex and played with itself in between. There once was a woman from Q who filled her vagina with glue. She said with a grin, if they pay to get in, they'll pay to get out of it too.
Jesus.
Genius. There once was this one's so good. There once was a flaccid old Jew who was vainly attempting to screw. His wife said, oy vey, if you keep on that way, the Messiah will come before you. All right, one more. There was a young maid from Madras who had a magnificent ass. Not pretty and pink as you probably think. It was gray, had 4 legs, and ate grass. Curveball, motherfucker. Thank you all so much for watching. This one was just...
Curveball, motherfucker.
Man, got to be kidding me.
Hey. I know guys, I work with guys that know all those, man. They'll just rattle them off all fucking day. It's like, how the fuck do you remember that shit, man? I can't. I don't have the mental capacity to fucking... I don't have the filing cabinets for that shit. Hickory dickory dock. If Chris could suck his own cock, he'd stay at home and piss and moan and have another beer by the clock. I don't fucking know. Jesus, stop. They're so easy to make up. I used to make them up when I was in high school and shit. English class. That's why I got a C something, C plus. I think I got in English. Because she got a kick out of me making up limericks. I'd make up limericks. I couldn't do poetry. Didn't really write. My journal sucked. But I did limericks. I was pretty good at making up limericks, and I used to be pretty quick on that shit. I can't anymore. People would call it rapping nowadays. Kids are good at rapping. Well, try a limerick, little fucker.
Oh.
You're at the hop, right? Like, ad lib. Just fucking come off with limerick. Once was a guy named Johnny. You know? Like.
So, seems Mr. Jeff Evely loves the Indians.
Who?
Jeff Evely.
Oh. That sucks, man.
He's been making a lot of friends lately.
Well, that sucks, man. Because I kind of like Jeff. Jeff was all right, man. Fuck, Jeff was here one day, man.
He says the truth is Hindus are the last group we should be worried about right now. They come from a former British colony. They're
he has a point.
Let me finish. Democratic, capitalist, hardworking, educated, and polite. None of that's true. They border China and Pakistan, so they understand the threats of communism and Islamism. See, that's the only thing he cares about. Jude. He says they even have their own separatists. We need allies, and they are a deal. Identity politics are for leftist snowflakes, which is funny because he totally supports them for Israel.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Well, I think we kind of lost Jeff at the argument of 9/11, right? Like he just does not believe or is refusing to believe that 9/11
That's because
was
it's
more
believed
than
he's
what.
a Jew.
Yeah, it sucks. Well, I guess
His son is.
he's associated or has family that's
Right?
associated with shit. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
his son is. His
I
son
know.
works for the what is it?
No, I
The Canadian Israel.
I get it.
What
I like the guy.
CIJA, whatever the fuck.
Fuck, man, I don't. So he's wrong about a lot of shit, man. Does he know he's wrong? No, he won't. He refuses to acknowledge that he could be wrong. He's right in his head, and you're not going to change him, man. So there's no changing
the PPC.
Changing his mind. I knew that sitting here talking to him about 9/11. We got into it about 9/11. We agreed to disagree because that was it. That was the end of it. But we got along and still fucking chilled out. You still hang out with people you disagree with, right? Whatever, man. But fuck, I wouldn't be putting all my money on a horse if I knew the horse was like, possibly fucking fucked with or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't put all your eggs in one basket there, Jeff. Like, settle down, bud.
Well, I just think it's hilarious because he's a PPC candidate and now he's touting Indians. Like,
yeah,
you're retarded, man. You have absolutely no fucking idea what your base is supposed to be, and you're really killing your chances.
Because he's trying to, like PPC, trying to fucking play both sides of the fiddle, man. You're either on this side of the fence or this side of the fence playing the fiddle.
You can't talk mass deportations and then fucking herald the Indians. It doesn't work. It's like, yeah, we're going to stop mass immigration as half of our candidates are immigrants.
Okay. Like I took this stance in the 90s, and then I realized I'm fighting a losing battle because no one gave a fuck, and I just got fucking made fun of and shit on. So I just said, fuck it. Went along to get along for years and years. Just put my nose to the grindstone, went to work, blah, blah, blah. Didn't really talk about this shit. Then I got on the internet once I lost my cable. Maybe about 10 years ago, not even, and fucking, and now I'm back in this room again, and now I'm racist again. Now I'm back to what I believed back always. Like I saw the Great Replacement happening. Oh, the Great Replacement. What are you scared? Are you scared? Yes, I am scared. I'm worried for the future of white people because I can see the discrimination that I've witnessed and had. I've been discriminated against for being white. Have you? I know I have. And we're being discriminated against as whites every fucking day, more and more so. Whether it be applying for a job, or when it comes to cops, or when it comes to just the treatment you get when you go to get services and stuff on the phone or in person. Yeah, you're white. They hate us. We're inviting people into our country that fucking hate us, man. They hate our guts. They don't like us, man. So why are we bringing them here? Fuck. Are you on mute?
Yeah, but that's the thing is most of them have a reason to, which is why I don't understand why we bring them, right? Like, why are we bringing people over from countries that we're assisting in the aid in the war effort against them, right? It makes no fucking sense. Because I can tell you right now, if like let's say fucking Yui, right? Let's say Germany starts fucking bombing Canada, and then I end up as a refugee in Germany. Like, I'm not gonna be happy. I'm in fucking Germany.
The thing is, what everybody has to understand is that they are not coming on their own purpose. They are basically
getting paid to get here. They're getting paid when they get here. They're getting paid all along the way, man.
They get traded here. They get educated what to do to get asylum, how to get into the country. They get educated how they get the most fucking money out of the welfare system and everything. They get educated in their own countries before they get here. We have proof. The German government paid advertisements in the Middle East in 7 different languages, in Arabic language,
same here. Same
English,
Canada,
they make advertisements. How
Canada's
they
done it in Somalia. We promote our shit in Somalia, everywhere, and we're spending millions and millions of taxpayer dollars promoting. Come to Canada. We'll teach you how to fucking gain our system and shit.
But
Fuck,
as long as nobody gets this information from the mainstream media, and it's only the elderly who are sticking to the mainstream media news and bullshit. The younger generation, until I would say up to 40 age of 40, 45, they basically don't watch this fucking shit anymore. They don't trust it anymore.
No.
But the elder generation, they like the 65 plus, they still believe in all this shit. They still vote for the same parties because they always did, you know?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's retarded. Like, I'm just looking at the mainstream media right now. I'm just scrolling through. It's garbage, garbage, garbage. Breaking down the Israeli-Hamas ceasefire deal. I can just imagine what that fucking article will be all about. It has one like. It's been up 15 hours. Like, because nobody cares about your bullshit. CBC anymore. CBC is irrelevant now. They have been for a long time.
They also bring these Middle East guys in here because they want to give them German citizenship to get their fucking votes on the elections, because they know for years that the system parties lose every election. They lose, you know, and they know, and the elderly are not there anymore for voting for them.
I want to see.
They have to decide anymore.
Sorry, you got to see what Key and Bexy's saying over here in True North. I got to watch this. I have to.
Closest friendship in the world. It's the most economically productive friendship in the world. And we just need a leader to make that case to Donald Trump. He wants to make a deal. This is who Donald Trump is. We need a prime minister who will make a deal for Canadians to make us all better off, Canadians and Americans. We're the closest countries in the world, and we deserve better than the leadership that we've had between Joe Biden and Justin Trudeau over the last 4 and 9 years, respectively. And one side of the border is fixing that problem come January 20th. Canadians just need to make the same change.
Yeah, and sooner the better. I completely agree, and I appreciate what you just said. There's two things that sort of excite me and really made me interested in the sort of Donald Trump movement that was different this time around than it was back in 2016. The first one is the sort of Make America Healthy Again movement with Robert F. Kennedy. I think that's really exciting, and I think Canada could definitely have downstream effects from that. Like if Americans are re-examining what it is that they're eating and the things that are making them sick, and trying to change the focus of the country to having healthy, strong citizenry rather than like a sick, obese culture hooked on like drugs and all kinds of pharmaceuticals. I hope that Canada picks up on that as well. I don't see a lot of it in Canada. The other thing, Kian, is immigration. And I think that the United States and Canada both need incredibly hawkish immigration system. And when I see Donald Trump coming in saying, I'm going to secure the border, I'm going to close the border, we're going to mass deport illegals, I don't hear that equivalent on the Canadian Conservative side. And I think it's just absolutely necessary. Like we've reached a point, especially in the GTA, it's kind of hard to describe how different it feels in Toronto, how much you just don't feel like it's Canada anymore. And the crime, the horrendous crimes like carjackings and home burglaries. Honestly, I can't imagine anything more terrifying than armed men coming into your house in the middle of the night. Like it's just unbelievable the things that are happening in Canada right now. We don't necessarily even feel safe. If Canada were to forge some kind of an agreement, I know Kevin O'Leary has been talking a lot about having like a shared, national military space and having greater protection and having more of an open flow border between Canada and the US. Canada needs to fix its immigration system. Maybe that would take an outside, agreement with the United States, have them help us take over parts of our immigration system to mass deport the people who shouldn't be here. Because it seems like Canada has a very big problem when it comes to just not being able to deport criminals in our country.
They already have power.
Theory similar to what the Europe. Not that I'm a fan of the European Union, but there's Schengen area that they use to actually control who is and who is not allowed in the European Union and in that zone. is an interesting. It's an interesting idea. It's not something that I've thought deeply about in America, but it certainly could solve some problems if we adopted Donald Trump's hopefully hawkish immigration policy. Elon Musk, I think, needs a lesson in what has happened to Canada. His support of H-1B visas at all costs. Effectively, that's our.
Oh no, shit, James. Really?
That is what has caused so much chaos in Canada. That is the inflation. And I guess it depends who's toggling the controls of these programs, but really, the entire cultural fabric of Canada has changed over the course of Justin Trudeau's 9 years, and especially over the last 4 years, because of people coming in for education with educational visas and temporary work permits that then eventually stay and protest when they're told to leave. It has completely changed this country. And now Pierre Poilievre is saying that, well, we need to axe the tax, stop the crime, fix the housing, and saying all these things. We need to fix all of these issues. And the one thing that he doesn't talk about, as you mentioned, is immigration. But that really is the original sin of the Trudeau government that has caused all of these problems, from the housing crisis to crime. It's not the people that it's not the families that have homesteaded on this country for a century that are breaking into cars, stealing them, and murdering a family of 4 on their way to go move that car onto a shipping container and send it to Africa. It is the people that have been brought in by Justin Trudeau. Not that they're all bad, but there has been absolutely no care or concern to decide, does this person really need to be in Canada? Are they going to help our country economically, or are they going to be eventually on the cycle of bail that Justin Trudeau has created for people? So I hope that when Pierre Poilievre says these things, that he wants to stop the crime, he wants to fix housing, I hope that
he had chance to do it. He never
trust these
did.
people to do the right thing, because Aaron O'Toole said he was going to do the right thing, and then he did the opposite.
Yeah, but Ian Bexley's clearly an idiot.
Pierre's one of those people
Pierre's
that has
already
such a
fucking
strong
professed
record
his
of.
love for Indians and wants a direct flight and all this other shit. It's like, no, like,
yeah.
I mean, there's only one fucking party that wants to talk mass deportations, but they're also the party that keeps loading up on immigrant candidates. So, like, really, nobody really wants to take the problem seriously here.
Yeah.
It's fucking retarded.
Same here. Same here.
Let's go back to the beginning and see what we're talking about here. What's the whole friggin' premise of this?
The next chapter for Canada. So I'm really pleased to welcome a guest here to talk much more about this. I'm joined this morning by Cian Bexley. Cian is an Alberta journalist and editor-in-chief.
Yeah, we know. What's concerning is what you mentioned, it being dystopian, that this guy comes out supposedly as an outsider and is likely going to become leader of the Liberal Party, and by a result of that becomes our prime minister. I'm not a member of the Liberal Party. I don't think you are, and I don't think the majority of Canadians are, and they certainly haven't cast a ballot for Mark Carney, yet he's going to have the opportunity to govern a G7 country just because the Liberals chose, Liberal insiders chose him. So when he bills himself as an outsider, that's even more hilarious, right? Like, Justin Trudeau's closest allies are aligning himself with him on the back end of his campaign. So him calling himself an outsider is the biggest joke of all, I think.
Yeah.
Well, there's sort of two.
That's enough of them. I can't stand it.
No, I think what you see happens is Carney's going to become the leader, which means he becomes the prime minister. Then Jagmeet's going to back out of the fucking no confidence vote. We're going to have Mark Carney until the fall.
Yep.
Because I mean, at that point,
because someone has to clean up their books before the fucking books are due, and he's the bookkeeper.
Well,
he's the fucking bookkeeper. That's all he is. He's a goddamn bookkeeper.
I don't give a fuck about that because
and
it's
he's a
not
shitty bookkeeper too. At that,
yeah, but I don't think they care about the books. I really don't, because
they kind of have to fudge. No, okay, yes, they do, because they had to fudge the books as far as foreign investors go, and if they want to borrow more money,
don't, because both again, no, they're all guilty.
If you want to borrow more money, you need to fucking alter the books, and he's a book alterer.
But why would they need to, though? Who's holding them accountable?
For foreign investment, if you want to draw
who's holding them accountable?
The guy's a fucking shyster, fucking shitty bookkeeper.
Right, but again, who is holding them accountable?
Exactly.
We're not. We should be.
Nobody is. So
Nobody
again,
does. Nobody does.
They don't need to cook the books. All they need to do is put Carney in so that they can stay into power until the fall.
Yeah, but Carney knows how to speak to the press and the public better than they do. He
Sure,
knows how to fucking. He knows how to talk in circles and talk numbers and math. Like Michelle coming home from work and telling me all about what the government's doing with taxes nowadays. I'll be like, I don't fucking really, man. I don't want to.
But it's really easy to see what they've done here, right?
Yeah.
Because they understood that if Trudeau remained as the prime minister, that at some point a non-confidence vote is going to happen, right? Like as we got closer to Jagmeet getting his pension, Jagmeet is more apt to say, okay, I'll vote the non-confidence. So now they've got Trudeau saying he's going to resign. They'll put Mark Carney in, right? Now they don't have to have an election. They can stay in power a little bit longer because, again, the pressure is now off of Jagmeet to call the non-confidence vote because Trudeau isn't there anymore.
Yeah, I know. I don't really give a fuck. I know our politics are fucked, and I don't give a fuck, man. Dude, I want to hang these guys. I want to hang all of them. That's where I stand. No, I want to fucking hang them. They all deserve to hang. I want to hang them. So by you sitting here going on about, well, this guy could get in and this person can get in, I don't give a fuck because I want to fucking see them all in jail or hang them by the end of a rope. I want them on the end of a rope or in jail. In jail or on the end of a rope. All of them. Carney too. No, Carney too, man. Fuck that guy.
Sure, but it's not going to happen.
Going back to what Salty's saying in the chat. Salty, you're allowed to fucking talk about whatever the fuck you want on here, bud. I know you're saying about Canada becoming 51st state. It's never going to happen, man. It's not going to happen.
Wow.
We already are. We already are.
I wouldn't say it is not going to happen, but cheering for it is pretty stupid because essentially they've convinced you to cheer on globalism.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like they've literally taught you to be
you're against globalism.
You don't want.
Global homo. Okay, global homo is us joining the state.
No, it's just another proof that Trump is part of the fucking whole agenda bullshit as well. You know.
Yeah, wasn't Germany and Belgium and fucking Russia all join an alliance? Why not? It's global homo. That's why. Fuck. Why doesn't there's a reason why we have borders, man? Because they were fought for and people died for them, and it's our house, man. Our fucking house.
Exactly. Exactly. And that we have to go back to, that we all are fucking sovereign, you know? None of other fucking countries is sovereign anymore, you know?
No.
All the 20G countries are fucking in a union they are not want to be in. And they
why
get
would that be?
dominated by one nation, you know?
The Jews. It's the fucking Jews. Don't you have a button for that?
Yeah. My phone's fucking, there we go. Back up. Where did it go?
Come on, Johnny. You should be on this shit. It's the Jews.
You don't even get the point, Salty. You don't even get the point. Hey, Frankie.
Yeah, sure. We get along well, but creating some form of North American Union is not a good idea.
No, we have.
It's just helping out one world government idea. Like that's exactly part of their plan. And all they did,
exactly what they are onto.
Yeah, and all they did was get you to fucking like it because the guy you like suggested it because the guy you like is actually still a part of that plan, right? It's like
Trump is Israel. You and I know, Johnny, that Trump is Israel first, not America first.
Yeah, 100%.
And if you want to get rid of the swamp, well, then you stop fucking funding Israel and tell Israel to suck a dick.
Right. But I mean,
it has to be the opposite way. Canada has to control the borders to the U.S. If they don't get all the illegals now to Canada, that's what they have to do. Not fucking getting together. They have to fucking control their borders. You know, that's what they have to do.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the problem, though. Regardless of whether you want to look at the Democrats or the Republicans, they're both essentially going to be Israel first because who's paying all of their fucking donations and bonuses and all that stuff? There are so many contributions that are being sent to both sides of the aisle, which tells you both sides are captured.
They're playing both sides of the aisle. They have the money to play both sides. So no matter who wins, we got you. Yeah. We have penetrated the cabinets.
Yeah, right. It's either like to me, it's like, okay, so the guys on the left will accelerate their plan where the guys on the right will slowly bring it in. But regardless, it's coming. Right.
When Klaus Schwab came out and said, we have penetrated the cabinets, That guy should have been arrested immediately by an international court and put on fucking trial and audited. Audit that motherfucker's books, man. I want to know. It's like I still want the Epstein Island list, but I guess we can't get that either, right? Like, fuck off, man. Fuck these people, man.
And
they come right out and tell you exactly. They come out and tell you what they're doing, but everybody's like, "Oh no, that'll never happen, bro."
Right.
Oh, even I remember Trump saying he will expose the Epstein list. He will not. He will never do that because he was part of that fucking party as well in the beginning, So he will never expose that fucking list. I guarantee you that. Never.
No, none of them will.
This
And
proves.
it's the same thing with the foreign interference here. Nobody's ever going to say a word about that. Why? Because they're all in on it.
Yeah.
That's why when you were earlier talking about like foreign whatever on the books, nobody gives a fuck because that's in every party.
No, they'll audit you. Yeah. They'll audit you. They'll audit UE. They'll put us through a fucking tax audit, give us a hard time, freeze our bank accounts. But nothing happens to these cunts, and they're the ones that are doing most fucking damage, man. Like they're guilty as fuck, man. Like fucking audit. Why don't the auditors, the head of the RCMP, the auditors, the auditor general, what do you call them? The not auditors, but there's actuaries. Get the actuaries and the auditors to fucking focus on what the fuck's going on, and they can with a small team of good bookkeepers and accountants. They can go through their fucking books and go, well, it wouldn't take them long to figure out, holy fuck, yeah, these guys are fucked, and put them in jail. It's simple.
Yeah,
like that. It would take 2 days.
It's not going to happen.
They can audit them in 5 fucking minutes and realize that they've broken fucking laws and decide to put them in jail. Go to jail. Why do I go to jail for like, for minor fucking? I might not know the law. I might have fucked up on my taxes, and holy fuck, now I'm fucking paying for life or I'm going to jail. But these guys can fucking rip you off and me off and rip other countries off, and they don't give a fuck, and they're right off in the sunset with a bag of money. No,
they make the
fuck
rules.
these people, man. Stop this shit, man.
But that's why they make the
auditors. There's lots of auditors and actuaries, and they're all fucking donators to the Liberal Party, for fuck's sakes, man.
Well, yeah, it's beneficial to them.
Yeah, it's a fucking circle jerk. I'm sick of it, man.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I mean, though. They're not going to be held accountable. They make the rules.
No.
So, right?
Yeah, Frankie says more and more is coming light while the ship is sinking. Well, the ship is pretty much fucking done at this point, man. Here in Canada, like the ship is listed so hard, and we're in the edge of the falls. We're about to go over the falls. The ship is sinking. We might have a chance of, if we fucking, do this, and this, some drastic measures, we could save it. But no one's doing anything about it because, like, oh, well, I got my Netflix and my porno and, my sports ball, and they don't care. People just don't care, man. Like, so I'm starting to think, like, maybe we deserve what we get. Like, maybe we should let it all burn. That's kind of why I was saying, let's just all vote Liberal and fucking get it over with, man. Fuck it. Like, fuck, man.
I'm pretty prepared to vote Liberal again. Fuck it.
Well, I got food. I got means of hunting food, and I can keep my house warm if I had to. I can build a stove and stop my pipes from freezing. I have the means. So if we did fall in hard times, Chrissy will survive. I've survived lots of shit. So if you're a survivor, you would know what I'm talking about. But most people aren't, though. So a lot of people will be fucked up, man. When shit hits the fan, people will be fucked. And chaos will ensue. And you'll have lootings and masked gangs roaming around just fucking robbing old people and shit and stealing their shit and killing people. And shit'll get weird.
Let's go.
Nothing will change if you are not. Hey, Frankie.
Good, man.
Nothing will change, guys. Nothing will change until you get rid of that fucking fiat and monitoring system.
Of course, it's gonna change. Like you said, everything's accelerating to a point now where it's like it's all gonna come to a head. These people can't run and hide from reality all their life. Reality will bite you in the ass, and reality is starting to come back and biting everybody in the ass. Like, go woke, go broke. People are starting to find out now that go woke, go broke. The only corporations that are still hanging on to the woke bullshit are the ones that can, where it doesn't matter, right? Like where you have to buy their product because they already have a monopoly on it. But the other ones that fucking depend on public opinion and shit, they're getting rid of that woke shit because it's hitting their bottom dollar. And it's all about the money with these people. And once they realize this bullshit's fucking costing us money, immigrants and playing the left, it's
Yeah, but
costing us
how
money
long
and
can
shit.
they look away? How long can Canadian people comfortably looking away? Because somewhere there must be something making them realize that if we do nothing, yes, we are getting crushed by what's going on.
It takes a politician or
I
really,
think they can still.
no, it takes a really rich person to get. No, if okay, so the daughter of the Molson Empire gets kidnapped and raped and fucked and killed. Oh, then something will happen. Or if a family member of Bombardier, gets attacked and sexually assaulted or molested on the street, well, something will happen in the area where they live, but that'll be about that, right? Or to that person. There'll be justice for that. There's justice for the rich and there's justice for us, right? Which is non-existent. They get justice, but we don't. Nah, fuck, man. Don't get me started on this shit.
No,
Jesus Christ.
I think Canadians will continue to not look anyway. I mean, fuck, we're already at a point where about half of our country is foreigners.
Yeah.
And still nobody's all that mad about it, right? Like some people are starting to be, but most are still just stupid.
Yeah, being able to flow back and forth through Canada and the USA would be nice if we both had the same constitution. I envy the American Constitution, but even you guys don't even uphold your constitution. Your law enforcement doesn't even uphold your constitution. Your court system does not even uphold your constitution. So, as much as I envy your constitution, if you don't uphold it and you don't fight for it, you lose it. They use our constitution here in Canada as toilet paper. They demonstrated that in the convoy. They just the Constitution and wiped their ass with the COVID mandates. They just took they were mandates, not law. They just took our Constitution, human rights, Charter of Rights, and bent over and they wiped their ass with it and smeared it in their face via Clydesdales, right?
Yeah, I hope that the LA fires are not only the bushfires, but that it will start a fire inside of the Americans realizing what all this bullshit politics is. And also that people are becoming more aware about the technology that is already peaked and developed. And simply by not knowing which technology has been created by military and such, is why people are wondering what the fuck is flying up in the sky. But the government, fuck the government.
Distraction. Yeah, don't be distracted by I saw my first UFO back in the 90s and it bugged me for the longest time. Now I don't even give a fuck about them. I know they're real. I don't give a fuck if they're aliens or people. It doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with the price of cheese. What fucking the price of cheese affects me because that's my everyday reality. Like, how am I going to survive? How can I live? Like, UFOs don't matter to me. Politics really, well, they do matter to me because that's the price of cheese, right? It all comes down to the price of cheese, bud. Beer in my case. But
you know what? If UFOs would fucking affect us a long time ago. So fuck that bullshit. It's all distraction, man. You know? I don't fucking care if they exist or not. I don't give a fuck. They don't affect me, you know? I'm living in fucking reality and what's going on. And not if any fucking UFOs are flying around. I give a fuck. They can fly around, they can land in my fucking backyard. I don't care.
Oh, super salty. I can totally tell the difference between Americans and Canadians when I meet them. Like 5 minutes of conversation with somebody who's not from Canada. I can tell what province you're from just by your accent, for one thing. I can tell just it only takes 5 minutes of conversation and I can know where you're from and kind of get a read on you. When you say Canadians, and I get what you're saying. Canadians and Americans are a lot alike, but I would know an American within 5 seconds because I talk politics, man. All I have to do is bring up politics for 5 seconds, man, and I know where you're from. And all I can do is bring up geography, because Americans don't know geography. They don't know their states. They don't know. See, when I was growing up, when I was growing up, I knew every province. I knew every province and every flag for each province. Not only do I know what flag goes for each province. There's only 2 that confuse me, but I know what flower. Every province has a flower. Like New Brunswick is purple violet. Ontario has a trillium. There's the wild rose of Alberta, I think. There's prairie rose, or I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Saskatchewan has one that's similar to New Brunswick, which confuses me.
They only know the troops of Amsterdam.
No, but Canadians know their. Well, we used to growing up in the 70s, 80s, whatever. We were taught to know our geography, not just Canada, but we had to know the United States too, right? But Americans don't even know their own fucking geography. They don't even know where their own fucking capital is. They don't even know what fucking. It's embarrassing. Like what was the war of? Ask him who won the war. Who won the fucking the Civil War? Like what was the Civil War about? And they don't even know. Like they don't know anything. Like they think it's World War II and Hitler had something to do with it or something. It's like fuck, man. It's embarrassing, man. Mark Dice does a lot of that too, man. He'll do like the Man in the Street where they just ask random people at the beach and shit. And they're all college students.
Down of
A
society.
lot of them are adults too. So they're not picking on just young people. They're asking grown ass fucking people, man, who should know why do we celebrate Canada Day? Why do we celebrate July 4th in the States? Like, why do we do that? Oh, it's because it's a day just to, for family and fireworks. But why though? What started it? What is that? They don't know. It's like that's what you're dealing with. The majority of people don't even know the holidays are celebrating.
Lineage. They lost their ancestral lineage. And it's dumbing down of society, but also keeping the spirit low.
What's been love saying? Snobs.
And now all the sheeple are going to red notes because of TikTok.
I'm not a fucking snob. Hey, been loved. You've been loved. I've been loved. We all been loved. Ain't no snobs here, man. There's no snobs here. I don't like snobs.
Me neither.
No, we just had shit hammered into our head when we were kids. And not only that, like most of us, because like we're not in the big city. People in the big cities, they don't give a fuck either because they're in a city. You're living in a city. But most of us were curious, like about the globe and what country is this. And I find that I don't know, Canadians are more curious about the outside world because ours is kind of boring, right? Like we all play hockey and it's the same, right? Over here they do this and over here they do that. And I think, I don't know, I just found a lot of people growing up in school and shit were always more interested in the maps.
And further south they play football, call it football, and they fucking kick it twice a fucking game. They play handball, and they don't even have a ball. They don't even have a ball. It's a fucking egg,
Yeah. I subbed to that guy, dude. Does that comedian who does the stick on that shit?
Yeah, the USA is going to be a Chinese province very soon.
Yeah, super salty. Yeah, the Revolutionary War. It wasn't over tea. It was over. It was over British fucking ships just beating the shit out of the fucking American sailors and just taking them. We're just gonna kidnap you now. You're gonna go die on the high seas for fucking Nelson or something. It's like because they were fighting, always fighting. Yeah, like how about stop fucking what do they call it? Press ganging. How about stop press ganging all our fighting age men, and they're privateers too. Like these guys you'd have your own fucking ship, man. You're coming out of Gloucester or something. The States, you're out on the fucking Grand Banks fishing where you shouldn't be. Cocksucker, that's Canadian. But whatever, not back then. And then all of a sudden, a British ship comes along and just takes not just you, but your ship, and now you're fighting in the British Navy. And you had that's one of the main reasons why Revolutionary War started, the Civil War started, it wasn't because of slavery, it was because of states' rights. It's like you had the federal government telling states what to do, and the states are like, well, fuck you, we'll just become our own. We joined the United States. We joined the United States because we all could agree on the Constitution, but if you can't agree on the Constitution, well, then we're just going to go over here and create our own and go fuck yourself. But no, they won't let you do that, will they? Right? Like Alberta. Let's see Alberta fucking try and fucking secede from Canada. See what happens. Because you're going to have the United States fucking yoinking that right up. And that's why Canada won't let them fucking do it, because they know they'll join the States probably because it'd be a better deal, right? They got the oil, you know.
No,
You mean they have our oil, right?
all of this was just simply to get everybody towards what George Bush had already fucking suggested before with North American Union. It's just one step closer to one world government. That's all.
I don't
All
know.
agenda.
To me, I have a question.
It wasn't
about
just
that.
see, Super Salty's like, that's a problem, man. Everybody thought like the Tea Party was it was a shot that was heard around the world where like the British were going into your houses and stuff, and it's like they're overstepping their fucking shit, man. Like, you're not here to protect us, man. You're here to fucking take. And that was enough's enough. And same with the South. The South had enough is enough, man, with the Fed. It was just all about the Fed overstepping their fucking boundaries, man. And people have rights. And you want to start trampling my fucking rights and start stepping on my rights? All it takes is for a couple of bullets to start flying, and that's it. Boom. Now you're in this room. You know, the Civil War, and plus the now we're looking at this now. Because now Russia and Ukraine are now starting to, like, Russia's been winning. Ukraine's been getting caught in cauldrons constantly. Fucking
it's not normal.
It's a long haul, but Russia's winning, Ukraine's losing, and whatever. Now they're starting to fucking lob fucking missiles into each other's country. So now it's like a missile war. Now they're taking out different targets in each other's country and shit with missiles.
Yeah.
Like, and then the missiles are going to get bigger, they get faster, and they get bigger, and they get faster, and they get bigger, and they get faster, and
much bigger. We have now the FAB 3000, and Russia started off with the FAB 250.
Yeah.
Well, I saw that FAB 3000 explode. The whole fucking neighborhood will be gone, eh?
Yeah, Russia's not playing anymore.
You cannot imagine that it's even allowed, but we need to destroy these weapons of mass destruction. And what Russia is doing now, like you see,
how the fuck are you going to stop? How you supposed? We need to destroy these weapons of mass destruction. That's impossible. That's impossible. Once something exists, you can't fucking unexist it, man. It's not going to happen. It's like, yeah, I promise. Hey, I promise I'll fucking get rid of my and they're crossing their fingers behind their back, like. No, man, it's impossible.
Well,
once these things exist, they're in existence. And when there's an excuse to use it, they'll use it. So if you escalate war, things are going to get like I said with Russia. It started off like this. Now it's going to this. Now it's going this level. Then it goes to this level. It's like a fucking fist fight, man. It's like, fuck, man.
So, yeah, maybe humanity is going to evolve, but first we will go through a extinction program in which we, what is more affecting you than only the price of cheese is a dictatorial system that is dictating you from birth till you die. Yes, do you want
to? I always do that because here in Canada we got what's called a social security number, right? And my grandfather always said once they issued that back in the 60s or something here in Canada, 70s, they implemented it. I can't remember. Once they issued you a number, my grandfather even equated it to like the Holocaust shit. Like it's commie bullshit. It's socialist commie bullshit. Mm-hmm. Now we're not a free world anymore. Now now you're just a number to the government, basically, is what he's saying. And he was wrong. He wasn't wrong. Now they do census and you're a number. You're just cattle to them now. Now you're under their control. Like, if everybody just said go fuck yourself, I don't need a fucking number. I don't want to be on your number. I don't want to be registry. You can go fuck your hat. I don't need your help. I can fend for myself. Thank you very much. That's how it used to be in Canada. That's why everybody left Europe to come here back in the day. 'Cause you didn't need a license to fish. You didn't need a license to drive. You didn't need a fucking permit to build a house. We're pioneers, motherfucker. My ancestors were pioneers. Johnny's ancestors were pioneers, man. It's different. We weren't European. We pioneered shit, man. That's why we kicked ass in World War One and Two. Fuck off.
Pioneered.
Tell me we didn't kick ass in World War One and World War Two. Don't even fucking argue with me in that one, because Canada kicked ass in every war, man.
Yeah. My grandpa got syphilis in the Great War.
Fucking Johnny.
He did, though.
Everybody got syphilis in both wars. What are you talking about?
Amazing.
It was a syphilis war.
Yeah. He was out there fighting a war and getting syphilis. Let's go.
They got crabs and fucking drippy dick, all kinds of shit.
That's the Canadian way. Fight wars and get syphilis. Be a man.
Well, fucking and fighting's all you got to do in the fucking North. What do you want?
Right? That's the way that is. Just fight wars and get syphilis. Be a man. That's my advice.
We definitely would fucking save hundreds of thousands of lives if they would just sign the contract in April 2022. But these fuckers, they wanted the fucking war. They wanted to fucking buy all the and sell all the weapons and making fucking billions and billions of money.
Profitable.
These fucking pricks.
That's why there was a war on terrorism, where there was actually no real defined enemy, because if there's no real defined enemy, you can keep that war going for as long as you want.
Exactly.
And the first things Trump is going to say after inauguration is China, 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 China. Yeah. And that's where you know where the flow of money of the military complex goes to Taiwan. So that's the next front line. But we all going to red note now.
Yeah, we have the smallest military in the world. We don't even have a military, man, really. It's
Europe. The NATO chief is completely out of his mind. He wants that European country now is going to cut their pensions to invest more money in defense. But he starts with war. So, yeah, the NATO chief wants to create another war for peace. Well, it was all peacefully until you started the war.
No, NATO has to go. No more NATO. NATO can be fucking. NATO's done. I hate NATO. I hate UN. WEF. Don't even get me started. WHO. They can go fucking suck a dick. I don't think we need that. No, because there's Doctors Without Borders. There's all kinds of independent private groups that do really good work that aren't government fucking run and owned. Like there's no politics involved. You know what I mean? Like they'll go into different countries that need it. If there's a fucking thing that needs to be done, they'll be there and they'll do it. We don't need fucking. Oh my god, man! And look at the leaders of all these fucking organizations. They're all fucking corrupt cocksuckers, man. Like we know. And everybody's like, "Oh, well, WHO said so." Okay, well, who leads that? Oh, it's this guy. Oh, look into his history. No, he's a fucking psycho. What the fuck, man? Fuck off with these people. They all need to be shut down. The UN can fucking fuck right off, man. The UN's obsolete. Like to me, it's like unions. The UN is like just like the auto union and CUPE here in Canada. Like they're fucking just lobbying for all. They're just ripping off taxpayers, man. We're bailing these fuckers out. Whatever, man. Fuck off. And now they're going e-vehicles and shit. Oh, there's a great idea. So you're gonna switch over to e-vehicles and realize you're losing money, and then we gotta pay to fucking help bail you out and give you tax breaks and shit. Fuck off. You or I, none of us could ever get a job at GM or Ford or Chrysler here in Canada. None of us could get a job there unless you got a fucking your dad works there or your uncle works there. You'd never get a job there, man. such an inbred fucking incestual fucking hiring practice. You'll never get in, and it's all union. And these guys fucking don't do fuck all. Literally, don't do fuck all. And they brag about how little they do and how much they make. And you wonder why there's no industry here, because the unions fucking kibosh that shit. And all these fucking and UN and WEF, like all these fucking people that nobody ever fucking voted for, nobody wants. I say let the private sector fucking run and go and take down. And NATO's
the beginning.
NATO's an instigator, man. They've always have been. They want. They're just itching. They're there to justify their own self. Like, you're not needed, but they have to make sure that they're needed. So they have to start shit and do stuff. So it makes sure, like, hey, we're relevant still. No, you're not. Fuck off, man.
From the beginning, it was all the UN, the WHO was all only for one purpose, for fucking one world government. Everything is only for one purpose. And it's not started 10 years ago or 30 years ago. It started 100 years ago, guys. You know, even the union before it was called the United Nations. That was all on purpose. It was all on the agenda. This agenda is existing for more than 100 years. Yeah. You know, the First World War was part of this agenda. The Second World War was part of that agenda. You know.
Yeah. No, and every veteran I've met, seriously, Yuli, I'm not lying, man. But I've met and talked to First World War veterans when I was a young teenager. Like, respectfully, I was lucky to sit down and listen to them. And Second World, I talked to a lot of vets, okay? And every fucking veteran of every war that I've ever talked to would never have signed up knowing what they knew now or then, right? And they always had the same opinion. It was just it was useless, and that's what fucking really, really, really bothered them the most. Like, they did their job, they kicked ass, but holy fuck, man, were they badass? Yes, but then they come home after losing some of their best friends, and their lives are never the same. None of their lives were the same, man. Like, they were like not sane people. Basically, it fucked them up, and they saw a lot of fuck uppery, and they all said, man, like, fucking, there was no need of it. So, like, why haven't we figured this shit out? Like, all these war hawks that are in Parliament and the Senate and wherever in the States or whatever in the Euro shit fucking sphere over there, fucking going on war. Oh, we'll send tanks, we'll send bullets, support war. What the fuck? Why are these people in jail? Why aren't we hanging these people? Why aren't they on the front line? If you're sending tanks, why aren't you driving it, Trudeau? If you're sending a tank over there to front lines, why don't you go fucking drive it and show them how to use it, bud? It's your fucking idea. We paid for that tank. I volunteer you as a captain of that fucking tank. Go. Fuck, man. Why aren't we doing a 360 and turning right the fuck around and arresting the people who want to go to war? Because when you look back at every fucking war, it could have been avoided, except it was an ego war between fucking rich cocksuckers playing having dick fights, cock fights, pissing up a tree, seeing who piss up the tree highest, and real estate and oil.
When people wake up that it's always a war for elite versus poor, but they are dividing the poor in between all those religions,
people
colors.
are still falling for the propaganda too, man. But you got people that are making fucking less than what my wife and I make when I'm working full time. I think that they're elites because they live in Toronto and they have a condo and the shit. And they think that they're elites and they believe in climate change and they dye their hair pink and they're all refugees welcome here. Yeah, a lot of people like that, man. But they think that they're part of the elites. And like any one of us, we're just a bunch of poor slobs and peasants. And so they think that they're up there with them in their mind. This is what I think anyways.
Yeah.
They think they're up there like morally on the moral high ground and
It's
the
a
same
good
stature.
behavior.
They think that they're the same stature because you got a selfie with Justin Trudeau, so you think you're up there with the fucking Laurentian elites? You're retarded. Even the Laurentian elites are looked down upon by the European elites. Like, settle down. In the Middle East, the Saudis and shit look down their nose at fucking. You'll never be one of them. They're retarded. Like, these people are always looking to be in the coolest kid category or whatever, and they're just. You're fucked, man. They're fucked.
Yeah,
People
but
are
I also wonder, like here in the Netherlands and in Germany, it's the same. We send a lot of money to Africa. If there is something happening in China, we send money over there. But I never saw a reverse, like China is worried about something that happened in Europe or in the USA and sending money. I don't hear these
No,
stories.
because you know why, Frankie? Because they buy all the stuff. They don't send money back. They buy all these countries. You know.
There's a whole bunch of shit. Listen, there's a whole bunch of shit Canada sent over to Ukraine. It's now blown up, and I saw video evidence of it. Yeah, boom, that's Canadian. Oh, the senator trucks. Yeah, a lot of them are fucking boom, gone, done. A shit ton of stuff we sent over there, gone, done. But if you go on eBay, holy fuck, they're selling plate carriers that we sent over there and other kinds of stuff too. So some of our guns are for sale on, the dark web and shit. So they're selling some of the shit that we sent over there. No, this government, not only that, this government already gave a fucking standing ovation or to a guy who was actually SS in World War II, right? But they're idiots. Fuck, man. I can't anymore.
I mean, he was not born in World War II, but it doesn't matter. Ukraine has been always.
No, what are you talking about?
Has been
Who
always
wasn't
the
born in
most.
World War? What the fuck does that have to do with right? Listen,
he wasn't born, man. He's only 55
who's the old guy?
years old.
No, what are you talking about? The old guy that got a standing ovation in Parliament was a guy who fought in Ukraine.
No, you was talking about Ukraine. I'm not talking about this old fucker you let in Parliament twice. You was talking about Zelensky, you know.
I wasn't
So
talking about
not born
Zelensky,
then.
the faggot. No, I never talked about him at all. What are you talking about?
That guy you had in Parliament, you let him in twice. You let him talk in there twice. And then they showing on media that they don't even know who it was. Fuck right off.
Yeah, they're retarded. Yeah.
Something like that.
No, but I mean, like, fucking, my grandfather would have fucking probably died laughing if he had saw that. He would have died laughing. If my grandfather was still alive, he probably would have pissed himself fucking laughing watching them idiots stand up for a guy who fought for the SS in Ukraine.
Good chance on that. I'm gonna jump off. I'm gonna grab some
Canadians did not like the SS in the Second World War. Where are you going?
I'm going to get something to eat.
What are you getting?
So I don't know yet. I'm gonna figure that out. I'm probably gonna make some eggs. I think.
All right.
That's probably what I'm gonna do. But
cool.
I might jump back in if you're still on.
All right.
There's always a good chance you are. So.
Well, I gotta hit the beer store. I'm almost out, so probably not much longer.
All right. Talk to you fuckers later.
All right, later, man.
Peace.
Fucking hungry now, fucker. Eggs.
Yeah, what a world we live in. But yeah, I think that people seriously need to think about their freedoms taken away, and Canada and the USA, if you look the way they want to give it shape and form, with Trump saying, I want Canada and Greenland and it's all one. Call this the USA Gulf.
He's throwing out the earworms out there. That's what he's good at. He's throwing earworms out there because now he knows that's all you're going to talk about for 2 weeks around the water cooler.
Yeah.
That's all you're going to do.
Exactly. He has been doing the same stuff when he was in the first run, and he's doing the same
It's
now.
all distraction. He's
always playing the business game. He's
I
throwing
have a
out the fucking
question
bait,
about that.
and he's
No, with your
starting high.
earbud.
You know, he's
Your
starting
earbud.
high.
No, because anybody who ever watched this stream tonight or watch this stream in the future will always have that thought: if you could suck your own dick, would you? In their head now, right? Like earbug. That's what Trump does. He throws little fucked up fucking things like that out at you, and it's like, what? Wait, what? And then you get thinking about it. It's like, oh, for fuck's sakes, now this is in my fucking head. It's annoying, really. It is annoying. I don't blame Sarah for leaving because it is kind of annoying. Like, you got that shit in your head, you can't unhear it. It's like, fuck off, man. Like, we haven't heard or people haven't theorized what it'd be like if Canada joined the States and we'd all be different states and provinces would become states or whatever, states within who fucking knows? Who cares? It's not happening, man. It's not going to happen.
No, and also what I say, like Trump bringing peace, well, it does not look like it. he will be the next president of the USA. But only surrender is what is bringing peace there, or
I
it's
can see
going to be
happening.
way.
What I see happening is Canadian patriots and American patriots, and we know who we're talking about, getting together and taking our countries back. Like, take our country back with help on both sides, obviously. We're going to need a lot of help from patriots, fellow patriots, and we need to take our countries back. Our countries have been hijacked, man. Like, domestic enemies within, man. Like, we're being taken over by foreign interests, and it has to stop. We need to stop these foreign people we never elected that are making critical fucking decisions that hurt everybody a lot every day, even more and more. Like, fuck, man. Like, shit has to, at some point, I think Canadians and Americans and other Western countries are going to just say, listen, I don't know when. I'm not sure when, man. Hopefully I see it in my fucking lifetime. That's all I got to say.
Yeah. Well, it goes quick, soon, especially European people need to think about if they are going to send their children to the front line that's created. So,
if you want to fucking throw up a Ukrainian flag outside your house or your place of business, you should go or send your kids over there to go fight. You want Slava? No, you want a fucking Slava? That goes with Russia too. You want to fly a Russian flag because Russia's at war, but you're in Canada, the States, so you're flying your Russian flag in support of a war? Like, settle down. I don't mind your Russian flag as long as our flag flies higher. Flag etiquette, right? I get it. And if you want a flag, fly whatever flag you want, man. I don't care as long as you have the Canadian flag or the American flag above it. I think that it's all good. But whatever. Losing my fucking point of where I was going there. You want a Slava? Then fucking go. Go. Like, these people that fucking are all what? No, it's like a football team or a hockey team to them, man. You know? It's like go team, go team. Oh, Slava Israel, Slava Gaza. I'm Palestinian. Go team Palestine. Go team this. I don't give a fuck about your fucking team. Take your fucking bullshit and fuck off over there. Canada and the United States have enough fucking shit on their fucking plate right now. We don't need your bullshit blocking streets with your goddamn fucking faggoty fucking Israel fucking protests and Palestinian protests, and fuck this shit, man. This country needs. Listen, you want to clamp down on and bring out the Clydesdales? Why didn't you do it when the Indians were fucking protesting and blocking fucking bridges and trains and shit and causing havoc, man? No, Whitey wants to go out, and Whitey has a point. Oh, Whitey gets fucking trampled and butt stroked. Fuck off, man. That's enough of this shit. Enough of all this shit, man. Like, settle the fuck down. If the people shouldn't have to fucking do that shit in the first place, man. Address what the people are pissed off about. Natives are always going to be pissed off about shit. That's what natives do. They want more money. Give us more money. Okay, here's more money. Okay, you can't block trains. We already gave you a bunch of money. Fuck off. Arrest them. That's it. But
the money-mindedness is also a problem in clear thinking, because that's the only thing that I can name that why people are still going with it. It's money or something that they benefit from. But it's a little bit weird indeed that when you hear all these politicians about war, none of them is going to fight one, but they will carry all the medals for you.
Yeah.
Yes, while your children are dying. But why are they not that smart? Like, hey, you are protesting against something in a foreign country, but you should know that the one in power caused your problem.
I don't think
So
people
maybe
understand
you
People don't understand war. Let me tell you right now. I know people don't understand war because I'm still reading about the First and Second World War, Korean War, the Vietnam War. Holy fuck! War now is nothing like that. It's nothing like that. Like what's going on in Ukraine versus Russia out there for all the fucking sports ball people who think this is like a fucking big game. It's not. If you're watching and paying attention to what's going on and has been going on, warfare's changed so much that They can drop something in your pocket from the air, man. It's death from above, basically. And
yeah, well, the drones.
This is why I can't understand. Like, why can't we? I might be a little Fed posty here, but maybe politicians should be a little bit worried when they go on about fucking war. They're obviously not paying. They don't. They couldn't even find, Lugansk, or they could the Donbass region. They couldn't even point that shit out on a map because they're retarded. But little do they know, like, you can drop a fucking drone with enough explosives to fucking fuck up your fucking day, man. And you can do that from air now, right? Yeah. Like, if we had the IRA today in Canada, like we could bring this fucking government to its knees, like, in about a week. If we had the same shit that one platoon had on either side of German or Ukrainian or Russian,
the people don't
we can take this fucking country down to its knees. Like, you could do it with drones. So if America ever wanted, America wouldn't have to cross the border. They could just take Canada with drones. It would be done. Okay, sir, Have some maple syrup, Fucking stop droning this.
Tell you guys, there would be no wars anymore. If the leaders of the countries had to go on the front line like they used to 100 years or 200 years ago, there would be no wars anymore. No single war would be going on if these fuckers have to go on the front line on their own and their children. No war at all.
Take away their security detail. You get one security guard. That's it. You have one armed security guard. That's all you get. That's all you get. Run your fucking mouth some more. Run your mouth some more. You get one security guard. That's it.
Do you know what a Russian soldier earns? The German guy who was in Russia, there was a sign on the wall with a freaking advertisement to join the war. And the guy and the soldiers who joined the war, they get 17,000 euros cash on the pocket, and then 25,000 a year. That's the money the Russian soldiers get.
Super salty. You're just looking it up now. I've studied off and on the Civil War. The Civil War is always in my left eye, man. I try to concentrate on Canadian war history. It just still fascinates me to this day. And I live in an area where it's rich in history when it goes back to 1812, especially. I'm not far from where Brock died. That's about an hour's drive away. Brock being the fucking leader that he was. A leader leads, right? He was fucking told not to, but he didn't fucking listen. He got shot.
Now we have misleaders instead of leaders.
Colonel Brock, I think it was Colonel at the time. Brock. He's down at Lundy's Lane here in Niagara.
My question is that for USA, is USA gonna admit that Canada burned down their White House twice?
No. It was only once, man. But that was in retaliation for them for the sack of York, because they came across and they fucking gave us a proper spanking over there in York, which is nowadays Toronto, right? But they sacked the library. They took a bunch of artifacts from the city hall and all that shit. But the thing is, they gave them back. Like, they gave back the library books from the library, so they returned them. Which is funny. There's all kinds of funny history from the War of 1812 too, man. It's like, because you're basically neighbors fighting neighbors. Everybody up until yesterday was doing business and was related and went over and partied with each other all the time. And all of a sudden we're at war. It's like, oh, for fuck's sakes, man. Like, does this mean the party's over? No, a lot of them still fucking got together and had dinners and like New Brunswick and Maine was an interesting. During the War of 1812, look up the history of New Brunswick and Maine, man. Like, they were ordered to fire. They were having dinner together, and they got news of the war, and they were sent back to their barracks, and they were ordered to fire, and they just fired their cannons into the water. It's like, say dinner with those guys, man. I'm gonna go blast the shit out of them. It's like, fuck off. Orders said I had to fire. It doesn't mean I had to fucking where I had to fire them, right? So they both just fired them into the fucking river. It's true shit, man. This is what I love about war history, military history. There's a lot of funny fucking stories, man. Like these guys were fucking nuts back then, which is why war is no joke, and you should never go to war. If you are, try to find the humor in it, I guess. Otherwise, you go nuts. Brock Monument at Queenston Heights. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've driven past it many times. I fish down there, man. Some of my favorite fishing holes in the fucking all ever anywhere is down the Niagara River, man. The gorge, the glen, and going on down towards the opening is fucking nice too, but I still don't catch anything usually. Got a mud puppy though, man. It was about this fucking big. It was well over a foot with a tail. Had fucking big thick legs on it, like the size of your thumb. Big old fucking head. I don't know, the head was about like this. Mud puppy. I had no idea. Well, what the fuck is this? Reeled it in. I didn't hurt it. I let it go and it was fine, but it was a big fucking big ass salamander, man. It was like, holy shit. Weirdest fucking thing I ever caught down in Niagara.
Mud puppy?
I thought I caught the missing link there. I was like, what the fuck, man? It's a fish, but it's got legs. It's fucking wrong. I'm not used to reeling shit out of the water that has legs and shit. Fucking feet.
Awesome salamanders. Axolotl is the Latin name of puppy. They have long skews on the sides. Yeah, really funny animal.
Yeah, it was pretty neat, man. I'm glad I didn't hurt it. It was fine when I let it go. I don't think I really hurt it when I hooked it.
You have those in Canada?
No, because when I fish down Niagara, I'm using I don't know the friggin' size of it. It's about the size of your baby pinky nail. That's the size of the hook I use. And I land like fucking 20 pound salmon with it. Right? It's all you need, man. With a little bit of roe on it. All you need is that one little hook. And you can land yourself fucking good size. Make sure your line's fresh and you tie your knot properly. But yeah, that's why I didn't hurt that little fucking mud puppy, because I had just a tiny little trout hook on it. Trout salmon hook. But that's even with those tiny little hooks, man, like you get those little hooks, you hook a fish. It's like you don't need a huge, massive hook, man. Once you hook the hook, it's in. Just hope that the fucking teeth don't fray your line or something or whatever, and it runs you around a rock or a log or something, and you're good to go. Listen, fucking Alex is off. I don't know. Sitting on a shitter. The fuck did he go, man? Like, listen, flaming fuck you, make me. Nice sign. Fucking guy. All right, that's it. I'm gonna play something and I might bugger off here in a bit. I gotta do some shit.
Yeah, I'm also going to head off. So, yeah, everybody unite and hopefully we can make a change.
Well, the more we keep bullshit.
Have a great one, everybody.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right. I just saw this. Now I have to watch it because I love this guy. Easy. Gotta set it up. I find, I play.
This is Dan Dixie reporting for Press for Truth. And in case you didn't know, the former guy.
And listen, if you guys haven't heard of Dan Dix, I pity the fool. Seriously, subscribe to that guy. Like right now. Like pause. Go subscribe to him. Come back. I'll still be here. And then we'll be friends.
Governor of the Bank of Canada, Mark Carney, is expected any minute now to officially announce his bid for the leadership of the Liberal Party and, in fact, to become the next de facto prime minister. In fact, he alluded to this just recently on The Daily Show with Jon Stewart, suggesting that he is coming at this as an outsider. Listen to this.
A wild hypothetical. Let's say the candidate wasn't part of the government. Let's say the candidate did have a lot of economic experience. Let's say the candidate did deal with crises. Let's say the candidate had a plan to deal with the challenges in the here and now.
You sneaky, you're running as an outsider.
I am an outsider.
I am an outsider, he says. You sneaky bugger. Of course, this man is far from being anything like an outsider. He is the elite of the elite. He, of course, is a stooge of the World Economic Forum. He's a frequent visitor to the Bilderberg meeting, the very secretive Bilderberg meeting. And in fact, he doesn't just attend. It turns out Mark Carney is, in fact, on the steering committee of the Bilderberg. So this is the inner circle of the inner circle that this man is involved with here. Of course, you wouldn't know that if you looked at his Wikipedia page, which just claims he's only been here for just a few years. Now, you've also got Chrystia Freeland looking to announce her bid for the leadership and the next de facto prime minister, who is also a stooge of the World Economic Forum. She is also secretly met with powers that ought not be, the Bilderberg Group, as I confirmed on video. So we are now being led to believe that these two here are the two options that are being put up against each other for the position of Prime Minister of Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, your options are Bilderberg or Bilderberg, WEF or WEF. And as I said here, if you don't think they're all connected, did you not know that Mark Carney is literally the godfather of one of Chrystia Freeland's kids? As I posted here, true story. I'll show you a video of Chrystia Freeland admitting to just that herself. And you have to ask yourself, why is Mark Carney trying to now distance himself so much, saying he's not friends with Ghislaine Maxwell, the jailed ex-girlfriend of the late Jeffrey Epstein, who's now serving 20 years in prison on convictions of sex trafficking? They look pretty chummy to me. What do you guys think? And perhaps the craziest part of all of this, guys, is in this video here where I did a deep dive into the Bilderberg participants list way back in May of 2024. I told you exactly what's going to be happening and what's happening right now. And I'm not one to often make, predictions, but when my feeling instincts are
I thought I'm not one to make predictions, he says. This guy's been right about a bunch of shit. He's selling himself short there. Anyways, I digress. Let him go.
Overwhelming. I can't help myself. And I did exactly that 8 months ago in this video here, telling you that Chrystia Freeland and Mark Carney are going to be the Bilderberg's picks for the next Prime Minister of Canada. Check it out.
In case you didn't know, Mark Carney was the governor of the Bank of Canada from 2008 to 2013. And he was also the governor of the Bank of England from 2013 to 2020. It seems that his next venture in life may be politics, as he seems to be looking for the position of Prime Minister of Canada, if, of course, these guys are going to allow it. Stephen Harper attended the meetings in 2003, and then just 2 years later, this relatively unknown man became the Prime Minister of Canada. Chrystia Freeland was here last year, but she is not here this year in attendance. But either way, there are now two potential candidates for the Bilderberg pick of our next Prime Minister of Canada.
That was 8 months ago, folks, and here we are now with the two picks from Bilderberg as the next contenders for the Liberal leadership of Canada and the next de facto.
They're not even hiding.
We're going to talk about all of that and much more in this video, guys. But really quickly, just before we do, I'd ask that you check me out here at pressfortruth.ca/donate if you appreciate my efforts to bring you this info, guys. Here you can do a one-time donation with PayPal. You can do Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies. You can sign up to support my efforts here at Press for Truth.
And this is point
Justin
when
Trudeau,
I say fuck
here's
you,
what you can
and they
expect
come up,
to happen.
you can
Where
donate
in this
with
video,
Bitcoin
Dan
and
makes a
other
Quest for Truth
crypto.
reveals who
Fuck
he thinks
off.
will be the next Prime Minister of Canada,
Yeah.
while also reminding the viewers that
I thought about
democracy
it.
has become an
I
illusion
don't
of
want to,
choice.
so
And obviously, that's where we're at, guys. If a sitting Prime Minister can announce his resignation, and then the Liberal Party is the one who gets to pick the
Right.
next de facto leader, has nothing to do with the Canadian people. They are not selecting this man. In fact, it's the Governor General who's going to be the one to decide between Freeland or Carney who's going to become the next
never
Prime
get to
Minister,
vote
not the
for
Canadian
anyone for
people
Prime Minister. It was always the
whatsoever.
party that voted
And
for them.
if this person ends up winning the election in October, they could technically go on to be the Prime Minister for the next decade or so, completely unselected by the Canadian people. Now, in case you didn't know, guys, this has actually happened before with a man named John Turner back in 1984. Turner had previously been an MP and minister in the governments of Lester B. Pearson and Pierre Trudeau. But after a falling out with Trudeau, Turner vacated his seat back in 76 to go work in the private sector. But then Turner didn't have a seat when he ran and won the Liberal leadership in 1984. He was sworn in as the Prime Minister in June of that year, but he never sat in the House of Commons as Prime Minister. Brian Mulroney's Progressive Conservatives would then win the election just a few months after Turner became Prime Minister. He would win a seat in the election and remain opposition leader until he retired in 1990. So, you know, Canadians have been prepped for this before. We've seen a non-sitting member of parliament, an unelected, unselected,
That's a joke.
An unelected yet selected man become the de facto prime minister. Now, in this particular situation, you know, he was out within a matter of months. But right now, we've got Chrystia Freeland and Mark Carney. As I said,
Needs a bit of streamlining there, boys.
Bilderberg, WEF or WEF. That's the new options moving forward. As I said in this video back from December of 2024, Governor Trudeau is done for. Plus, you can't fire me because I quit for now, as I said back then. And a lot of people may have been confused about, you know, saying that this is for now, but it's because I said, you know, meanwhile, Mark Carney is quietly waiting in the sidelines for his moment to shine as the pick, Bilderberg's pick for the next prime minister. And for now, was the fact that, you know, she was clearly going to be, you know, in the position of being selected for that as well. I mean, look at this video of her admitting to the fact that Mark Carney is her son's godfather. If you don't think, you know, this is one big club and we're not in it.
I actually have known Mark for a very long time. Both of us are from Northern Alberta. And I think Mark is a great Canadian. I am really glad that he has come out as a Liberal, and I'm grateful for any support he can offer our party, our government, and our country.
Oh, what an outsider.
I speak with Mark often about that. I speak with him often. He's actually my son's godfather.
Oh, yeah. Her son's godfather. What an outsider this man is, right? The guy who's trying to distance himself as much as he can in the lead up to this campaign from Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Again, if you don't think he's being completely controlled by the powers that ought not be and is the next pick, you know, for prime minister, I mean, you got to give your head a shake. And you're probably, you know, curious right now, you know, considering it's coming down to this, you know, what my position is on this man, who a lot of people think is, you know, being slated as the next prime minister of Canada. Well, guys, ever since I confronted this man to his face, and if you haven't seen that video, I'll put a link in the description below. I've gotten, again, the gut feeling instinct that he will not be the next prime minister of Canada. I just do not think that this man is the Bilderberg or WEF selection. And I think they've made it clear now, as I tried to suggest 8 months ago, that these are the two who are going to become the de facto prime minister and then potentially the prime minister for the next decade, as per
because people would have to slow it down. People would have to slow it down, pump the brakes a little bit.
Pretty wild situation that we're in here in Canada right now, folks. Again, if you want to see all the footage of this, I'll put links to it in the description below. Chrystia Freeland being caught on video, meeting with the Bilderberg group, all the photos of Carney, clearly meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell and the Epsteins. Again, look at this list of, meetings that he's attended at the Bilderberg group, where, as I said, it's, if you just look at this on his Wikipedia page, you would think that he's only been to a few, but he's been to all of these: 2024, 2023, 2022. You just have to click on the participants list, scroll down in the alphabetical name section here, and you'll continue to find him. So this man is far from being a so-called outsider, as he suggested on the John Daly Show, and he's now expected to announce his official bid today, I believe. So literally any minute now from when you may be watching this video. So just wanted to bring it to your attention, guys. The options are Bilderberg or Bilderberg, WEF or WEF. That's what we're faced with moving forward here. So just wanted to once again bring that all to your attention. If you want to see this video here where I predicted exactly everything that we're seeing now 8 months ago, last year in May 30th, while at the Bilderberg meeting, please check the top links in the description below. And once again, guys, if you do appreciate my efforts to bring in this info, don't forget to check.
Yeah, check it out. You're awesome. When your head explode. Fuck's sakes. No, he does awesome work, man. I've been watching him for years, man. Before the COVID times and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, man. The guy. It's so hard to find independent journalists, man, in Canada, right? And he doesn't just pay attention to what's going on in Canada. He's paying attention to he's a noticer, okay? So noticers notice other noticers. Just saying.
Yeah, you know what? He can get fucked. If he supports crypto, he can get fucked.
Hey, at least Yui, you're not going to be stuck with them. We are.
Yeah, Seriously, Alex, I'm serious. Once this independent journalists coming up with supporting digital currency and crypto and all that shit, I'm done. I know what they are really like,
Oh, yeah.
They are all part of the distraction. That's what they are. They are fucking controlled opposition and finally fucking false flags. That's it.
And what I was mentioning earlier is in 1814 and 1812 and 1814, both time the house went down on fire. And if, let's say, that we would have to become a 51 state like they claim, well, technically, USA would have to acknowledge that. And I think that's the hardest pills. Even nowadays, even on Wikipedia, they're having problems of putting what really happened back then. And they keep saying, oh, but it wasn't a colony. It wasn't called Canada at that point. So technically they weren't Canadian. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? It was native Quebecers and English people from everywhere in their kingdom that went down and burned the place down as a statement. Don't fuck with us. And now they would have to put that in their history, showing that as a rebellion, we did that. But can you really accept a state, like a new state, that actually burned you down at some point in time? No, I don't think so. Like I say, by history itself, it would technically cancel each other on that one.
That's another proof of how much fucking lies they told us about history,
Well, yeah, it's the and I understand. I understand in America they don't want to admit that something really bad happened to them back then, but back then it was open border. But Canada was still Canada, even though they didn't win the war and all that. It was still part of Canada, and the people living in it were still Canadians. And it's like, yeah, well, at that time, everyone technically was a British officer or a Canadian, which makes the whole point. Yes, they're under the British, but it's like, okay, after a few years, they decided to make an imaginary line. Okay, so that defies the whole thing because they made an imaginary line that defies it. Meanwhile, over the 100 years after that, they're going to keep debating on where the line is exactly because none of them know about it. Go figure why. Our history has been played by the so-called elite for so long that people don't even realize that's how they control us. Our history. They keep changing it little bit by little bit, so stuff don't happen.
That's why I admire. So my favorite part of history was 1812 with Brock and Tecumseh. And there's monuments of Tecumseh in the United States, and there's monuments of him here in Canada. Well, no, there's more in the States than there is here in Canada.
Did you know when?
Did you know? Did you know that Canada wouldn't be Canada if it wasn't for fucking Tecumseh? It was Brock. It was fucking Brock and Tecumseh that Tecumseh united the fucking tribes.
Okay,
He united them, man. Brought them together, man. Like holy fuck, you have no
what
idea.
party was he under at that time?
But
Like
Brock,
I remember
but Brock and Tecumseh, I don't know, man. They're buddies. I'm hoping they weren't bum buddies, but they were pretty fucking close, right? They were pretty close.
I remember reading at some point in time that yes, they decided to redefine what the imaginary line was, and they had to sit down with USA, the representative, and define where the line was because Canadian kept going over and American
But
kept
it's
going
about
over.
warriors, man. Tecumseh was a warrior, man.
Yeah.
Like he was not full of shit. Like,
Oh, it's
this guy was
1791.
badass.
Okay.
You guys like your fucking Viking shows and shit? Tecumseh was a badass motherfucker. Would have gave any Viking a go, right? And then some. And then you had Brock, who had something to prove, and he was no fucking pussy either, man. For almost aristocrat, he's almost there, but he was officer class. He was up there. He was the upper crust of the British. What the best the British could send to Canada to fucking deal with, and he dealt with it. He wanted to be elsewhere, but he was here, so he made the best of it. And damn, did he ever, man! Fuck.
Yeah.
And listen. The funniest story is did you ever hear about Fort Detroit?
Yep.
For any of my American friends over there, like Fort Detroit. So he got the Indians to fucking run around in circles in the woods, and there's a longer story to that too because. They intercepted Drummond's fucking luggage and all that shit. Read his letters, and so they knew that he was afraid of Indians, right? So he was definitely so now we knew that the American commander is now very, very afraid of Indians. Okay, so what can we do to fuck with his head, right? So they got natives out there hooping and hollering across the river in the trees, like woo woo woo, just fucking going around in circles. So they're going in the trees and then go back and behind the trees. So it made it look like there's thousands of them instead of just a couple hundred. So it looked like there was a lot more Indians than what there were because they were going around in circles and going back and forth and shit, just fucking with them, man. It's like, and then they surrendered. Yes, they surrendered that fort, man. Yeah. That was kind of an embarrassment on their end, but it happens, man, because no, it was. They had no idea. Then that's what happened. It's psychological fucking warfare, man. That's what it is. It's psyop. It was like early psyop.
And Quebec City,
so the commanding officer is afraid of Indians.
Yeah,
and he's the one who fucking orders everybody else. Well, so who's in charge? That guy's in charge. Well, there you go.
In Quebec City, they had the same thing every winter and every summer. They kept losing battle and winning battle. So eventually it got to the moral of the people over the years. And that's why they stopped fighting. That's what I was reading in history. Eventually they decided to sit down at the table.
All the battles between Canadians and Americans back in the history, it all depended on weather. And once growing season started again, they're all farmers. They all fucked off and went back to their fucking homes. Man. I was like, dude, we got crops to fucking crop and especially in the fall, right? It's like that's why it's spring offensives. Like everything was always spring. As soon as spring came, that's time to go to war. Let's go to war. They plan for war over the winter, hopefully, if you're lucky. And then you go to war in the spring, and fucking all your boats are ready and shit, and whatever, blah blah blah. Yeah, wintertime, you don't want to fight in the winter in Canada or Russia.
Oh no,
right?
Everyone at that time that fought the war in Quebec between the English and the French.
Yeah.
Both sides hated the province just because of the weather. It's like, oh yeah, the weather was not welcoming one bit. The weather was against the troops on both sides.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Germans.
A lot of them even shared fucking accommodations sometimes, and just went away. It's like,
Did you know that the French and English in Quebec at some point paused the war almost like 3 years in a row because of winter?
Yeah,
when
man,
the winter arrived, the English they gave up their position.
things were weird back then, man. They had different
French
ideas of chivalry and like truces and stuff like that, where
Yeah.
you would never see that now. And that's why I was meaning earlier. Like warfare has changed. Like nobody can understand what warfare is. Right
Minus 30. Nobody is fighting in this. They're fighting the snow. That's the problem.
The Germans learned the hard lesson in Stalingrad, man, when they got fucking caught by the winter in Russia. I tell you.
I called this in the 90s. Same with fucking don't get me going on that shit, Dewey. But I called this in when cell phones first came out and video games were popular and all that shit came out. I called it. I mean, I knew that warfare was going to be this. It's going to be some fucking kid sitting in a fucking, like, us playing video games, except we're killing people for real.
Yeah.
And getting paid for it or something, right? Like, so instead of playing games for free and losing and winning, whatever, yay, me, I won.
That's what
now you're getting real credits, and those credits go into your bank, and now you're making money because you can kill people with your fucking joystick. Look at you go, right?
Yeah.
That's why like game like Call of Duty and Battlefield was technically designed for that purpose, to train our people to be able to do that behind drums. And then the next generation took it and it was easier.
I played every fucking video game up until about PlayStation 3. I stopped after that.
Okay.
But I played every video game that was ever conceived.
Yeah.
Since it came out. No, because I was there when it came out. I was still a kid when these things came out first time.
Oh, yeah. I grew up with ColecoVision, so and
did you have the Smurfs? The Smurfs game was pretty cool. Donkey Kong.
We had that.
Donkey Kong, man, come on.
I was master at Donkey Kong until I came out of my village and realized other people are good too. Pac-Man was the same thing too.
Pac-Man, yeah.
I was great at it until I moved out to the city. That I found out, oh fuck, man, no, I'm not shit. They're better than me. They've been practicing longer. It's like, oh, okay.
No, I remember Pong and all that stuff. We had Pong and shit. It was fun, man.
I remember the old Commodore 64. So.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
And that was the shit when it came out.
Right, but if you could get the Commodore 64 package with the ColecoVision, so it was all interconnected. So you could connect the game system with the computer. I mean, you could still play the same games on the computer, but you had your own control, right?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Used to and shit. Whatever it was. It was high tech for its day.
And what I was saying earlier, it's technically if Canada would become a state or one of the places become a state and all that, the American would have to admit publicly to their own people that their place was burned down at some point in time. It would have to be added to their history. And something tells me that's never going to happen. Because of that, people don't have to worry. Like, they won't admit to their own people that something happened to them. If not, they're established.
No, they can't. No, listen, Alex. Not only will they not admit, they won't ever admit it. They'll just double down on the lie.
I mean.
So it's like,
that's what I mean.
I didn't lie. We just kind of, and they'll spin. It's a spin.
They're just playing with the words and all that, and they're trying because they see.
Right, but at some point, it's down the toilet, and reality will bite you in the ass. I'm waiting for fucking reality to bite us in the ass, and I hope innocent people don't get hurt.
That's the main thing.
Fighting of it.
Name me one revolution or one war in the world that.
I think we lost audio because he was talking, but I never heard anything, man.
I didn't
I
hear
think he
him.
was trying to talk, but I didn't fucking hear. I didn't mute him. He wasn't muted. It didn't say mute.
Bye, Yui.
I think his mic. I know, but I think his mic was fucking up there, man. Because it was
maybe.
crackling a little bit. Fucking, it was fucking around there a little bit. His audio was getting a little robot-y there towards the end.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden there was nothing. So
Yeah.
He says, "It's my mic, man."
Come back. It happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, my aunt, like I call my aunt, and that's the first thing she tells me. She's like, "Oh yeah, Trump, oh the election, oh we're gonna become a 51 state," and I'm like, "What?"
Here we go.
And I told her, I'm like, "Look, I'm like, you might believe that because that's the news you see, but I'm like, name me one news that's been truthful in the last 6 years. Name me one. They can't even fucking get when it's gonna snow." Even the Weather Channel is not getting it right in the last 6 years. It's like, it's prediction. Meanwhile, we put what? We put our faith into prediction now?
Twat? I thought I heard you say twat. Twat. You say twat?
Like the whole system, the whole weather system is technically gay and fake. But it's on prediction.
That's a different fucking... See, you French do everything backwards.
Okay.
See, here in English,
fake and gay.
Fake and gay.
Yeah,
Go over to French, everything has to be backwards. You read the ingredients of a box on the box instead of it's like English. It's backwards.
I put the problem that bugs me the most first.
Okay, flacon de maize. It's cornflakes. Cornflakes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's on the side.
No, it's backwards though. It's backwards. Like maize is corn. The maize, I guess, is I don't know. Or flacon is flakes. So you say flakes corn. We say corn flakes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's one example. There's more.
Oh, yeah.
I got more.
It is the difference between the languages.
I know, but you guys do it backwards though. French do everything backwards just because. Like, fuck you. We are French. We will do it backwards. Fuck you. English.
I admit it must be a reason. It must be a reason behind the thing because it's something I've noticed all my life. Why is the French always different? But then I'm like, okay, you look at
flacon de maize.
The German
flacon de maize. Flacon de maize.
Yeah.
Right. Like no, it's fucking cornflakes. Flacon de maize. No, flacon de maize sounds fucking way cooler than cornflakes.
We still have some of the weirdest cheese in Quebec. I know that much.
Yeah, Canada needs a cheese bank so we can fucking we can put that cheese bank and we can we can have a cheese bank and buy Bitcoin and fucking be rich, right? And use our cheese bank as a fucking collateral, right? We got the best cheese bank. We got better than Italy, man. We got fucking shit ton of cheese over here, motherfucker. We're Canada. We got cheese bank. Oh, and it's aging, baby. It's aging good. Oh yeah, because aged cheese.
Like mother, she said, "Yeah, Italians drive me crazy." Yeah, I get why. It's like, yeah, all the Latin, it's technically upside down compared to everything else. I'm kind of wondering if our ancestors studied this and they said this would be what pissed those guys off so much that we're gonna make everything this way. And I think that was the practical joke back then, and it became something later. It wouldn't surprise me.
No, it's simple ooga booga fucking talk, man. It's like we go here, and there's a difference. Like we go this way, we go here. But no, with French, it's like over here we go, eh? Or Italian, it's like stop.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Or like we
It's
go here.
something I noticed.
Okay, so here we go here. And they go, oh, we go here. Here we go. No, it's like, here we go what now? Are we fucking skydiving? What's going on? What do you mean, here we go? No, we go here. We're going here. We go here. I'm fucking trying to break it down.
Here we go here. There you go.
We go here. No, it's like, stop, man. That's, Jesus. I don't know, man. English, there's a reason why English is the #1 fucking language for pilots and shit.
Yes.
It's a universal language for a reason because it's to the point.
You're correct. They kill
more point, man. Like fucking get simple to the point. I don't know. Maybe it might have something to do with there wasn't a spot on the globe that English didn't fucking touch.
I just think English was brought more because at that time the English people were killing more. They conquer more. They wanted more.
No, we're
But
fucking. What do you
is
mean
the French
conquering?
didn't want
Conquering.
more?
That's-
No.
Define conquering. No, we didn't
Yeah,
show up and
exactly.
go, hey, planted a flag and went, we're going to do business here now. Hey, you want to make some money? Good, cool. Build me a
Yeah,
bridge over here.
I don't think that's how it went.
Oh, you guys are hungry? Fucking, oh, you need some fucking plumbing over here? Yeah, you do.
I'm
All the
pretty
workers,
sure
all the workers that are working for us, well, you're getting sick.
after a
Well,
journey
yeah,
of 3 months
here for
on the
that. We'll give you
water,
some fresh water and stop, man. Infrastructure.
I think after a
Key
journey
to
of
any good
3 months on
enterprise
the
is
water,
infrastructure. If I had money and I was investing, if I was back then and I had the money they had and I was investing and I found like a diamond mine or a gold mine somewhere in Africa or back then, whatever, I would be keen to protect my interests. And depends on how much money you got there, but
I have a question
whatever,
for you.
man. It's like fucking business is business, motherfuckers.
Do you remember in history at some point in time, like for me, I know in Quebec that's what they told us.
You want a healthy. If you don't want like how do you make any money if people that are working for you are all dying and sick?
No, but
And you're gonna get the same sickness, so you have to fucking make sure everybody's healthy. Hence the fucking plumbing and the fresh water and the infrastructure and the rail and the building.
back then the owners,
Don't go on about the schools because some of those
like
schools
they had fleets of boat and all that, and they give jobs to people, but they told them you're gonna be on the water for 3 months, and once you get there, you have to report to us when you come back what's there. And so technically it's an outpost, but then after 3 months on the water, fucking just floating away and all that, and they saw people. I don't think they went there. Hey, you want to trade, man? I just think that they built their settlement, and eventually they started pushing that, and then they brought priests, they brought a whole bunch of people, and then shit hit the fan because yeah, those people weren't the first guy that went in. The first guy that went in, they just wanted land. That's all they wanted. They've been on the water for 3-4 months. They wanted land. That's all they wanted. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Quebec is yeah. It's the nickname. Yeah, but that's what they told me in school. But then I found out. I came to Ontario, and they don't know that history. Like they weren't told the history that the French were told in Quebec. Like I didn't grow up with the English history. I grew up with the Quebec history, and it's totally different. I had to learn both.
Oh, but yeah, just a wee bit.
Yeah. Oh, I learned both, and I learned where the difference was. Eventually, I even asked books from France and England to find out where the freaking problem was, and I found out where it was. It was just not French and English. They had the Spanish in there, and then they had the settlers. So it's a really rich history.
Pioneers be more descriptive.
Oh, I was watching the Patriot movie yesterday, and in the movie, at some point, he mentions a battle where those guys went after whoever they pillaged their families and all that, and killed their people. So they went there, and at some point in time, they cut them in pieces. They send the fingers and the eyeball to the Cherokees in the river, and then they send the other parts to the English that on the other hand, to give them a warning. If you ever come after our family, you can fight us, but don't go after our family and kill them, because no, we're the one that wants to fight you, not them. And it's like it passed the message that after that they had the rules of war that in USA that got put in, that no, there's some stuff you don't do because the reaction is so atrocious that no one wants to go back there. And
Right.
I missed
That's the thing when men are off to fight,
yeah,
that leaves the village and the homestead fucking vulnerable.
Yep.
So if you're gonna go behind lines and start raping our women and killing our families, and then what's the incentive to go to war in the first place? Which actually
exactly.
It did deter a lot of guys from joining militias and shit, but I don't blame them.
Oh yeah, but that's why they put rules of war up there.
Because when they knew that the enemy were close, they didn't want that shit happening to their family, their fucking livelihood, and their villages. Someone has to be home to fucking protect them, man. Like fucking, you know what I mean? Like Like
it's all the time they were
back then, they
preaching
used to
about-
have rules of engagement. There are no rules of engagement anymore. Rules of engagement are non-existent now.
No, you're correct.
Right? Like there's no like chivalry in the air amongst fucking pilots and shit. That's silly.
And
And
all
the
those
Christmas
guys are in
truce,
power.
Stop. Christmas truce, chivalry in the air, rules of engagement. Like people are fucking stupid, man. If they think any of that shit, you're a dreamer, and you're retarded. Like that's not how war works. War works. I want to kill you. I'm gonna try to kill you before you can kill me. The faster I get you dead, the better. Yay, good. That's it. Like at whatever cost, until one of us is dead, and that means like probably millions of people.
Well, yeah, when you think about it, the first guys that got here and all that in Canada, well, first they got into a winter. They didn't get in the summer. They got in like in Quebec, they and New Brunswick. It's where they went first. It's New Brunswick, and it's like the first town built in Canada was in New Brunswick. Meanwhile, because of Quebec, the way it's designed, it's considered in Canada, but it's considered more in Quebec than Canada. And it's like I never got that either until I learned about the history of the battles that happened there and why everything started there. And I'm like, those fuckers arrive in the middle of the winter in New Brunswick. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, you really have to want something because
what regiment was it? Shit, was it 104th of Foot or something like that? There was a New Brunswick regiment, early New Brunswick regiment that marched all the way from like the Maritimes, like from St. John, basically all the way up through. They stopped in Quebec for a little bit.
Oh yeah.
But they marched all the way to Lundy's Lane, man, where they were needed to fend off the Americans, right? But they marched through all the woods, and they chopped. They were using like fucking pine tree fucking and fir tree boughs. I don't want that shit, bud. Fuck off.
They went through like nine tribes of native. I figured they had to trade with them because at that time there's no walking on their land or anything like no, those guys were in battle with each other. Like the native back then were battling each other, and then our guys showed up in the middle of that. So then they saw white guys or something semi-white, and they're all like, "What the heck is this?" they never saw a white person before that. Or they did a Viking at some point in time, but they didn't know. They knew white people existed, I'm sure. They just didn't see them regularly. And at some point,
you can find something on that.
They saw all those guys coming down and trying to build settlements all across the rivers, which created Quebec, Montreal, all those places. It's like, yeah, those are the first guy. But yeah, those guys were pioneer. I say they never had the choice. Like they had to trade with the native back then. They weren't killing them or anything like that. It's the batch after that did that. Meanwhile, they're the colonists, but they're the one that they're getting painted bad because they did colonialism. I'm like, no. The first guy that arrived here, they had to trade with everybody. If not, they would get killed. In the meantime, like, look, our guys didn't survive that easy. We had natives coming in the middle of the winter, helping the guys not to freeze to death. That's something that people don't talk about either. Like,
nobody talks about history. Listen, I love history. Okay, settle down.
No, I get it. I love it too. Oh yeah, winter was a bitch back then.
By 1814, the American army had learned some hard lessons from their losses against the British. Over the winter, General Jacob Brown assumed command and, with the help of Winfield Scott, transformed his soldiers into an effective fighting force. In early July, Brown crossed the Niagara River and overwhelmed the defenders here at Fort Erie. A few days later, he defeated the British at the Battle of Chippewa. For the first time, the British broke under American fire. Finally, a professional U.S. Army had arrived in Upper Canada. Brown lacked the naval support to attack Fort George, so instead he gathered supplies
see
and
my
decided
head
to
from
march
here.
towards Burlington Heights. On July 25th, 1814, a British force sitting at a place called Lundy's Lane decided to get out of the way and retreat to Fort George. But on the very morning of the battle, a new Canadian-born commander arrived on the scene with reinforcements. Lieutenant General Gordon Drummond was an able, though often brutal and unbending commander. There would be no retreat. Drummond ordered his men to stand and await the Americans at Lundy's Lane. A detachment of the U.S. Army under Winfield Scott arrived in the early evening and the battle commenced. The Americans surprised the Canadians on the British left, threatening the entire British line. Though the British rallied and pushed back their attackers, they could tell this was not the same American army that they had bested at Queenston Heights and Stony Creek. As night fell, the main American force under General Brown arrived and charged straight at the British artillery. In the ensuing fight, the American regulars took the cannon and repelled the British counterattack. Drummond threw his redcoats at the American line on this hill in several failed attempts to retake the cannon. In the darkness and confusion, men lost their way, fired into their own ranks, and fought hand-to-hand. By midnight, both sides were bloodied and
It happened in
exhausted.
the Battle of Stony Creek, too.
With both Generals Brown and Scott wounded, the Americans withdrew. Drummond quickly occupied the Cemetery Hill, reclaimed his artillery, and declared victory.
A lot of friendly
In the
fire.
end, the battle had left over 1,700 men killed, missing, or wounded.
Imagine a friendly
Lundy's
fire
Lane was one of the deadliest
there.
battles ever fought on Canadian soil. The American army proved that they were no longer a band of frightened militia, but were soldiers that could stand toe-to-toe with the British. Nonetheless, the Battle of Lundy's Lane forced them to retreat to Fort Erie, and they were never again able to advance into Upper Canada.
So this. Right? Oh, capture your team. It's only 3 minutes. Like,
The Niagara region today is home.
How is that? No. Oh, damn it.
Years ago, it was the scene of the deadliest battles ever fought on Canadian soil. Throughout the summer of 1812, American forces poured into the region. By October, they either had to attack or suspend their campaign to the following season. Under great political pressure, American General Stephen Van Rensselaer decided to attack
That's
the
my
village
favorite
of Queenston
fishing hole.
and gain a
Niagara,
foothold in
right
Upper
there.
Canada.
God
Before
damn,
dawn
great
on October
standing
13th, the first wave of 300 regulars and 300 militia began crossing the river.
Damn, everything.
They were spotted and immediately came under heavy fire from the British infantry and the cannon atop the heights. Even at this early stage, some individuals began to panic and return to the American shore, but the landing continued. 13 kilometers away at Fort George, Major General Isaac Brock awoke to the sound of cannon fire. In the early morning gloom, he gathered his men and raced to find out what was happening at Queenston. While the Americans and British fought below, the cannon here at the Redan Battery continued to fire on the American ships crossing the river. A small group of American soldiers climbed the steep hill and surprised the British. The artillerymen spiked the cannon and fled. Brock knew that without control of the heights, the battle was lost. Rather than wait for reinforcements, he decided to charge directly up the hill with the men he had. In the attack, Brock was shot in the chest and killed. Brock's second in command, Lieutenant Colonel John MacDonald, rallied his men for another charge up the hill, but he too was mortally wounded and the attack failed. As fresh troops reinforced the heights, the situation looked grim for the British and Canadian defenders. It was at this point that Major General Roger Hale Sheaffe arrived with 800 British regulars. Gathering the survivors of the earlier fighting, he pressed against the American lines. With their backs to the river and fearing a massacre, the American forces under Colonel Winfield Scott surrendered, while the majority of the American army never crossed the river. The British took almost 1,000 American prisoners, and the invasion of Canada was stopped. The death of Brock came as a terrible blow to Upper Canada. The province had lost its best general. In many ways, the general's charge up the hill was rash and perhaps foolish, but Brock always sought to inspire his men by his own actions. Though it was General Sheaffe and the Mohawk warriors who turned the tide, the Battle of Queenston Heights will always be remembered for the death of Isaac Brock. Known as the savior of Upper Canada, General Brock lives on as one of Canada's most celebrated heroes.
This one's pretty cool. I gotta watch this, and then I'll.
The year 1812 had been a disaster for American forces in the Great Lakes region. In light of these dramatic losses, John Armstrong, the new American Secretary of War, was desperate for a quick victory to bolster morale and restore confidence in the war effort. Over the winter, the United States Army and Navy assembled at Sackett's Harbor, New York. The plan was to make a concentrated strike at Upper Canada before British reinforcements could arrive. On April 27, 1813, an American force landed west of York, the capital of Upper Canada. Rather than attack the more heavily defended garrisons at Kingston or Newark, the Americans began their campaign of 1813 by attacking this soft but symbolic target. York, which is now Toronto, Ontario, was home to the provincial legislature, but was still only a small village protected by a fort with around 300 redcoats and an equal number of militia and a small force of Ojibwe warriors. In command of the defenders was Major General Roger Hale Sheaffe, the officer who rallied the British after the death of Isaac Brock and led them to victory at the Battle of Queenston Heights. But Sheaffe had little chance to repeat his earlier success. Over a dozen armed ships filled the harbor, and his forces were outnumbered by more than 2 to 1. Unsure where the bulk of the Americans would land, the British and Canadians put up a short-lived and confused defense. The British retreated here to Fort York, and realizing the impossibility of their position, set charges to destroy the powder supply. As the Americans approached, the magazine exploded. 38 American soldiers, including their commander, the renowned explorer Zebulon Pike, were killed in the blast. Another 200 were seriously wounded. The shock and carnage of the explosion halted the American advance. The defenders then were able to destroy the partially completed warship Sir Isaac Brock, while the main force of British regulars escaped back to Kingston. Afterward, the town of York and its militia surrendered to the American army. Henry Dearborn, the overall American commander, was slow to ratify the British surrender, and many American soldiers began plundering the town, stealing whatever they could carry from private homes and public buildings alike. The Anglican Bishop John Strawn, who was a fiery critic of the United States prior to the war, saw the looting as evidence of the corrupt and brutish nature of Americans, and accused Dearborn of intentionally delaying the peace agreement to satisfy his men's thirst for loot. After occupying York for over a week, the American forces departed on May 8th, leaving the town to the British and Canadians.
This is why the lighthouse
The fighting
got
and week-long
down.
occupation left dozens dead, hundreds wounded, and the town stripped bare. Canadians blamed General Sheaffe for the defeat, and he lost his commission as Lieutenant Governor of Upper Canada. Meanwhile, the American forces, emboldened by their victory, set their sights on the heavily defended Niagara region. The campaign of 1813 was just beginning.
Yeah, I like those. I still want to know what's in between that time. They're skipping like 10, 15 years of history in there.
After the American victory at the Battle of Lake Erie, British forces in southwestern Upper Canada under Major General Henry Proctor faced a dire situation. A much larger army under William Henry Harrison was on its way, and with the Lake Fleet destroyed, Proctor had no chance of resupply or reinforcements. He felt his only option was to retreat to Burlington Heights and regroup with the British forces there. But Britain's native allies, led by the legendary Shawnee war chief Tecumseh, would not leave the area so easily. Their homeland was to the west, and retreating east would leave their families and homes vulnerable to American attack. Tecumseh and the native warriors felt betrayed.
Yes, but
Tecumseh railed at Proctor, comparing him to a fat animal with its tail between its legs. The First Nations warriors wanted to make their stand here at Fort Amherstburg, but Proctor finally managed to convince Tecumseh and about 500 warriors that retreat was the best option. The British and their native allies rushed along the Thames River until the water became too shallow for their large bateau near a Christian Lenape village called Moravian Town. On October 5, 1813, Proctor and Tecumseh decided to make a stand along the Thames River near the present-day village of Thamesville, Ontario. Proctor lined his men along the road, using the river to protect his left flank, while Tecumseh and his warriors would attack from the woods and swampy area to the right. It was a desperate gamble. The American general, William Henry Harrison, ordered about 1,000 mounted Kentucky volunteers to charge straight at the 800 British redcoats who were standing in plain sight. The British fired a shot, but the line broke under the charge. Proctor and 250 of his men immediately ran, leaving the rest of the army to be captured. Meanwhile, Tecumseh and his warriors drew the American horsemen into the swamp and put up heavy resistance. It was at this point that Tecumseh was killed. There are many conflicting stories of how Tecumseh died, but American Colonel Richard Mentor Johnson took credit for the deed and later went on to become Vice President of the United States.
Yeah.
It is believed that Tecumseh was killed somewhere near the spot, but no one knows for sure.
No,
His body was never recovered.
At all.
Some witnesses claim that he was skinned by American militiamen. Others claim that he was whisked away by his fellow warriors and buried in a secret grave. The death of Tecumseh remains one of the most enduring mysteries of the War of 1812.
These guys would have
The Battle of the Thames was a decisive American victory that brought Michigan and the Old Northwest back under American control. Though fighting would go on, there were no more major battles along the Detroit frontier, and the American forces in the region turned their attention to attacking the First Peoples. Though they would continue to resist, the dream of a Confederacy of the First Peoples was over.
Oh, that was interesting.
So yeah, the comment that Taz put in is about this. From what I read in history, there's three different sides. There's the Quebec side, there's the Canadian side, and was the English, and there's the American side. And every one of them has a different history of what happened back then. So they have conflict in that war, but no one wants to mention what really happened. So my guess, it was so horrible back then that, yeah, they shit hit the fan at some point in time, because we know what happened after. On one side, like people that were under the British, yes, decided to go to United States after that and do something horrible there. So obviously something happened.
One of the one that fascinates me the most right here, and I believe not just Chrysler's farm, but I spoiled it, but whatever. There's battles that happened in, around, and before this, where Canadians it was French Canadians, Scottish Canadians.
Yes.
We fought together as Canadians and brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And against a common enemy because they're being dicks and fucking.
And that is the common denominator that we had in Quebec and everywhere else in Canada. We had the Irish, we had the Italians, we had a whole bunch of other race. And when they saw, like, the Quebecers didn't want to go with anybody else, but then the other race kind of helped make it happen because they knew the other guys on the other side. They're like, no, they're not that bad. But deals were made with the native back then on all three sides. And then when the native met each other, they realized they had conflict of interest with each other because now they can't do their normal business with the other native because now they have interest behind them, and that interest is against the other guys. So, and they knew that. Like I say, something really horrible happened around those years. The 1812, it's like, yeah, the battle that happened is so horrible that all three countries has a different history about it because they don't want to say what happened. I've been looking into it, and it's like, yeah, I guarantee it wasn't pretty because people were like, they had deals with the native. It's like, okay, and then you hear the guy in the Patriot mentioning what they did, and it's like, yeah, I think that's closer to something like that happened back then. And every party decided to make their own country in their own line because, yeah, it was something different about the people up north compared to the people down.
Oh yeah, but our grandparents, my grandparents, and my great grandparents, and all the great uncles I met, and all the old fuckers I met when I had the privilege of meeting, they're all cynical. And they all fucking, one thing I always learn from the old fuckers, man, it's like,
oh yeah,
never trust the government. Like, man, that's just pretty much where it was at. Right?
Yeah, Frontier. Yeah, I saw that show. It's good. It was good. They never continue. So I was like, oh. Every good Canadian show in the wild, it's like they never go further because they need to interject a bunch of bullshit in it. And in some way, I wanted to see a second season, but now I see where it's going, where the guy is going, and I'm like, I want nothing to do with them anymore. Like I'm really hard to watch a movie now. It's like, yeah, I don't want even to like watch the preview anymore. Like they all suck. Like they fucked up the movie industry so bad that
Oh, Buddy Boy's got a fucking. All right, well, I'll subscribe to this guy. Give him a like.
Yeah.
Why not?
But yeah, no, I love history, but I find out that there's a distinct thing that happened at some point in time, and it's not just 1812. It happened in few times in our history that French, English, and American bump up to each other, and it's like, yeah, they don't want to tell us the truth.
Easy there, gay.
I have in my possession this remarkable new substance.
When he wakes, give him a dram of this. It's just a little purple trillium to forestall gangrene.
And if perchance the draft is not promptly efficacious, I will, of course, bleed her again.
Now, what on earth has taken hold of that gentleman?
Oh.
Hey, Tom. Yeah, oh yeah.
Too many of them will be slaughtered.
Slaughtered. Hey, yeah, that's about it.
So you'd like to hear Catherine Harkness's telling of the Battle of Chrysler's Farm?
Well, I guarantee they ain't gonna tell us the glory.
The first big action of the day was near the North Wood.
Oh, Chrysler. Okay. Is it still a car company? Chrysler?
There we go.
I have no idea. Do they still sell?
What's this now? My God, you can't wrap up the Chrysler Farm in like 2 minutes, but I'm trying. It's the first time, I believe, it's the first time that Canadians actually won the game. You had everybody side by side. You had an investment in this country. You had land in this country. You owned shit, and you're fighting together to protect it.
Chris, read what Taz put in the chat. Are we going back to those days?
I don't know, the music seems kind of sappy.
I don't want the musket. I'd rather a good old machine. I'd rather a good old machine gun. When I saw them fighting like that,
Chris, I just want to give me a fucking normie breakdown of flying. I'll take this whole fucking article. Today in history. Looks like those are Bigglesworth. There you go, Chester.
November 11th, 1813, the Battle of Chrysler's Farm.
Chrysler's Farm.
On November 11th, 1813, the British and Canadian forces defeated the United States Army at the Battle of Chrysler's Farm. The British victory was notable for how vastly outnumbered the defenders were. They had 900 soldiers to the invading Americans, who assembled an army of over 8,000 strong.
It's a mere matter of march.
This large-scale invasion of the St. Lawrence River region was schemed up by the Secretary of War, John Armstrong Jr., a former soldier in the Revolutionary War, who was made a brigadier general by President James Madison at the start of the War of 1812 and appointed him to the cabinet position.
Take too long. You take it too long.
I have a question, Chris.
Because
you get no choice. You can mute me, but that's about it. Because it's something I seen like 10 years ago. All the videos we had about the history online and all that used to be different. I think all like everything they're showing us now, it's all different than what we learned in school and all that. Maybe it's me, but I mean, I'm kind of seeing the difference there over the years. And I'm kind of wondering, did that happen to our parents and our grandparents?
If a teacher, see, back in my day, if a teacher saw that you had an interest in art, they would encourage it. If they saw that you had an interest in history, they would encourage it.
Yeah.
Which is why most of my teachers, when they knew I wasn't paying attention in class, if I didn't care, they'd tell me to go to the library. Like a lot of teachers would send me to the library. Chris, go to the library.
Yep.
Instead of the principal's office, they'd say, go to the library, stay there until the class is over. Go to your next class. And I go to the library, man. I just read a book or I draw or whatever. It's why have a disruptive kid in your class? Because I was sitting in class like fucking like I was being a dick, man.
Yeah.
Dick, right?
You're lucky. I wasn't able to sit down to read the damn book.
Yeah.
But then I learned later if I have, let's say, like an audiobook. Oh, I'm awesome at audiobook. I love the audiobook. It's like I'm learning so much with this shit. But then I realized over the years, like everything I learned in school and all that, but now I'm looking and it's not what it's been told anywhere. Like, no.
Listen, all you kids out there, if there's any kids watching this shit, oh my God, man. If there's any, heaven forbid there's any kids that are still in school watching this shit. I never think about this, by the way. I don't, because I don't have kids, so I don't fucking think about this shit. But, however, if there are kids out there watching this shit that are still in school, the library's still pretty cool. If you're gonna skip school or you're gonna fuck off, go somewhere. I used to go to the pool hall and the pinball places and arcades and shit. You guys don't need arcades nowadays.
Yeah, the arcades
are cool. Pool halls were cool because these pool halls and stuff, and you could play people that you don't like. I know you can play people from other countries and shit now online. I get it, but whatever. That's where I went. Okay, listen, I'm getting off. I'm getting sideways. Fuck, I had a point. I fucking almost forgot what I was gonna say.
You were talking about how we grew up.
Right. Yeah. Fuck, that doesn't help.
For the kids.
Oh, for the kids that are watching because of the shit I was talking about. No, you almost had me there. I still lost it.
I give
you
before
the kids. For the kids growing up, what did I say before that?
You were telling them how we had it with the arcade, the place to get cool to hang and all that. Now they're all online.
Yeah,
so it's totally different. They need to go in the wood and rediscover.
Yeah, fuck, man, do something. Like get out, man, get out, do stuff, get active, do something, man. Like
take a survival course.
Yeah,
and be handy at some point.
Or
learn
just
how to make a fire.
Don't go crazy and don't do it for fucking. Leave your phone. Well, don't leave your phone at home because you might need to be rescued or something. But I mean, like, don't be on your phone. So when you go out camping, you go out fishing, or you go out in the bush or whatever, and just don't be an idiot. Don't be a city-idiot. Remember, you're from the city. You're not rural, and people out in the country will laugh at you. And don't be a laughable idiot. Like when you go out in the country, make sure you got a plan, a backup plan, and don't just have a plan B, have a plan C, have a plan D too, right?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, and it's important to always bring book because they give you a different.
Oh, the library. That's where I was fucking going with that, and I went right offside. Fuck.
Now go
on.
on.
We used to cut school and go to the library.
Yeah.
Right? Kids cut school now. They just go home and play video games. Like, no, I go to the library, man. The fucking library was neat because there was all kinds of weird shit.
Well, yeah,
before the internet, obviously, but
you
there's
meet
fucking
girls
weird
there.
fucking books, man. Like, just randomly walk down an aisle in a library and just look at the books and read it and go, "The fuck is that? What the fuck is that?" So now you have to pick up that book and read it, like, or just glance through it, like, this book's fucked. But now you're fucking stuck reading it. Fuck. Or you just put it back and go, good. Libraries are fucking fun, man. It's it does beat the internet because with the library, like books are fucking weird. I don't care.
Oh no, they're
We used
they're
to
a
go,
different
we used to skip school
perspective.
and walk through the fucking library and just grab a random book and just
Yeah.
open up in the middle and start reading from it. It's like it's just hilarious, man. Come on.
But it used to be a thing. Like when I grew up, we had arcade, but the other thing is we were stuck learning. Like my mom teach me, like I needed to pay attention to school and all that and learning. But then the school wasn't my thing. I learned with a private teacher or a recording, like a voice, like the course all on voice. Then I learned quick. Like it's different aspect, and it took me a long time to figure it out. But then when I did, it was quick. Like I say, the I learned part of my English like coming here in Ottawa, and then I realized, oh, there's all those tools I can use that I never knew they were there. But then when I started using them, I realized, okay, there's tools to be used, but the new generation can do the same. As just if you go to the wood and you see a bear, don't throw your phone at them. It's not
Probably
going
not
to
good.
help anybody.
Yes, it's just
And calling for help when the bear's chasing you, you see the thing, back off slowly, gently. Don't make a noise. Don't take a picture either of it. Don't try to take a selfie. The bear does not want to be online.
Well, I should play this and then no, I don't want to play that. I don't want it. Just because I don't want to.
Yeah, no, I wish that the younger generation would know a little more about how to survive in the wild and all that. That's guaranteed. That's something in our generation. It kind of was pushed on everyone a different way, but it was still pushed.
I just didn't go to bed, dude. I gotta hit the beer store, and I got shit to do here. I need to shut this shit down so I can fucking yeah. I guess do. I gotta go to the beer store and
It's that time.
shut her down, make supper. I got supper. Supper's on me tonight, so there you go. I got shit to do, man.
Yeah, that's okay.
No, Peppermint Pat's is like, go to bed. You go to bed, Dad. Listen, maybe you're tired and need to go to bed. Put your head to bed there, buddy. Fucking tell me to go to bed. You're my dad.
You need to speak it right. You're cranky today.
Yeah, because
You're allowed. You're allowed.
this is why I try not to watch the news in the morning, man. I watch the news for a bit in the morning. I was like, fuck, this fucking world's retarded.
Yeah.
And I just say, fuck, I'm going live. And I talk to you guys, and you guys get me going even fucking more. And then we get each other going, and it's like, now we're in fucking shit. Now Sarah doesn't.
Well, the house of bad influence.
No, Sarah doesn't want to come back. Because why would she? Because she doesn't want to come on here and talk about people fucking listen to people talking about sucking dick and shit. And
okay, but then change the title. Instead of the house of bad influence, say the house of good influence. Then we all have to change our shit. How do you like that one?
Yeah, she'll be back, but she'll let us know.
But no, the
don't
woman show
ever do that again.
used to be awesome.
No, it's a no. It's a no on the second day.
I don't know what happened with Sarah. Obviously, something happened.
Oh, she buggered off, man. I don't blame her because we talked about the fucking dick sucky thing too many times. She don't like it. She don't like it.
Yeah. Hey, people have their day too. No.
Yeah.
We used to call it one time a month. We all knew what that meant. Well, we do have it too, even as guys. Don't worry. It bleed into us. One way or another. The house of bad manner. There you go. Yeah. But yeah, no, the it is a clown planet right now. Like more like I still don't understand. I'm like, okay, how much more are we gonna go through? I go to see my butcher and he's telling me all about the shit, and I'm like, oh yeah, okay, so you're getting it. He's like, yeah. I'm like, well, don't you close your shop? Everyone can close their shop but my butcher. I'm like, hey, come on. We need to get some food at some point. He's like, oh no. He's like, even in the apocalypse, I'm staying open. I'm like, awesome. He's prepping. Oh yeah, he's been a prepper for like a little while now. Meanwhile, he doesn't like what's out there. He doesn't like how much he pays for everything because he sees it. He pays for it. But then, yeah, the I hope for some good day. But all I can see in front of me is WEF, and I can't stand it. Meanwhile, it seems that because they're in power, we can't really do anything about it. I'm like, okay, but that's not too Canadian of us, right? And someone showed me a picture yesterday of a crowd when Harper was in power, and he did something that people didn't like. 1 million people showed up on the hill because he did something that they didn't like. I'm like, okay, so what's wrong now? Oh, none of that 1 million people can stand each other now. That's what happened.
Imagine how many people. Imagine if you will.
Yep.
How many people would have been there had the weather been a little bit nicer?
Yeah. Oh yeah, and you look at the whole thing with the convoy at the beginning and everything. It's like, yeah, how many people went there to hug each other and just feel like we mean something, and then we got spit on, and it's like, okay, well, because we got spit on, we're supposed to be polite about it. I'm like, did they trample a native lady that's Mohawk? I'm like, okay, and that still went on, and then 50 scandal later, we're there. And I'm hearing that, yeah, some people disagree about other people taking action. I'm like, I don't know if those actions were true or not, but shitting on it ain't helping our cause. Like, we're not there to divide anybody. We get to unify and say fuck off. But then I realize it's harder and harder because everybody has a different opinion. I'm like, we always had a different opinion to start with. That's what it is to be Canadian. We all have an anger inside us, and we get peace inside us, and we try to battle between each other. It's like, yeah, that's always been. Now we can't even do that. There's something wrong in society. But yeah, eventually I do think that we will get our shit together. It's like when it reach a critical point, but I think they're pushing the bar more and more and more. And I see a pattern there. I see thousands of patterns.
Pattern.
Yeah, I see thousands of them.
Oh, did you know she was? Oh fuck! I gotta play it now.
But yeah, I didn't know about Carney and all that. Like I said, I haven't paid attention to the news. Like, I couldn't give a damn what they say. But yeah,
Did you know that
he's WEF? I know
no,
that.
listen. Family Bush, see we play 4 Just 1 minute. Did you know she went through court? She's based. I didn't know she was based. But this chick is based. Yeah, the girl who sings that's a pattern song.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Currently going through some. She's trying to be. They're trying to cancel her for some shit, man.
Yeah.
You can find that, man. If anybody in the chat can find, because I just saw her in an interview where she's basically defending herself, like, because they're trying to go after her and shit, man.
Okay.
Yeah, because I can't remember what it was, man. Fuck. But she's against she's against some shit, and she's not supposed to be against. That's all I know.
Yeah, well, it's part
of
the.
When I saw that on the news, like, I was clicking through some shit. It's like, what? No, what? They're going after her? Like, they're going after this girl? Like, seriously, they're seriously going after. Because why wouldn't they? Right? Because she's white. Because she's white. Why wouldn't you go after this girl?
They went after a guy playing at the freaking piano. Like, what wrong was he doing? Nothing. He was playing the piano.
I'm Jimmy and I write songs. Get ready to play and sing along.
It's a pattern. Come on. Use a word.
That's a pattern. The stripes upon the clothes that we wear are a pattern. They're a pattern. When something repeats in a regular way,
We're
and
actually
you
going after
notice
this girl now.
it, you can
That's
surely
right.
say
Houston, help! I'm thinking.
it's a pattern. It's a pattern. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's a pattern. It's a pattern. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
No, they're trying to cancel the truth, so it
The
doesn't.
spots upon a butterfly's wings are a pattern. They're a pattern. The rhyming words in the song that I sing are a pattern. They're a pattern. When something repeats in a regular way and you notice it, you can surely say
If you're
it's a
noticing.
pattern. It's a pattern. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Fucking no. But yeah, they're going after her. I can't remember who it was going after
Yeah,
her.
no, it's sad. It's sad. But she's right. That's what I mean. They're going after the truth because the truth is like
She's
acid.
Canadian. I didn't know she was Canadian. So hey,
Yeah.
you know, good for her. Hopefully she's not all fucking boosted the fuck up. That's not good.
Oh, well, she can be if she wants to. Like I said,
Yeah, you can be if you want to. There you go.
we used to have everything on this earth. What changed? We didn't care before. What we like? I'm like, okay, now, like everybody's different. So
Yeah, we're all different. That's for sure. Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
But we have a lot more in common than
oh yeah,
you think.
yeah, we're not lizard people. And if we are, we're all the same on that one. And it's like, yeah, well, as far as I know, I bleed red. So someone bleeds blue. Well, I can't talk for them.
Right?
But I'm sure there is. It's like, yeah, well, it's more and more and more evident over the years. Like there's something changing out there. But it's them changing it. The picture I had earlier was all from 1966 to 2024. It's everything they've been telling us about the climate.
I don't believe it.
And it's every so often they change the pattern. And the 1980s was the acid rain. Did that happen?
I don't know.
Not really.
I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna fuck off.
Yep, that's okay.
Your story and all that shit. Alice, I love you, man.
Have a good one.
And I have a tattoo gun here for you. I'll try to get it to you. If I get down that way, I'll bring it with. Or if someone comes here that's going back that way, I'm gonna send it with them so that way it'll be a little bit closer to you. Because I'm not paying postage and fucking shit.
Yeah. Oh no. And I get it. The whole postal fucking service right now is kind of fucked up. Yeah. Yeah. I saw
going that way. If I go down that way, I'll fucking bring it with. But let's play this.
Yeah. Have a good one, Purple Rain.
No, I don't want to hear that version. That's not a good version. I don't like that version. That doesn't sound nice at all. This one sounds. Oh, this one looks better. Ah, what's this one? No, it's not it. I want sound quality.
It's 421, so.
No, that was shitty sound quality too. Fuck. Okay, so I'm thinking it's this one. Right here. Boom. There it is. So we'll skedaddle on this tune, and then that's it. Jesus. Got it.
Auf der Heide blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika. Heiß von 100.000 kleinen Bienelein wird umschwärmt. Erika. Denn ihr Herz ist voller Süßigkeit. Zarter Duft entströmt im Blütenkleid. Auf der Heide blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika. In der Heimat wohnt ein kleines Mägdelein. Und das heißt Erika.
Not if you don't have a ranch, super salty.
Ein treues Schätzelein. Und mein Glück Erika. Wenn das Heidekraut rot lila blüht, singe ich zum Gruß dir dieses Lied. Auf der Heide blüht ein kleines Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika. In mein Kämmerlein blüht auch ein Blümelein. Und das heißt Erika. Schon bei Morgengrauen, so wie beim Dämmerschein, schaust mich an.
That's nice. Here you go. Hey, mon ami, it's for you.
Thanks.
Ton arrière-arrière-grand-père, il a défriché la terre. Ton arrière-grand-père, il a labouré la terre. Et puis ton grand-père a rentabilisé la terre. Et puis ton père, il l'a vendu pour devenir fonctionnaire. Et puis toi, mon petit gars, je sais plus ce que tu vas faire dans ton petit 3,5, ben trop cher.
Fucking rolling music.
Il te vient des envies de devenir propriétaire et tu rêves la nuit d'avoir ton petit lopin de terre. Ton arrière-arrière-grand-mère, elle a eu 14 enfants. Ton arrière-grand-mère en a eu quasiment autant. Et puis ta grand-mère en a eu 3, c'était suffisant. Puis ta mère en voulait pas, toi t'étais un accident. Et puis toi, ma petite fille, tu changes de partenaire tout le temps. Quand tu fais des conneries, tu t'en sauves en avortant. Mais y a des matins, tu te réveilles en pleurant quand tu rêves la nuit d'une grande table entourée d'enfants. Ton arrière-arrière-grand-père a vécu la grosse misère. Ton arrière-grand-père, il ramassait les scènes noires. Et puis ton grand-père, miracle, est devenu millionnaire. Ton père en a hérité, il l'a tout mis dans ses REER. Et puis toi, petite jeunesse, tu dois ton cul au ministère. Pas moyen d'avoir un prêt dans une institution bancaire pour calmer tes envies de hold-up et la caissière. Tu lis des livres qui parlent de simplicité volontaire. Tes arrière-arrière-grands-parents, ils savaient comment faire signait fort dans les veillées. Puis tes grands-parents ont connu l'époque yéyé. Tes parents c'était les discos, c'est là qu'ils se sont rencontrés. Et puis toi, mon ami, qu'est-ce que tu fais de ta soirée? Éteins donc ta TV, faut pas rester encabané. Heureusement que dans vie, certaines choses refusent de changer. Enfile tes plus beaux habits, car nous allons ce soir danser.
They all party together in the wintertime, man. Holy fuck. Kitchen parties, bud. Fucking kitchen parties, eh?
Yeah. But I have to say the translation is garbage on it.
Yeah, it wasn't
like it's not well translated. I'm wondering if they have an English version of that song.
I don't know.
Well, it's the same. It was the same thing everywhere in Canada, as far as I know on that one. It's not just the French; the English have it too.
Let's play this one. This is just anybody that's still watching. So fuck you right up.
I got to go. Have a good one, everybody.
You going too? Fuck yeah, I gotta go too.
Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. And in that bog there was a hole, a rare hole, a rattling hole, hole in the bog, and the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. And in that hole there was a seed, a rare seed, a rattling seed, seed in the hole, in the bog, and the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. And in that seed there was a tree, a rare tree, a rattling tree, tree in the seed, and the seed in the hole, in the bog, and the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. And in the tree there was a branch, a rare branch, a rattling branch, branch of the tree, and the tree, and the seed, and the seed in the hole, in the bog, and the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. And on that branch there was a twig, a rare twig, a rattling twig, twig on the branch, the tree, and the tree, and the seed, and the seed, and the hole, in the bog, and the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. And on that twig there was a leaf, a rare leaf, a rattling leaf, leaf on the twig, and the branch, the tree, and the tree, and the seed, and the seed, and the hole, in the bog, and the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. And on that leaf there was a nest, a rare nest, a rattling nest, yes, and the leaf, and the twig, and the branch, the tree, and the tree, and the seed, and the seed, and the hole, in the bog, and the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. And in that nest there was an egg, a rare egg, a rattling egg, egg in the nest, the leaf, and the twig, and the branch, the tree, and the seed, and the seed, and the hole, in the bog, and the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. And in that egg there was a bird, a rare bird, a rattling bird, bird in the egg, in the nest, the leaf, and the twig, and the branch, the tree, and the seed, and the seed, and the hole, in the bog, and the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. And on that bird there was a feather, a rare feather, a rattling feather, feather in the bird, in the egg, in the nest, the leaf, and the twig, and the branch, the tree, and the seed, and the seed, and the hole, in the bog, and the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. And on that feather was a flea, a rare flea, a rattling flea, flea in the feather, and the bird, and the egg, and the nest, the leaf, and the twig, and the branch, the tree, and the seed, and the hole, in the bog, and the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. And on the flea there was a leg, a rare leg, a rattling leg, leg and flea, and the feather, and the bird, and the egg, and the nest, the leaf, and the twig, and the branch, the tree, and the seed, and the hole, in the bog, and the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, oh. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley.
valley, yo. And on that leg there was a boot, a rare boot, a rattling boot, the leg, the flea, and the flea, and the feather, and the feather, and the bird, and the egg, and the egg, and the nest, and the leaf, and the twig, and the twig, and the branch, and the tree, and the tree, and the seed, and the seed, and the hole, and the bog, and the bog down in the valley, yo. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, yo. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, yo. And on that boot there was a lace, a rare lace, a rattling lace.
Listen, that's enough. Holy fuck.
Lace, the boot, and the leg, and the flea, and the feather, and the feather, and the bird, and the egg, and the egg, and the nest, and the leaf, and the twig, and the twig, and the branch, and the tree, and the tree, and the seed, and the hole, and the bog, and the bog down in the valley, yo. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, yo. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, yo. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, yo. Oh, roll the rattling bog, the bog down in the valley, yo.
That's a good one. Let's go with this one. Now I gotta bugger off though. Oh, those fancy uniforms. Who wouldn't just sign up just to have that uniform? The dagger and the gun that comes with it. Sign me up. I want that snazzy uniform, god damn it.
Es braust unser Panzer im Sturmwind dahin. Ob stürmt oder schneit und die Sonne uns lacht, der Tag wird heiß oder eiskalt die Nacht. Erstaunt sind die Gesichter, doch ist unser Sinn, ja unser Sinn. Es braust unser Panzer im
Sing.
Ob stürmt oder schneit, ob die Sonne uns lacht.
Louder. Funny, the little guy, this guy here, like he was the most effective. He was like the grandpa.
Davon ist unser Sinn, ja unser Sinn. Es braust unser Panzer im Sturmwind dahin. Und stürmt oder schneit, und die Sonne uns lacht. Der Tag wird heiß oder eiskalt die Nacht. Erstaunt sind die Gesichter, doch froh ist unser Sinn, ja unser Sinn. Es braust unser Panzer im Sturm. Ob Sturm oder Schnee und die Sonne scheint, der Tag wird heiß oder eiskalt.
Yeah, no. Listen, my fucking pub, right? I'll end this fucking shit the way I want to end it. It's gonna be on a fucking goddamn Irish note. Fuck's sakes. It's enough of this shit. Fuck. Go on with it. Go on with it. I'll end this the way I want to. And it's gonna be what's a good tune? Yeah, well. No. Holy fuck. What the fucking song I want? I ain't leaving until your browser has blocked your screen. Click the screen icon. Fuck off. Get in my face. What's they doing? Yeah, playing one more song before I fuck off. So I gotta do this again.
I met my love by the gas was small. Dream a dream, but it don't run out. I kissed my girl by the factory wall. Dirty old town, dirty old town. Clouds are drifting across the blue. Drops of rain on their face. Springs and girls on the streets at night. Dirty old town, dirty old town. Dirty old town, dirty old town. I heard a siren from the house. Saw a train setting high on fire. I stepped the street when smoking.
Dirty old town. Dirty old town. What's going on here? Let's go.
Die Fahne hoch, wir reisen fest geschlossen.
Let's do some scary shit here. Oh, it's spooky.
Kameraden, Ihre Kampf und Reaktion erschlossen. Marschieren den Geist in unseren Reihen mit. Kameraden, Ihre Kampf und Reaktion erschlossen. Marschieren den Geist in unseren Reihen mit. Die Straße frei, im braunen Bataillon. Die Straße frei, dem Sturmabteilungsland. Es schauen aus Hakenkreuz voll Hoffnung schon Millionen. Der Tag für Freiheit und für Recht an. Es schaut aufs Hakenkreuz voll Hoffnung schon Millionen. Der Tag für Freiheit und für Recht an. Zum letzten Mal wird Nottabell geblasen. Zum Kampf bestimmt wir alle schon bereit. Bald flattern Feglerbanden über allen Straßen. Die Knechtschaft dauert nur noch kurze Zeit. Bald flattern Feglerbanden über allen Straßen. Die Knechtschaft dauert nur noch kurze Zeit. Die Fahne
Show your hand. There you guys.